komt goed. En af en toe spelen gewoon even snel door, ja? Ja, vooral als jullie de hele tijd openstaan. Dan word je gek.
Ja, hij staat hier. Ja, het is nog tenminste.
Ik vind dat de liefje wel moet. Ja. Maar 2015 met wachtwoord. Cyber 2015. Dan echt.
Ja, ik zag het.
Blauw.
Zonder passen.
New Zealand is New Zealand, yes. Council of Europe.
Misschien moet hij je ophouden hebben dan. Auto was leeg. Shark.
Oh. Ja, dat is niet helemaal zoals ik me voorstel.
Het is niet echt wifi.
Blauw stukje naar beneden. Wees, hij geen contact met jou.
Nu aan?
De blauwe.
Dat nummer? Nee, zie je niet?
Oh, die gaat ook aanschuiven bij de hotel.
Ook hotel.
Oh, dat is toch even verwarring.
Hij is. Oh nee, die staat nou weer te wachten. Oh. Die denkt nu daar. Ik denk dat we daar even de Johan moeten zetten. Die denkt allemaal de. Duidelijk maken.
Simpelweg naar binnen. Ja, daar, ja. Hi. Die spullen komen wel. Breng jij ze mee? Goed zo. Ja.
Wat was het nou met die auto?
morning.
Welcome to the cyber conference.
Yes, thank you.
Most
Nice to
welcome.
meet you.
Through here, please.
Dadelijk met die deurklink.
Ik lust wel wat glue eigenlijk. Dat kan ik vertellen. Ja, hoe goed het is. Dan heb je allerlei zwarte oogjes.
Staan jullie nu al sinds vroeg? We waren kwart voor 6. Nou, we zijn pas op een uur vandaag nog. Een uurtje. Wees vol, kom erin. Wauw.
Hij is leeg, hij is leeg. Te leeg.
Precies, jij daar waar staan. Nee, ik heb het leeg. Ja, dat is echt een...
Uurtje, zeiden ze.
En daar komen we aan. Ja. Dat komt echt.
Wie is dat?
Hebben jullie die erop? 75? Dat is een
Nee.
En dan meteen nog één.
Good morning. Welcome to the cyber conference.
Morning, nice to meet you. Isabel Mejia from Colombia.
Welcome.
Vice Minister of Information. How do you do? Great to see you again.
Morning, good to see you.
Good to see you. To the head of protocol.
Ik wil nog 4 keer langs, hè? Tot heel blauw.
I take your bag or you want to? I'll see you the other side of the handshake.
So what do we do?
Welcome to the cyber conference.
Thank you.
Most welcome.
Thank you.
Through here, please.
Good morning, I'm Vince Cerf. It's a great pleasure to see you.
Welcome to the cyber conference. Thank you so much. Sweet.
Good morning. Welcome to the site. This way, please. Morning.
Ja, gaat het goed? Tot wanneer laat jij hem lopen? Ja, nee, ik bedoel eigenlijk een kwart shot, maar dan ga jij eruit. Gewoon op net de persoon hier bij dat laatste shot voor mij. Ja. Oké. Ja, nee, prima, duidelijk.
Ja, dat is de conclusie.
Nee.
Nee, niet? Oké, dan denk ik
Een betere plek.
Ik zag voor mij maar
Je zit tegen je lamp in te draaien. Ja.
Loopnummer? Ja. 48. Daar staat het.
40, kijk
Nu even kijken, 48, 43, 48 en 62. 48 en 62. Ja, alsjeblieft.
Spanje.
En 62.
Finland.
is 48.
Spanje.
Morning.
Morning,
This is Adriel from Spain. Hello, how are you?
This way, please.
Thank you very much. Morning.
Morning, my friend. See you.
Congratulations, everything.
Thank you. Thank you for the photos.
Nee hoor. Nee, op zich is het wel aardig als ik jou af en toe even zie. Enorme dynamiek, enorm gekke huis bij het festival. Even mezelf één keer wat op.
Welcome to the cyber complex. This is Maurice. Hi. Hi.
Kijk, zullen we dan door? Ze waren vandaag in de haven? Ja.
Deze werd geblokkeerd. Sticker hadden ze niet voor elkaar.
Ze zijn openbaar vervoer gekomen. Ze zijn met de tram gekomen.
Dat is OV van
Minister for Communication, Science and Technology.
Oh,
nice to meet you. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
going this way.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Through here, please.
Thank you.
Loslopende personen.
Ja, is goed.
Zien jullie al een nummertje in beeld?
Ja. Ja, is goed. Maar ik wist ook niet of het nou beide auto's waren. Maar mensen uitkwamen tot de maat. Belangrijk. Ja, prima. Ja,
Wie is dat?
Turkey. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Aj Koru, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you.
Most welcome.
Thank you.
Through here, please. Good morning, Ambassador.
Morning.
Good to see
How are you?
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Ja, nee, maar het is gewoon de eerste ja, hier zijn de
ja.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the cyber conference. Thank you. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Ja, je ziet me wel.
Ambassadeur Duca van de NATO.
Sorry, good morning. Welcome to the cyber conference. Thank you. Most welcome. This way, please. Good morning.
19.
Morning.
Morning. My name is Nakayama. I'm from Japan.
Most welcome.
Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you very much.
Morning, glad to see you.
Nou, 72.
72?
Morning.
Good morning.
Pleased to meet you, Albert Ramdin from the Organization of American States.
Most welcome to the cyber conference.
Thank you very much.
This way, please.
Thank you.
Good morning. Most welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you.
United Arab Emirates Minister of State.
Most welcome to the cyber conference.
Thank you.
Most welcome. Through here, please. Good morning. See you. Let's see.
Oké, natuurlijk. Dat je hier staat, je lag naar stoel op.
Ja, maar dat ze niet te ver die kant op lopen, want dan zie ik ze haast niet in hun gezicht.
Ja.
Ja, tegen nog mee ook. Zonder dat iemand ziet. Ja.
Blauw. Neem aan dat het geregeld is. Heel veel veilig. 42.
Good morning. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation and thank you for the support to Tunisia and thank you for the bar to.
Most welcome to the Cybercon, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bonjour, good afternoon.
Ça va? Yeah.
Fait froid, n'est-ce pas?
Un peu, oui.
Good morning. Good morning. There is Joshua. Welcome to the Cybercon, sir. Most welcome.
Hello.
The Ministry of Defense.
Welcome. Most welcome to the Cybercon. This way.
Oekraïne. En Oekraïne komt met 3 voertuigen straks tegelijk. Ja? Kwartiertje.
You feel me so fine? Most welcome to the Cybercon. Thank you. Oh yeah, please. Good morning, madam.
下节点才是这样的。
Most welcome.
Very nice to see you, Foreign Minister of Afghanistan.
Most welcome to the Cybercon.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
Morning, Ambassador. Good to see you. Good to see you. Goedemorgen. Welkom mensen. Dank u wel, dank u wel. Oh, oké, niet twee. Dank u wel, we gaan naar een mooie dag. Goedemorgen.
早上好。
Good morning.
Good morning，感谢你对中国来参加这个会的邀请。
啊，如果同志因为他这个有别的安排，你无关，不是那个。
Thank you. Welcome to the cyber conference. Most welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Alexis Michaelidis from Cyprus. Welcome to the cyber conference, sir. Most welcome. It's a pleasure. Commissioner of Electronic Communication from Cyprus. Most welcome. Welcome to the cyber conference.
It's a pleasure. Go this way.
To the please. Good morning.
Morning. I'm Carmelo Vela, the Minister for Home Affairs from Malta.
Welcome. Most welcome to the
Thank you
cyber
very much.
conference.
Thank you very much.
Through here, please.
Thank you.
Morning. Morning. Fantastisch dit. Ik heb er zo begrijpelijk mogelijk bij gekeken, maar...
Je mag er maar iets mee instappen hoor.
Oh, nog meer?
Ja.
Oké. Zoiets? Hier? Tot hier? Maar jij dan? Maar moet jij dan, red jij het dan nog met je foto?
Ja, tuurlijk. Ja.
Israël.
Daar lopen
Thank you very much.
India.
Good morning, Doctor from India. How do you do? Most welcome. Good morning and thank you. This way, please. Morgen.
Nee.
Le président en exercice, oui. Oui, c'est intéressant. À quelle heure il fait ça? D'accord. Mais écoute, on fait comme ça, on vous laisse arriver et peut-être une fois que vous êtes arrivé, on va vous le détail pour le timing de l'interview, tu préfères faire à quelle heure?
Best wel grote wereld zit ik bij.
Oh, echt? Ik ben school militair enige dienst.
Wat is jouw naam dan? William.
Ik zit bij de Nationale
Ja, zeg. Ja, leuk.
Ja, ik heb heel veel van je foto's nog gezien. Van
ja, precies. Ja, daar heb ik begonnen 8 jaar.
Ja.
Daarna fotograaf, nu defensiefotograaf.
Ja, en nu ook vanuit
Buitenlandse zaken heeft ons ingevuld.
Oké.
Met krijgsgewoon.
Echt waar?
In Russisch. Zo'n tijd dat er ook zoiets als een pasje op had. Al van krijgsgewoon. Dus die gasten. Nou, toen wel, nu niet. Dit was het laatste jaar dat ik nog dienstplicht was. Dat is hier gelukt op de Harderwijk. Dan hebben ze daar een boel gesloten. Toen hebben ze schoolmilitair dienst in Ede gebouwd. En een jaar later dat zijn ze gewerkt. Dus dan moeten we Hier 57 alsjeblieft.
Hongarije.
Oh, dank.
Hungary.
So, good morning. You're still from Hungary. I am the State Secretary of the Hungarian Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Welcome, sir. Welcome to the Cyber Conference.
Thank you.
Through here, please.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Good to see you, Ambassador.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
From Rwanda.
Most welcome to the Cyber Conference.
Thank you so much.
Through here, please. Good morning. How are you?
Fine,
Yes,
fine.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Hope this is not too cold for you.
No, not too cold. Yes, I'm just settled now.
No, no problem. Oké, hele korte deelname.
Good morning, Pavel Kliman. It's my pleasure.
Most welcome to the Cyber Conference.
Thanks.
Through here, please. Good morning, Wesley.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ze hadden alle drie een nummer. Ik geef er niks van. Ik wist het niet.
Ik heb gewoon één foto gemaakt.
Canada. Nummer 2.
It's not what is this one. It's not Yes, how are you? Nicholson, Canada.
Welcome to the Cyber Conference.
Nice, nice to meet you.
Morning, how are you? Good to see you.
Waar is die?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you. Welcome to the Conference. Through here, please. Good morning.
Dus verder deze kant aan.
Good morning, sir.
Morning. Good morning.
Welcome at the site.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through here, please.
Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to meet you. Most welcome. Thank you so much. Most welcome, Vanessa. Good morning. And then, goedemorgen. Ik wil graag de uitversie in. Dank u wel. Dank u wel. Goedemorgen. Goedemorgen. Dag.
Goed met u? Oké. Ja.
En je kunt zelfs zonder, je kunt zelfs zonder een beetje rustig. Leuk als je nog iets weet, die wil ik op slot zetten en even kijken, maar ze
Je hebt wel je fix af, hè?
Ja.
We zitten nu op.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to the Cyber Conference.
Thank you very much. My colleague, Minister for Communications. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Most welcome to the Cyber Conference. Through here, please.
Good morning,
Ambassador. Most welcome.
You?
Good morning. Good morning. It's okay. Good morning, madam.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Welkom. Goedemorgen, welkom.
Goedemorgen, dank u wel.
Wie was dit dan eigenlijk?
Good morning, sir. Most welcome to New Zealand office. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, Leslie. Good to see you.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your welcome.
Welcome to the Cyber Conference.
Grüß dich.
Morgen, Urs. Wie geht's?
Ich habe meine Green Card.
Ah, wunderbar. Schnell gemacht. Good morning, sir.
Morning, how are you?
Very well. Welcome to the Cyber Conference.
Thank you.
Doe je please. Good morning. Good to see you. Good morning. Good morning. Most welcome.
Hi, morning.
Good morning, sir.
Again, Dara, Indonesia, Minister of ICT.
Welcome to the Cyber Conference. This way, please. Welcome. Hi. Good morning. Welcome. Welcome, madam.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. Good morning, sir.
Pleasure to see you. How are you doing?
Welcome to the Cyber Conference. Good morning, Ambassador. Good morning. Good to see you. On this cold but beautiful morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you. Good to see you. here, please.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
From Azerbaijan Minister of Communication.
Good morning, sir. Welcome to the cyber conference.
Thank you.
Through here, please. Good morning. Good morning. Nice. Good to see you. Thank you.
It's a ball.
Durf kennelijk.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Welcome to the cyber conference.
Thank you very much.
Through here, please. Good morning, sir. Chief of the Minister. Most welcome to the conference, sir. Morning. Good to see you.
Egypt.
Durf kennelijk. Durf kennelijk.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Khalid from Egypt.
Most welcome to the cyber conference,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you.
This way, please.
Thank you.
Good morning, how are you today?
Good morning, sir.
I am from Chile.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Salgado Rivera. I was Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Chile.
Welcome to the cyber conference, sir.
Okay.
Please this way.
Protocol, hello,
Yes.
how are you?
Very
How
well.
are you?
Well, but a bit cold.
Bit cold, yes.
Ja, ons kan mee luisteren. We komen in de busje. Even heel snel. Oh, check.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Very nice meeting you.
Welcome to the cyber conference.
Thank you.
Through here, please.
Ja, ik vraag mijn hand af.
Zo.
We lopen gewoon mee, kijken of we hoe ver we komen.
Goedemorgen. Goed om elkaar weer te zien. Ja.
Hoi.
Hallo, Rudolf. Hallo.
Hoi. Welkom.
Waar zijn we nog?
Ja, oh, dat is niks. Zo.
Nee, volgens mij. 10.
10 seconds.
Oh, okay. So she's not laughing. I know, right? Right. Hopefully she'll return.
Some marks. That's not bad.
Oh, very good, Ellie. Perfectly lit out
De
there.
kou toe te slaan?
Ja.
Oké. Willen jullie even uitpiepen?
Oh, okay.
Hebben we het man 50 gedaan?
Een stuk of 10 te gaan. Gewoon rutte en zo. Dat is nog niet zo groot.
Marina.
Ik ben nooit 80 geweest.
Komt er weer een. Denk ik.
Zie je al een nummer?
19.
Oké.
19 te gaan.
Nog 19. Nog 19.
Nog 19.
Ja, dat is afsluiten. Ja, nu gaan we afsluiten.
Ga je er nog vol?
Oké, dat is er weer eentje.
Als het nou politie is. Is hij oude vraag?
Voor de pers.
Nou, dat was een makkelijke. Nog 18 te gaan, jongens. Wordt dit ook geluisterd? Ik heb wel opgestapt.
Die K1600
Twee jongens van mij, die hebben
Ja.
Kijk naar beneden.
Ik zou er nog weg moeten slaan, maar... Ja.
Nee, ik zag het even op tv. Ja. Ja, die is er ook, ja. Oké, ik zal even vragen aan ja? Oké, Hans, Maarten vraagt in de bovenkant hoe dat is. Ja.
Nog 19 hoor ik.
Maar gaan ze komen ze allemaal? Nee. Is dat bekend? Ik zal nog vandaag komen op de tijd.
Ik vond dat ook zo, ja.
Maar die handshake die is nu afgelopen, toch niet?
Ja, ook van mij maar.
I'll leave tomorrow. So I got too late yesterday. And yeah, today. I came to meet up with Just go through customers, you have to do the list.
Is daar een zonnetje? Dan weet het. Zo lang komt hij. Nee, ja, Hokka die doet het. Nee, geen beveiliging van het Koninklijk Huis. Nee, dat is echt politie. Nee, Brits Hokka doet evenementen en zo. En dan misschien ook wel BN'ers. Geen Koninklijk Huis. Zit er ook goed in hoor? Ja, ik zit vast.
Ja, I think so. We landed at 1 o'clock, just after 1.
Ik denk buiten draaien lekker. Ja. Het licht van de verkeerde kant.
Is dit blauw of voor de
Ik voor de blauw. Ja, dat is blauw. It's actually quite good, I think, from Canberra to Adelaide.
Nou, dat is weer de andere weg.
Ja, 60 keer. So I'm happy to stand up. No, we got it late yesterday. Yes, but I kept waking up through. Because I tried to go to bed, I went to bed early. Just like before I got up. To open the windows that were there, just bed like 9:30, 9:15 by the time I checked on the internet. That was early and I had to be able to get here at 7, so I was up at 5:45.
Helemaal niks hè, oude pers.
Ik denk omdat ik als vergadering dat ze dat van de banken waren.
Ja, maar ze mochten dus wel dat het niet, maar dat was gewoon dat je dat niet is.
Nee. Ik weet zelfs dat heel veel mensen wisten dat dit aan de hand was. Ja.
Ja, precies.
Yeah, it was 3 weeks. It took long enough on that
Ja, maar dat model, dat volgens mij zijn ze daar. Ja, volgens mij wel. Clarks of zo.
Right, then my chief gave me 5 minutes. And then he said, look, they're telling me to go around to the north entrance that you can actually get registration. So it was like, yeah, it was helpful after the never left in my country. 10 different people. No, that's not my thing. I don't prove that.
Voor de regie. Die zijn nog niet helemaal klaar hoor. Ja, oké. Wij gaan doordraaien. Ja, ja. Ja, nog niet concreet. Ik kan even als je buiten. Ja. Ja, nee, dat doen we dan zo. Oké, we gaan met de openingsact beginnen. Voor jou even. Ik hoorde dat ze hier zo met de openingsact beginnen. Ik blijf gewoon hier doordraaien. Oh, je hebt een collega die...
Daar wordt een handje gedaan.
Ja, en daarna begint ook de openingsact. Ik weet niet of je daarbij moet zijn.
Hij heeft zijn statiefje.
Oh, oké.
Dat wordt gelijk ingedaan.
So when she comes
Ja.
De hoofdfiguren zijn dus al binnen. Volgens mij.
Dat is heerlijk. Ja. Rutte, die zijn er trouwens? Oh, ik dacht dat ik het net hoorde.
Als de hoofdfiguren binnen zijn, dan beginnen ze.
Ja, beginnen ze, ja.
En dan nemen wij nog
Ja, die beetje ophouden. We zijn een beetje in de veegwagen.
After all this, you better
Maar jij...
Excellencies, 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 ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to take your seats? Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, prenez vos places, s'il vous plaît. Excelencias, damas y caballeros, por favor, toman sus asientos. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, prenez vos places. There are still a lot of seats upstairs on the balcony. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to take your... Can the members of the press who are standing in front please move to the side? Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, prenez vos places pour l'ouverture de la conférence globale sur le cyberspace 2015. Please all take your seats. Members of the press to the side, please.
The Wrights had developed a lightweight 25 horsepower engine, which provided a much higher power to weight ratio than...
Not at all as it sometimes has. Then at full speed.
It's one small step for man,
Hello, I'm Maggie.
The first ever call from a handheld cell phone.
A computer network called Internet.
To get more of the world's population connected online.
They send billions of messages a day are exchanged.
And Google is collecting your search history on the web.
Online raises the criticism of Facebook's privacy.
Rely on the digital footprints we leave without even realizing.
The idea that true privacy is a thing of the past, everything's all stored in the data.
It began with a cyber attack on the nation's critical infrastructure.
So they've stolen more than 1 million passwords and email addresses.
After unidentified drones were spotted flying over 7 nuclear plants.
Using your hands, you can actually control your X-ray.
Hang in there, hang in there. You're doing good.
In
the digital age, the notion of a total media blackout is history.
That was quite an opening. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Netherlands and welcome to The Hague. Bill Gates once said, the internet is becoming the town square for the global village of tomorrow. It's a fitting metaphor. The town square is where we meet and where we talk to each other and buy and sell. But there are also cheats and pickpockets about. The internet makes the global local. The entire world is a mouse click away. There are plenty of opportunities, but there are threats too. And they are hard to manage and sometimes harder than the dangers you find in the average town square. Because the global town square is virtual. It's enormous and it's getting bigger. In 1992, there were 1 million internet users. Today it's 3 billion and counting. The internet has changed our entire way of life. Information, media, our social context and the economy, we rely on the World Wide Web for all this now. In many ways, that's a good thing. But it also brings new forms of dependency and new security risks. Take cybercrime. The likely annual cost of cybercrime to the global economy is more than $400 billion. So there is a lot at stake. We need to invest in security so that legitimate users will benefit and criminals will think twice. And we want to fully realize the internet's innovative and also its economic potential. So I'm delighted that so many of you have come to The Hague. And I'm glad to see that you represent the full spectrum of interests, from countries and businesses to civil society organizations. Because we all need to work together as partners to make sure the internet remains free, open and secure. This is an important topic for the Netherlands. Because the Netherlands is an internet hub and a gateway to the web. We have the fastest internet connections in the world. We have a flourishing industry with lots of ICT talent, creative talent, app developers and startups. We are also home to companies like Google and Huawei, which have offices and investments in our country. We here have something worth defending. So the Netherlands will continue investing in our internet infrastructure, knowledge infrastructure, cybersecurity and cyber diplomacy. I want to emphasize that. Not at least in the light of our candidacy for a seat on the UN Security Council for the 2017 to 2018 period. The internet works by connecting people, businesses and countries. We want to safeguard that connectivity. And we have to do that by working together. That is what this conference is all about. For the next 2 days, You will be focusing on the dilemmas of cyberspace. The internet raises questions that aren't always easy to answer. Security versus privacy. Economic opportunities versus cybersecurity. Protecting internet freedom versus safeguarding national security. And opinions differ on these important issues. So there is plenty to talk about in the next 2 days. And we hope to come up with specific agreements and solutions. For example, we will look at the scope of norms of state conduct in cyberspace. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the internet offers countless opportunities in every area, including economic development. But its reliability must be beyond doubt. We want our global town square to be vibrant and to flourish. We want it to be a place where people feel safe. That is the goal of the GCCS, and that's why you have come to The Hague. I wish you a successful conference. Thank you.
Prime Minister, thank you, sir. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the GCCS 2015. I'm Riz Khan, I'm your moderator for the day. We actually have a lot to get in today and some excellent discussion in store. Now, I want to emphasize how important it is that we make the most of this gathering and share ideas, interact, share our experiences, move the dialogue forward on the issue of cyberspace. It's interesting, I go to many places where it seems the conversation doesn't go anywhere. And our goal today is to move the conversation on. And it's interesting because I often bump into the former British Prime Minister, John Major, who tells a story of when he was visiting the Kremlin and President Boris Yeltsin. And he said, you know, I thought I'd ask President Yeltsin a very tough question. So as we walked through the corridors of the Kremlin, I said to him, President Yeltsin, if you could describe the economy of Russia in one word, what would you say? And President Yeltsin said, good. He thought, how can he say that? This is crazy. So he said, okay, President Yeltsin, if you could use more than one word, what would you say? And Yeltsin said, not good. So hopefully our conversation will go not so much in circles. Now, I don't think most people realize how dependent we really have become on the cyber world. And it's not only an amazing opportunity to do business, but of course it has all the inherent risks that go with it. And essentially every day we expose ourselves to so much on the internet. And throughout the day we will discuss what the opportunities are, as well as what the risks are. And the aim of this gathering is to get that conversation seriously on track and to start building on the resources available and identify what else needs to be done to improve global collaboration in the cyber world as well. Well, this opening session is the multi-stakeholder panel, and for that I'm going to ask our distinguished panelists to join me on stage. I'll quickly say their names and titles and ask them to come up. So Mr. Bert Koenders is the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Netherlands. Please come on up and join us here on stage. Thank you, sir. Please grab a seat. Thank you, sir. We also have Mirai Balestrazi, the President of Interpol. We also have Vincent Cerf, the Vice President Chief Internet Evangelist for Google, who's going to join us. Thank you, sir. With a computer as well. And Fadi Shahadi is the CEO of the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. We all know that as ICANN. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Good to see you. Nena Nwak Anma is the African Regional Coordinator for the World Wide Web Foundation. Thank you, ma'am. Come on up, please. It's my pleasure. There you go. Thank you, ma'am. And Yuri Ito is the Director of the Global Coordination Division of the Japan Emergency Response Team, CERT. Thank you for joining us, too. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to ask the panelists to give us just a few moments of comments and brief statements to give us their perspective on this issue of the multi-stakeholder perspective. And I'm going to ask Minister Bert Koenders to come up first and just give us a few, and I think you're going to use the lectern. I'm going to ask you just to give a few moments of comments, please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for doing this morning with us. I'd like also on my behalf, thank you for joining us here in The Hague this morning, the International City of Peace and Justice, the 4th Global Conference on Cyberspace. Now, cyberspace is not commonly associated with the fundamental notions like peace and justice, and in that sense with the city of The Hague. We used to think of cyber as something to do with science and even science fiction. Books, movies and TV shows in which computers interacted with humans and with other computers, usually resulting in general mayhem and mischief. And generally these stories presented a dystopian view of the future. We are all, by any practical definition of the words, foolproof and incapable of error. These are the words of HAL, the computer system in charge of operations aboard the spacecraft Discovery 1 in Stanley Kubrick's film and Arthur Clarke's book 2001: A Space Odyssey. Now, we no longer need a movie or a book to show us that this statement is not necessarily a comforting one. And even if our systems were foolproof and incapable of error, this hardly holds true for their operators and users. It's almost in spite of these misgivings that we find ourselves here today. Thanks to modern technology, billions of devices are connected to each other in cyberspace and many more will follow. The Internet of Things is becoming a reality, and I don't think it's necessary to laud the opportunities that flow from these developments. They make our lives easier and our work more productive. They help us relax, engage, entertain and create. But yes, they also make us more vulnerable. The growth in our dependency on digital and online cyber systems is outstripping our ability to safeguard and protect these systems from crime, espionage and infringements on our privacy. And this is where The Hague, I think, comes in as the international city of peace and justice. Because in the world we are creating, we cannot take peace and justice for granted. And I think today we stand at the crossroads, also in this conference. Should we continue to presume that we are as foolproof and incapable of error, and we believe our computer technology to be? Should we continue to expect cyberspace to develop of its own accord into a realm where peace and justice prevail? I don't think we should. I believe that the international community gathered here today and tomorrow, in all its diversity, has to find answers to these fundamental questions. First, what are the terms of the social contract that governs the behavior of citizens, corporations and governments in cyberspace? Second, how do we find the right balance between freedom, security and economic growth in relation to cyberspace? Where lies the tension between privacy and security, and in that context, how do we ensure that here we agree on norms where working online is not different from working offline? The Netherlands champions, and I wanted to mention that as a message, Isa, is a free, open and secure internet. That's our core message. That's what this conference is intended to promote. Free so that everyone has access to the internet and the unprecedented opportunities it offers. Open so that information can flow unimpeded from one user to another in a single undivided cyberspace. And secure so that personal data are protected and privacy is safeguarded. The internet brings people together, generates ideas and so helps shape our future. The Netherlands is calling for action based on the conviction that we should not curb the innovative power of the internet, and it's calling on governments to closely coordinate their action with all stakeholders here today, the business community and civil society. I realize that for some of us, especially in government circles, this is not our first impulse. Today, cyberspace is so closely bound up with the way our society works, with the welfare and security of our peoples, that we initially feel governments themselves should take the lead in making multilateral agreements, agreements between states to the exclusion of the private sector and civil society. But given the nature of cyberspace, such an approach can never generate lasting solutions. Government, businesses and civil society should and are in fact bound to work together to develop and govern the internet according to a multi-stakeholder model in which each focuses on their own role. Interconnectivity is mainly a matter for the tech community. Cybersecurity should be a shared interest wherever possible. And national security, important in this time and age, is principally a task of government. And all our efforts should proceed from the same starting point, namely that the internet must be free, open and secure. It's instructive to make a comparison with other sectors. Take the banking sector or civil aviation. We invest in safety and we expect everyone to contribute, not just governments, but also the banks themselves. Not just the airlines or the airports, but also the passengers. We do this not to curb use of these services, but rather to promote it. We invest in security for the benefit of law-abiding users and to make criminals think twice before robbing a bank or hijacking a plane. We set standards and reporting obligations not to hamper business, but to promote a stable and reliable environment. Security is not just the flip side of the coin. It is the coin itself. We need it in order to pay and to be paid. We need it to keep the banking system, air travel and by extension, the internet alive. Peace and justice, The Hague, cannot truly exist in a world that is unequal. One fundamental problem with the social contract underpinning cyberspace these days is that there are still too many people in the world that do not enjoy its benefits. The gap between those who are connected and those who are not is growing by the day. And once you are part of cyberspace, it's becoming an even more complex task to maintain safe and secure connections. We need to tackle this digital divide and its consequences. That is why my country wants to invest in capacity building in developing countries, helping them to keep the internet open and free, training them to protect online privacy, prevent cybercrime and safeguard sensitive systems. There's much we can learn from each other. That's why we are launching the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise this afternoon. Peace and justice cannot truly exist in a world that doesn't acknowledge the special status of the core infrastructure of the net. It should be treated as a public commons, open to all, free from domination. That is the way we treat the high seas, in line with the writings of the Dutch jurist and philosopher Hugo Grotius in the early 17th century. But that doesn't mean it should be unregulated. After all, we have treaties and practices regulating our behavior on the high seas. And it certainly doesn't mean that cyberspace is a lawless environment, the Wild West in which Hobbes' states of nature prevails. The rules and norms that apply offline, including the tenets of international law, most certainly apply online. So countries should be able to count on other states not interfering with or harming their root servers and their critical infrastructure and services. Again, this cannot be taken for granted. We are living in a complex security environment, both physically and virtually. In the hybrid warfare that we face today, all kinds of distinctions are blurred. Conventional warfare, irregular warfare, and cyber warfare merge together. Regular military forces are faced with guerrilla groups, terrorists, and outright criminals. In such an environment, it's difficult to tell friend from foe, ally from enemy. And the same holds true in cyberspace. It's clear that cyber attacks can form a threat to international peace and stability. Brazen attacks on, say, a country's government website can trigger disastrous change reactions. We are very much investing also protecting this conference today, especially if we know also that they can be traced back to hackers controlled by governments. We need to set up a system of confidence-building measures that can help prevent destabilization and help ensure confidence in cyberspace worldwide. Transparency about how governments operate in cyberspace may foster détente and reduce mistrust on all sides. The focus session on international peace and security will look at this issue in more depth, and I salute the work of the United Nations group of governmental experts in this respect. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, to bring about a free, open and secure internet in this city of peace and justice, the Netherlands, in close cooperation with you, with its partners, is proposing an ambitious agenda for the near future in terms of peace and justice. That's why this city is important, and I'm very happy that also the mayor is here, who is receiving us so warmly in his city. To achieve these goals, the international community must continue to engage with all stakeholders. That's why you're all together here this morning. We need to keep cyberspace on the agenda of all relevant regional and international organizations. Action on these points will not only promote the vision of a free, open and secure internet, it will make it a reality. Confidence in free, open and secure internet will be a key success factor in tomorrow's world. We need to step up our efforts to realize this vision. And I'm convinced that the Hague Global Conference on Cyberspace will help us to do so and make cyberspace safe for the sake of peace and justice. Thank you very much.
Not at all, please. Thank you. Well, the Minister's pointed out quite rightly so many issues that we're covering today, and just an indication of how interconnected we are as a world. When I started broadcasting, it was about using film. Nothing was digital in those days. And, of course, everything was appointment viewing, which meant that you had to say at this time, on this channel, you had to sit down and watch TV, whereas we're being streamed live on the internet right now as we hold this conference. So the world is truly interconnected, and thank you for your comments, sir. I'm going to ask our panelists to, from the comfort of their seats, to give us a few comments as well on this issue of how the multi-stakeholder role can play a part in moving the issues forward. And I'm going to ask Nurai Balastrazi, the President of Interpol, please, ma'am, for your comments.
Merci. Monsieur...
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, honourable guests. I would like to thank the Prime Minister as well as the Minister of Foreign Affairs for their invitation and for the warm welcome given by the Netherlands. Dank u wel. It is an honor for me to take the floor here in that World Conference on Cyberspace as the President of Interpol, which has 190 members. New technologies represent progress, but its development have major consequences for hazards on security. Our societies have become vulnerable. The threat of cyber criminality demands from us global and innovative answers, because this is a huge stake for the future. Cooperation and innovation based on solid partnerships represent the work of Interpol to fight against criminality. Interpol has worked for 100 years in police cooperation and has always been able to adapt itself. The organization and its member states have decided to create a world specialized center. The International Global Complex for Innovation that I opened in Singapore a few days ago enables us to create common initiatives to fight against cyber criminality. Its aim is to ensure operational international police cooperation in that area, to organize technical training for those who are implementing law in member states, to create partnership with the private sector to prevent and fight against that criminality. This new complex will reinforce the capacity at the world level to provide information and operational tools which are adapted, as well as know-how and expertise to fight against cyber criminality. Such a complex hosts a center against digital criminality, the Digital Crime Center, which aims at coordinating international action to fight that kind of criminality. We had an operation launched with the Netherlands, the US, Luxembourg, and Russia, as well as with private sector partners, to put an end to the SIMDA botnet and to fight against criminal networks. And this operation was launched on the 9th of April. The Singapore complex depends from the headquarters of Interpol based in France. Cyberspace security is our common responsibility. It offers dialogue opportunities, know-how, as we'll get during our GCCS. And this is one of the main assets of Interpol. We have a multi-stakeholder alliance representing public institutions, the private sector, academia. They all pool together their resources for the benefit of our common security. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to this new World Complex for Innovation, Interpol will enable us to face this new technological development. This is a tool to fight against cyber criminality, to fight against new threats, so as to make sure that together we can make the world a safer place. Thank you for your attention.
Ms. Balistrasi, thank you very much. I actually wish I'd paid more attention at French class in school because I had forgotten my headset. So my former teacher, Mademoiselle Ray, is sending me virtual slaps right now. I can feel them. For those of you who didn't have headsets, I apologize, and I'm pretty confident you'll be able to recap Ms. Balistrasi's comments online if you go onto the website afterwards to check what we have recorded as well for the event. Thank you very much. Mr. Vincent Cerf is Vice President and fantastic title, Chief Internet Evangelist for Google. Your comments, sir.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister, Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Internet is like a road system. It provides end-to-end connectivity. And there's economic activity in building the roads. There are rules for the design of vehicles that can use the roads, and economic activity to produce the cars. The analogy here is routers that move packets on the roads and computing devices that generate and consume them. However varied, packets, like vehicles, have common characteristics. Vehicles have wheels, engines, drivers, and storage capacity. Packets have common formats, to and from addresses, and finite room for content. Buildings can be placed adjacent to the roads, and the vehicles will then carry people and contents between them. In the Internet, the buildings are the computers and the data centers that generate and consume information of all kinds. There's a positive economic activity that is needed to construct and service the vehicles and the buildings, producing the fuel that motivates the vehicles and the electricity that lights the buildings. By way of example, Google is investing 600 million euros in its facilities and other activities in the Netherlands. There is economic activity in the generation, consumption, and transport of information. Internet's design and implementation enables a wide range of new economic activity in the production and operation of information infrastructure and the applications that rely on that infrastructure. Today, in some countries, the economic activity associated with the Internet can reach as high as 8% of the GDP. Its presence acts as a stimulus for investment, employment, and the production of products and services. It forms a virtuous circle. What is interesting about the Internet is that you can keep adding capacity and geographic scope. Traffic can be made to flow faster with more powerful routers that move the packets and more powerful devices that produce and consume them. Mobiles and the Internet of Things are the new growth elements of the Internet economy. New devices, new applications, new services are waiting to be designed and built and used. Freedom to access the roads and to construct buildings and engage in commerce produces economic benefit and growth, just as does freedom of access to and use of the Internet to design new Internet-enabled devices and information applications. Congestion and deliberate blocking or destruction of the roads or the vehicles or the buildings has economic consequences, so rules are needed to inhibit actions that lead to negative outcomes. Traffic flow needs to be managed and laws need to be enforced to keep the traffic flowing. The Internet and the things that depend on its operation pose similar requirements to keep the packets flowing and the applications working to serve the needs of the population. Citizens want to feel and be safe on the roads, in the buildings, and on the Internet. They want locks in their vehicles and buildings to assure that only authorized parties have access to and the use of them, and the same can be said for the Internet-based applications. That is why we're having this global cyberspace conference to explore ways to make the Internet and its uses safe for users. Thank you.
So, thank you. It's quite daunting to know we've reached a world where there are more devices connected to the, or getting to the stage where more devices are connected to the internet than people on the planet, and that's only going to grow. I will ask now Ms. Nena Nwaknanmas from the African Regional Coordination for the World Wide Web Foundation to offer comments as well, please, ma'am.
I'm his fan and he's my fan. Okay. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nena and I come from the internet. I'm part of the team at the Web Foundation dedicated to affordable internet, to the free and open web, and to open data. So basically, I live for open, I live for social justice. And I want to say a very special thank you to the Netherlands for having us. Mr. Betkenders used to live in Abidjan, my city. Thank you for having us. Thank you for opening the space. Thank you for having more civil society participation. And thank you for inviting me to speak about the internet, which I think is a global common good for all of us. So for me, affordable internet is what bridges the digital divide. The latest affordability report that was published by the Alliance for Affordable Internet shows that this last year, 2014, almost 60% of the world remained unconnected to the internet. And high price is the first barrier. So for me, affordable internet is critical to human rights, to development, and to social justice. So while we chart a way forward here for freedom, for growth and security, we must be reminded that when we say we, it still does not mean all of us. So high prices that marginalize groups like women, like the poor, like rural dwellers, need to be tackled. And if we are zero rating a few services, I don't think it's sustainable, really. So our challenge, as we are here today, is to make sure that all the people can access all of the internet all of the time. That is my conviction. Freedom, I must say, freedom and freedom again is our collective challenge. We need to uphold it during speech, before speech, and after speech. As I speak today, there are a lot of people in prisons for an opinion that they have expressed online. There's someone called Nabil Rajab and Ali Miraj in Bahrain. There's Bazer Katabil in Syria. Barrett Brown is in jail in the US, and we have dozens in Egypt, in China, and in Ethiopia for opinion expressed online. And I think that we can also call on countries like Turkey, Gambia, Russia, China, and these governments who from time to time block certain parts of the internet to stop doing so. I think we should. Freedom, like we say, must be upheld. In the Netherlands, please don't clap yet. They gave me less than 10 minutes. There is something in the Netherlands. In the Netherlands, they say, je maintiendrai. It's in French. It means I will uphold. And I think freedom we all must uphold. Je maintiendrai. Ladies and gentlemen, as a citizen of the internet, our privacy has never been as threatened as it is today. What is happening is that officials are avoiding the rule of law. They're going around it. They're putting pressure on the private sector, and they're asking private sector to transfer that pressure to ordinary citizens. And I hear there's a kind of championship among democratic countries. And what is it? They want to know who will be the champion of unwarranted, illegitimate, massive surveillance. A world championship of surveillance among democratic countries. Wow. Anyway, the Web Foundation's Web Index found that last year, the proportion of countries whose legal safeguards for privacy were judged weak to non-existent has risen from 63% to 83%. So that is serious. But I do believe, all the same, that security and privacy can live together. We cannot sacrifice one for the other. At every point in time, in matters of surveillance, we need to ask ourselves these 13 principal questions. Is it legal? Is it legitimate? Is it necessary? Is it adequate? Is it proportionate? Is it transparent? Is it following due process? Is it under public oversight? Does it notify users? Does it guarantee the integrity of systems? Does it safeguard international cooperation? Does it protect against illegitimate access? I think that all governments must commit to increased levels of transparency and accountability. Bulk data collection by default, with laws made and enforced in secret, can never be acceptable. And let us listen to the Netherlands Scientific Council for Government Policy when they tell us that in order to sustain the growth and integrity of our global network, the backbone protocols, which Vin is talking to us about, and infrastructure of the internet are in urgent need of protection against unwarranted interference. I do believe that as well. So, Excellencies, this Congress, in continuing the London process, must recognize in its future success depends on inclusiveness. Openness and democratic processes entrenched in multi-stakeholder engagement are here to stay. So we need to grow, we need to encourage, we need to be more open and inclusive. And I think that we need to continue to embrace, to promote and engage with processes like the IGF, like the Net Mondial and the IANA transition, and take them forward as we go along. In Africa at home, I would like to ask us to support the African Declaration on Internet Rights and Principles. I have a few copies here for anyone who would like to talk to me about those ones. And within the Web Foundation, I hope I can count on our engagement as Sir Tim Berners-Lee begins to launch the Global Magna Carta on Internet Rights. Ladies and gentlemen, here in The Hague, online, on live stream, and offline, who will hear this later, I think that the internet belongs to all of us. It is our internet, an internet of diversity, an internet free from mass surveillance. That is what my wish is. Every morning when I wake up, I look at myself in the mirror and I tell myself, Nena, you must work that all of the people should be free and able to access all of the internet all of the time. People like my good friend, Judy Okite, who is here somewhere, from the Free Software and Open Source Foundation, people who are challenged, people who have differences, we must engage that the diversity that we represent, whether it be in gender, whether it be in physical capacity, whether it be in economic power, whether it be male or female, whatever diversity we have, whether it is sexual orientation, that all the people should be free and able to access all of the internet all of the time. All of the people, all of the internet, all of the time. Riz, all of the people, all of the internet, all of the time. Ladies and gentlemen, all of the people, all of the internet, all of the time. Je maintiendrai. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, sir. J'ai fini.
Nena, thank you very much. And you've just converted www to AAA. So, Fadi Shahadi, this is a tough act to follow.
Yes, I always have the pleasure of following Nena, and frankly, she inspires all of us to move forward. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. It's difficult for me to say at the Global Conference on Cyberspace that, in my opinion, the concept of cyberspace as a separate space is dead. All space is now cyber. Everything permeated by the internet. 4.2 trillion is the size of the digital economy next year in the G20. This is just the digital economy. Every other part of the economy is completely Uberized by the internet. If we think Uber will stop at taxis, beware. Every industry will be affected and transformed. As we face this massive transformation, frankly, we are quite challenged by the concept of internet governance. How do we govern this very powerful concept that is changing everything we do? It's changing not just the economy, but also how we live and how we organize as people on this planet. And therefore, when we think about governance in the traditional way many of us in this room think of it, let's think if this is going to work for the internet. I think not. I think the internet is like a powerful river. I come from Africa, where I've experienced the Nile River with its power. Can we really control and govern the Nile? Or can we coordinate activities so that we can work together to contain the power of this river? Bridges, dams, tunnels, other mechanisms are needed that are loosely coupled to ensure that this river serves all the people it touches. Hence, let's move from the concept of governance to the concept of coordination. We have governance. Many of you in this room are in the business of governance. What we must do is coordinate amongst us, because the internet is not built around the Westphalian model. The internet is transnational. If we strengthen internet governance within our country, it goes only so far, because the internet crosses our borders and thus challenges us. And in the face of challenge, what do we need? We need people to work together on diplomatic approaches, and ICANN this summer, working with the University of Southern California, is starting the first Internet Diplomacy Summer Institute, so that we can start learning how to apply the skills and the tools of diplomacy to this new space that transcends the national lines we're used to. It is also important to know that a powerful river needs a stable bed. It needs a stable foundation. In this bed today, we have a series of institutions that are loosely coupled in a distributed fashion, just like the internet, because the internet was built by people like Vint here and others as a distributed system, not a centralized system. We need a governance model that is also distributed through coordination, through diplomacy. Distributed or polycentric, as we call it these days. A polycentric internet coordination model. So what is in that riverbed that makes this stable? The technical organizations that have enabled this internet to be what it is today. I cite today, with great respect, the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force, that has built many of the standards we know today that enable this internet. Completely voluntary, completely open. The W3C, with its great work around the standards that enable the content that we all use on the internet. And ICANN, in its own limited role as well, coordinating the names and numbers and the protocol parameters that enable this riverbed to be stable. We're one of many, and today I'll take a moment to talk about ICANN and our evolution. ICANN is indeed a brainchild of the United States that was created at the time when the US saw the need to create stable institutions at this riverbed. But the internet today, America recognizes, is for the world. It is not for one country to have unique role in the affairs of ICANN. And so we recognize today the courage and vision of the United States to announce a year ago that they will cede their unique role and oversight of ICANN, so that ICANN can become indeed the neutral, independent organization at the service of the world. There are other efforts that make part of this polycentric internet coordination world. I cite the IGF, the Internet Governance Forum, a very important body that is going to see an important review this year at the UN General Assembly. I ask all of you to support the renewal of the Internet Governance Forum as a critical forum for the continued dialogue between all of us to enable internet coordination and better governance. And finally, I cite Net Mundial. Net Mundial, the product of the great vision of the Brazilian community. Not just government. Indeed, President Rousseff was very much at the start of Net Mundial, but the rest of the Brazilian community, the Internet Governance Committee of Brazil, who have created this space called Net Mundial that produced principles for how we're going together to govern this great river called the Internet. And we continue with these efforts today, and we thank the Brazilian effort to help us do that. Finally, I'd like to ask us to maybe not replace, but at least embed the word security in a larger word. We need Internet integrity, not just Internet security. Security is only part of what makes the Internet great. But we need a space that has high integrity, that engenders trust, that includes security. And integrity also means we need one Internet. There were times last year when some of us were worried the Internet will get fragmented. And I cite today the courage and the leadership of China in deciding last year to support ICANN and to come to the table and declare the need for one Internet. And China knows that Jack Ma could not have done over $9 billion of sales last November in one day if the Internet is not one Internet. One Internet for all people with high integrity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yuri Ito, thank you so much for your patience. Your comments, please.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister Rutte, Foreign Minister Koenders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak with you today. My name is Yuri Ito. I am working for Japanese Computer Emergency Response Team. We call it JPCERT. I'll provide my perspective from the security operations community. I'd like to begin with a couple of numbers. 25. It's about 25 years since the very first CERT was established due to the mistaken release of the Internet, the first Internet worm. Today, thousands. The thousands is the number of organizations involved in responding to computer instant response globally. Today, the instant response community is not only CERTs and network operators, vendors, and techies, but it extends to collaborating, closely work with the law enforcement, critical infrastructures, government policymakers, diplomats, and lawyers. Our stakeholder community has become very large. The great example here in Netherlands, National Cybersecurity Center, NCSC.nl, is a leading, long-time national CERT in the Netherlands, but there are many industry-level of CERTs closely collaborating with them. Their very famous One Conference brought about 1,000 participants this week, Monday and Tuesday, and then bring all together from a variety of sectors to discuss the key issues, key technical issues. So what does it mean to have CERTs and associate community around you? I'd like to explain, I'd like to use the public healthcare analogy here. Last year, we had an unfortunate Ebola virus outbreak. Where would you go to look for the information? What are the symptoms? How do we prevent spread? What's the best way to protect infected communities? What's the root cause of the problem? And how we can remediate? The best source of information is at the CDC, the Center of Disease Control and Prevention. There are national level of CDCs all over the world, 24/7, providing you information and assist you to protect you as part of the very active global public health network. CERTs are like CDC in the cyberspace. CERT shares and publish technical information for your devices and servers' healthiness. And network operators and users can use them, cleaning up the infections and remediate vulnerabilities, and making the internet ecosystem resilient and harder to be compromised in the future. We need to work with every layer of stakeholders, including the civil society, in pursuing the health of the internet ecosystem. So much attention is currently placed on the cyber attacks, attribution, and response. Over the next 2 days, most of the discussion will focus on those topics. So I'd like to emphasize we must not forget about the importance of prevention and improvement. The importance of prevention and improvement is made even greater by the emergence of the Internet of Things. Over the next 10 years, we will see the massive waves of Internet of Things adapting by people in all aspects of our lives, rapidly multiplying the number of devices and their types in the Internet ecosystem. Cars, medical devices, you name it. Would you like to have that deep individual interconnection with currently quite infected, unhealthy Internet ecosystem? Maybe not. We really need to start cleaning up to make the ecosystem healthier globally. Preferably, those new Internet of Things devices need to be secure by design. How can we build in the secure coding best practices, quality assurance? What standard do we need? Do we need investment to test bed certification? Who will enforce that? There are a lot of things we need to think about it. There are great thinkers and technologists analyzing cyberspace problems from the public healthcare perspective to improve the Internet ecosystem today into the future. JP is working with CERTs, technologists and operators all over the world to build the Cyber Green platform, leveraging the wide range of existing malware remediation efforts and technical resources. Cyber Green works with CERTs all around the world, just like CDC works with the local hospitals and clinics. We work with them and then clean up the ecosystem and make it healthier. And we started on efforts to closely measure the health of the Internet globally. In closing, we gather here to promote open, free, and safe, secure Internet for the growing global economic prosperity. This only can be achieved by improving Internet ecosystem health. And this is the fundamental base of all the security approaches and every stakeholders, from the top policy layers to the business, technical community, civil society, all share the responsibility in these efforts. So let us make the Internet ecosystem healthier altogether. Thank you very much.
Well, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, of course, the idea of hearing from our speakers is to get this diverse range of perspectives and to start the dialogue, which throughout the day and tomorrow, of course, will continue. And you have an ideal opportunity to speak to all of our panelists during the event as well, so you can connect with them personally as well. It's really nice to hear that the idea of having to be diplomatic about what is needed in the next steps when it comes to cyberspace has gone. There's no need for diplomacy anymore because we need real action. And sometimes that is the case. About a year ago, I happened to be at the United Nations and bumped into Archbishop Tutu, Desmond Tutu of South Africa, in an elevator. And I said to him, Archbishop, catching up, having interviewed him a few times, I said, I have to confess that I often quote you when I speak at conferences. I quote you because you said one of the most diplomatic things I've ever heard. And he said, what was that? Now, of course, I didn't impersonate him to himself in the elevator. His family was there. I don't think that was very... But he actually said on my show at the time, thank God I am not God. Otherwise, I would have to say Osama bin Laden and George Bush are both my children. So I said that was incredibly diplomatic. But apparently you were not so diplomatic at the time when you were interviewed by a journalist at the time of your 50th wedding anniversary. And he said, really? And I said, you don't recall? Apparently the journalist said to you, Archbishop Tutu, you've been married 50 years. 50 years is a long time. In all those years, have you ever considered divorce? And he said, divorce, never. But murder? So, so perhaps the time for diplomacy has gone, and we can achieve a lot more by being very direct with our conversation. I do encourage you, we have such wonderful distinguished panelists, I do encourage you to connect with them. A big round, warm round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Now, as they exit the stage, I'm going to ask you to stay in your seats because we have to, in the interest of time, we're so tight for time. Thank you, ma'am. We have to get on to the next session, and that will be ministerial statements. We have those across the day in two parts, and this is going to be the first set of ministerial statements. And I'm going to ask the ministers and representatives of various organizations and groups to be very brief. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, can I help you out? There you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
My pleasure, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So I'm going to ask the representatives that I call up to please speak briefly because we have allocated 3 minutes. We're very, very short on time and we're trying to give everyone a voice, but I ask you very much to respect your fellow participants by keeping the statements, the interventions to a maximum of 3 minutes. And I will call out the representatives and their titles, and I ask you then to take the floor. You have the buttons in front of you on the microphones, and also as some might be in other languages, I ask you to keep your headsets handy so we can allow you to be able to hear the interpreters who very kindly are doing trying to keep up with my fast speaking. I do apologize for that. So first I would like to call on Ms. Federica Mogherini, who is the High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and the Vice President of the Commission. Ms. Mogherini, if you might give us just a brief intervention here.
Does it work? Does it work?
Fred, I don't know where you're sitting, so I'm going to ask you to just push the button and start speaking.
Here it is.
Thank you.
Hi. Thank you. It seems that we have 2 microphones and only 1 working, but I'll try to move.
Sorry.
Excellencies, dear global cyber community, back in the 60s, few people thought that the large grey terminals that lined a basement in California would one day change our world. Today we see the impact on almost every aspect of our lives. The internet connects people beyond social classes, boosts trade and broadcasts debate. Global connectivity empowers individuals, state and non-state actors for good and also for bad. The era of cyberspace has brought enormous economic and social benefits. The entire social fabric of our societies is changing as a result of global connectivity. The internet is affecting the way we learn, the way we take decisions, the very way our brain works. Social media have influenced how we do business and interact with one another. New technologies have the potential to empower people all over the world. Today, farmers everywhere in the world can check the weather forecast on their mobile phones. Villagers can seek markets for their products over the internet everywhere in the world. There is no border. Programs like One Laptop Per Child in Africa and Latin America give primary school children the chance to easily access information and improve standards of education. But our reliance on technology also has a darker side. Social media were a crucial factor in empowering the Arab Spring, but they were also a powerful tool in the hands of Daesh, spreading its message of hatred and violence. The immense number of online sources of information has made it harder for authoritarian governments to be the gatekeepers of the news cycle, but it is also harder to separate facts from propaganda, to identify a lie when it is repeated often enough. Cyber attacks affect individuals, companies and governments alike around the world. The citizens of our countries risk falling prey of online crime when they use the net to shop, to vote, to bank or study. Our dependence on cyberspace for essential services like transport, power and water makes us vulnerable in new ways to cyber-terrorism or cyber-espionage. Recent events show how cyber attacks increasingly drive asymmetric warfare and hybrid conflicts. This trend is likely to increase globally. And to address these challenges, the European Union is reviewing its strategic foreign and security policy framework. More than ever, we need to work closely with international partners to tackle the risks and to make the most of new opportunities. But the risks should not overshadow the potentials of cyberspace. Technology can be the driving force towards improving living standards for future generations and also for present ones. And our aim is to let this happen. Let the safe and peaceful use of technology facilitate the free flow of information and ideas as we keep a check on its misuse. Cyberspace knows no borders, so we need a common global approach, coordination as it was said. International law provides guidance on human rights and fundamental freedoms, online as much as offline. And we now need to implement these principles in the cyberspace so that everybody has an equal opportunity to speak out and come together to learn and also to teach safely. For that to happen, the internet should be open and accessible to people in all corners of the world. The AAA the lady was mentioning before. As for cyber diplomacy, we need creative efforts to build trust and confidence. We have already started to invest in increasing the resilience of cyber infrastructures and addressing cyber threats in Asia, Africa and Latin America, and we will step up our commitment to globally bolster these activities in the future. We are proud to support the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, which is launched here today, and many of my colleagues here have also engaged in bilateral cyber dialogues and global efforts to agree on the rules of the road in cyberspace. As we develop new and innovative technologies, we should also bear in mind the need to include safeguards that protect human rights, including freedom of expression and the right to privacy. It is our responsibility here and now, and today is an important step, to preserve and mostly share the benefits of cyberspace for today and for the future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I realize there is the guilt clock up there, which is counting down 3 minutes, so I warn you, you're all on camera with the timing. And as I say, please do respect the time restrictions because we have so many people to get through before lunch. So if you are hungry, it's in your interest. I call on the Republic of Korea next, please. Mr. Yoon Byung-se, who's the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Sir, your intervention, please.
Thank you. Excellencies, today's gathering of delegates from governments, the private sector and civil society is an eloquent reminder that this conference has become the global platform for dialogue and cooperation on cyberspace. I thank our Dutch colleagues for organizing this conference under the theme, Putting Principles into Practice. It was 2 years ago in Seoul that we were able to produce this Seoul framework for and commitment to open and secure cyberspace. The framework contains basic principles on cyberspace and provides the best common political denominators. Ladies and gentlemen, the 17th century French philosopher René Descartes famously said, "I think, therefore I am." But now we might as well say, "I'm wired, therefore I am." Cyberspace is relentlessly evolving as a hotbed of opportunity and potential, and a powerful engine for innovation and growth. Paradoxically, however, greater connectivity brings us greater vulnerability. The more cyberspace becomes sophisticated and diversified, the more the chances of misuse and abuse grow as well. We have vividly seen how grave the threat is from the cyber attacks on Sony Pictures and on my own country's nuclear power plant operator last year. And we have witnessed that what happens online can have tragic real-life consequences from the extremist narratives used to incite terrorism and recruit foreign terrorist fighters. In short, states and communities, businesses and individuals, all of us face this common challenge. In particular, Koreans are more acutely aware of the scale of the threats, not only because we are a super-connected society, but also because we have been living on the front line. However, in a global cyber ecosystem, weak links in the chain can jeopardize the entire system. Such weak links include the lack of consensus on the norms for cyberspace, the absence of a cooperative mechanism which can facilitate attribution, and gaps in cyber capacity among states. So the task for us is multifold. First, we need to work on confidence building in parallel with discussions on international norms. While we are still working on what the standards of behavior should be, confidence building is a realistic way of avoiding misunderstandings and misperceptions. In this respect, Korea has been setting up bilateral and trilateral dialogues with partner countries as a way of strengthening mutual understanding and transparency. Second, we need robust, effective partnerships for countering cyber attacks and cyber crimes. Internationally, we should set up prompt and timely judicial cooperation and information sharing between countries because time is of the essence in responding to cyber attacks. In particular, states should actively work together in responding to cyber attacks on critical infrastructure and tracing down the perpetrators. This will send a strong message to perpetrators that even if they succeed in unlocking the pad, they will not be able to lay their hands on what they want. Third, we need to reinforce the weak links within the global cyber ecosystems by building cyber capacity. Since putting capacity building on the conference agenda in 2013, Korea has been implementing an array of cooperation programs. This includes the Global Cybersecurity Center for Development, which will open this year in Korea and provide policy advice, consultation, and training on cybersecurity measures to developing countries. Distinguished delegates, in the 4 years since the launch of the Cyberspace Conference, we have made important progress, reaching a shared understanding on the basic principles. Now the challenge ahead of us is to engage diverse actors and mobilize resources to implement those principles. The Hague Conference is a significant occasion to expand the participation of multi-stakeholders, including the private sector and civil society. It also affords us the opportunity to develop action agendas and facilitate the global dialogue on the future of cyberspace. So today, let us come together to make sure that the cyberspace remains an open space which benefits our security, prosperity, and creativity. Thank you.
Minister, thank you very much. I think you may have started a new trend with your "I'm wired, therefore I am," and we might end up with things like I connected, therefore I tweet. I call on Canada next, please. Mr. Rob Nicholson, who's the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Sir, if you might offer your intervention, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank our Dutch hosts for holding this conference, and given this is the 4th such conference to be held, I think it's important to recall the vision that informs this process. Now, we're all here because we recognize the power that a free, open, and secure Internet has to promote democracy, human rights, and economic prosperity. We recognize that human rights must be protected both offline and online, and we also recognize that the private sector, civil society, the technical community, and governments all play a role in seeing this vision realized, and that won't happen if one player dominates. Rising threats emanating from cyberspace and malicious cyber activity will require cross-border cooperation among these stakeholders if we are going to enjoy the benefits of an open Internet. Trust and confidence are also essential to the Internet's continuing ability to serve as a platform for innovation and growth. In that context, we welcome the contribution of the Global Commission on Internet Governance Statement on Digital Privacy and Security and the importance it ascribes to bolstering trust and security in the Internet. This is an issue that touches us all, governments, companies, and Internet users around the world, and we all have a role to play in addressing it. None of us can do this alone. Individuals, corporations, and governments need to be more engaged and forward-looking. We must all work together. That is why meetings like this are crucial. They bring together all the actors so that they can collaborate and work through solutions. The issue of cybercrime also reminds us that we're only as strong as our weakest international link. Cyberspace knows no borders, and cybercrime certainly does not either. We have a duty and, frankly, a hard interest in assisting one another in this space. Therefore, I'm pleased to announce that Canada will contribute $3.3 million to launch 2 new cyber capacity building initiatives. Specifically, We will be providing $2.8 million to support police and prosecutors to build a more secure and robust cyber infrastructure environment in Central America and Caribbean, and $500,000 to increase the capacity of Latin American states to combat cybercrime with a focus on internet crimes against children. We will draw on the expertise of Interpol and UNODC, two key international partners, to bolster the hemisphere's cybersecurity and cybercrime capacity. With these projects, I'm thrilled that Canada will be joining the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise as a founding member. To truly respond to this issue, we must also put in place agreements that will facilitate law enforcement cooperation. The gold standard is the Budapest Cybercrime Convention that clearly articulates procedures for evidence collection and production. We're currently reviewing the convention with deep interest. I'm hoping to be in a position to comment further on this in the next few weeks. Thank you very much.
Amazing precision, Minister. Thank you very much. And some strong initiatives out of Canada, which I'm sure some of the other delegates will want to share with you at some stage. Thank you for your support of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise as well. To Ghana next, please, Ms. Hannah Serwa Tete, who is the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from the people of Ghana, and I'd like to express the appreciation of my delegation to the Government of the Netherlands for organizing this conference and inviting us to participate, following the previous conferences in London, Budapest and Seoul, and giving us the opportunity to be part of a multi-stakeholder consultation on the challenges and opportunities presented by the cyber realm. Our government considers ICT as a development tool and recognizes just how vital the development of robust infrastructure is to our growth and development. We have mobile phone penetration of about over 100%. We have mobile internet penetration of over 40%, both as a result of public and private investments. And indeed, we're very much in agreement with the statement of the Dutch Prime Minister that the internet has become the town square of the global village. It's placed us in the center of the global village, as the cyber realm itself doesn't have borders. We see its impact on a daily basis in our social and cultural life, the opportunities it's created for young ICT entrepreneurs, for facilitating trade and commerce, banking and finance, and we recognize just how much it gives our citizens a greater voice in expressing their views on national issues and deepening and strengthening our democracy. But we are challenged by the need for effective mechanisms to prevent cybercrime and to ensure that the commercial activities in the cyber realm are properly protected. And I'd like to use just a little time to give you an update. We've passed an Electronic Transactions Act to provide a framework to support the fight against cybercrime. We have developed a cybercrime policy and strategy, but we still have central elements that we need to strengthen. We have to evolve a culture of cybersecurity and capacity building, and we also need to upgrade our professionals' ability to deal with this challenge and to be part of the international global village. We therefore would like to use this opportunity of being part of this conference to ask for assistance in helping us to strengthen the infrastructure we have, so that developing countries like ours that are part of the global village can also be a competent part of the global village and be in a position to protect it for the rest of the citizens. We are as strong as our weakest link. We don't want to be the weakest link. And we very much want to thank you once again for the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Madam Minister, thank you very much for your intervention. Mr. Thorbjørn Jagland, Secretary General of the Council of Europe, sir, if you're able to join us with your intervention, please.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Council of Europe, as you may know, is the 47 states body which is guardian of the European Convention on Human Rights. And we are very pleased to see that some agreements have emerged during this global process on how to govern Internet. First of all, that Internet is a common good, but also, which I want to stress here, namely that we have to protect the innovative force of Internet, which the private companies represent. and of course that we have to protect people's human rights and privacy on the internet in order to uphold public trust in the internet. So the question, how can we balance all these interests and values? I heard that ICANN chief said that we have now to move from governance to coordination. I understand that, but I also believe that we need to transform values into rules and laws, and we have done that on the European continent, and I think that the instruments that we have in the Council of Europe can be important building blocks in an agreed global system. First of all, the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime harmonizes laws all over the continent and enhances cooperation. It has been very, very successful and is being drawn on now by 125 states in the world. But our laws must keep up with technological developments. One specific challenge which we see now is how to ensure law enforcement has lawful access to evidence found in the cloud, and we are looking on that now. The second instrument that we have is the Data Protection Convention, which also has a global potential and, by the way, is the only game in town for the time being. It is now being updated too. I think it will be extremely difficult to come to a binding international treaty on data protection at the UN level, but our convention is available for all to accede to. I think it's urgent to have global rules. National security services must have access to data to keep people safe. Safety is a fundamental human right, but it has to be proportionate. It has to be under the rule of law. I think it's imperative now that we come to agreed rules on how this can be done, how we can protect people's safety and at the same time uphold human rights. I will end up by saying that some think that if you are for a free, open internet, you must be against any rules and regulations. I believe that if we are to uphold a free, open internet, we need some rules. Agreed rules is what can ensure an open and trusted internet. We have to maximize freedom and minimize regulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Herr Jagland. To Switzerland next, Mr. Didier Burkhalter is the head of the Federal Department of Foreign Affairs. I'm counting on your Swiss watch, by the way, now.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen and dear friends, first of all, congratulations to the Netherlands for hosting such a conference on freedom and on security. And we in Switzerland, we are strongly committed to the 3 minutes, but also to an open cyberspace which has to be free and secure. The Internet has created myriad opportunities for our societies, but we all should enable ever more people, all people, to benefit from these opportunities, from security, from freedom, more economic development, more human rights for all. And this is why Switzerland will join the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise as a founding partner. This is also why Switzerland launched the Geneva Internet Platform last year to strengthen the participation of small and developing countries in the digital policy debates. For all the opportunities, cyberspace also entails major challenges. First challenge is right to privacy to be preserved. The same rights to people offline and online. Second challenge, the security threats, and these threats cannot be resolved alone. Secure cyberspace requires effective international cooperation, and for that we need a framework of rules. Any such framework must be based on the existing international legal order, and we welcome that the UN group of governmental experts confirmed this view. We should now clarify how exactly the existing rules of international law are to be applied to cyberspace. This debate should take place in an inclusive process. International cooperation also requires trust between states, and therefore we promote efforts to apply the tool of confidence-building measures to cyberspace. Confidence building can be further enhanced if we overcome two boundaries. First, not only for states, but for all relevant actors, and during the Swiss chairmanship of the USA last year, the private sector and other non-state stakeholders were systematically including in confidence-building activities. And second, we need to go global beyond regional boundaries, and to this end, we convened a cross-regional workshop on CBMs as part of this official preparatory process leading to this conference today. At the next step, Switzerland seeks to deepen the exchange with Asia. As the OSCE Asian Conference in Seoul this June, we will make the case for regular dialogue between the OSCE and Asian countries and organizations on cybersecurity issues. Ladies and gentlemen, creating trust in cyberspace requires from all of us commitment to security that is cooperative and for the benefit of all. Thank you very much for these 3 minutes, Swiss minutes.
I will definitely continue to buy Swiss watches. Thank you, sir. I call on the Foreign Minister of Bangladesh, please. Mr. Abdul Hassan Mahmood Ali, sir, for your intervention.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we convey our sincere thanks to the Government of the Netherlands for hosting the Global Conference on Cyberspace 2015 and for the warm hospitality extended to me and my delegation. We appreciate the pragmatic thrust of GCCS 2015 in what has been termed as a game-changing year. It is timely that we take stock of the progress made so far, agree on a common but differentiated set of challenges, and think about our collective response to the emerging cyberspace landscape. In Bangladesh, we continue to work towards creating access to cyberspace for all under our government's flagship initiative to build a digital Bangladesh by 2021. We have set in motion a digital transformation across our public sector to deliver citizen-centric services online backed by an enabling policy and legal regime. Our nationwide backbone infrastructure has enabled 5,247 digital centers to provide 200 different services at the grassroots, including for rural women and girls. We have aimed to address the dearth of usable and relevant web contents partly through voluntary participation of our netizens. Our unequivocal commitment to right to privacy and freedom of expression in the cyberspace is at times challenged by organized cybercrimes and their consequences. We are partnering with the civil society to conduct awareness campaign on responsible behavior in the cyberspace. We are also in the process of building a national cybersecurity architecture to guide public sector information management. We have enhanced vigil against violent extremist agenda being pushed through cyberspace. As Bangladesh emerges as a top outsourcing hub, there is need for making our digital infrastructure further resilient from natural and man-made disasters. We are presently establishing Tier 2 data centers in 7 divisional headquarters and have subscribed to an alternate international internet backbone. To further complement our efforts, we remain open to meaningful joint ventures for research and mitigation of evolving cyberspace threats. We are happy to join cooperation platforms like the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise in anticipation of need-based capacity building support. Bangladesh reiterates her commitment to contribute to making cyberspace the new frontier in our common heritage of mankind, more inclusive, secure and resilient. We wish to work together with all concerned to address the existing gaps in international norms to guide cybersecurity and safeguard measures. I thank you.
Minister, thank you very much, sir. The Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Employment, Economy and Consumer Affairs in charge of foreign trade is with us from Belgium, Mr. Chris Peters. Sir.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, first and foremost, I would like to thank the Netherlands for hosting this global conference on cyberspace 2015. Every day we are confronted with the importance of this issue and the urgency to take action. This conference is an important vehicle to develop the much-needed common understanding on how to preserve the positive aspects of cyberspace. Belgium looks forward to contributing to the international cyberspace policy debates. We will actively take part in the discussion on core topics such as freedom and privacy, the Internet as an engine of economic growth, capacity building, cybersecurity and cybercrime. We pledge our full support in developing concrete solutions for the most urgent problems. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, in line with the cybersecurity strategy of the EU and the recently adopted EU Council conclusions on cyber diplomacy, Belgium supports the launch of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise as a mechanism to help coordinate international cyber capacity building efforts. Inclusive and greater collaboration on capacity building within the cyber domain is rapidly becoming one of the most important topics on the international cyber agenda. All the players in the field, from governments to the private sector, from civil society to the technical community and academia, need to be able to take full advantage of cyberspace. It is therefore of great importance to find better and smarter ways to work together among international stakeholders. We need to build new partnerships, establish best practices and provide assistance to one another worldwide. More specifically, Belgium wants to emphasize the need to develop a comprehensive, coherent and global approach to cyber capacity building. Within this newly launched informal forum, we will join new initiatives regarding e-government and awareness-raising campaigns in fighting cybercrime. Belgium is home to several of the world's leading research centres working on cybersecurity, web security, privacy, data protection and so on. They work both with the industry and the government and take part in innovative research activities at the international and European level. These research centres have already confirmed their willingness to share their know-how with other countries within the framework of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. Moreover, in order to tackle the growing cyber threats and challenges, the Belgian government has decided to increase the resilience of its critical information infrastructure by establishing a national cybersecurity centre. This centre will put into practice the national cybersecurity strategy. It will coordinate and reinforce the cooperation among different national stakeholders, and it will leverage their expertise in fighting cybercrime. Ladies and gentlemen, I conclude. Promoting and protecting a single, open and free and secure cyberspace is a crucial task for each of our governments and countries. We need to work on cyberspace that fully reflects and respects the core values of democracy, human rights and the rule of law. This is what business and citizens expect from all of us. Thank you.
Minister, thank you. We also have with us Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs from Thailand, General Thanasak Patimapragon.
Thank you. Don't start to count the time. Just. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to address the Global Conference on Cyberspace 2015. I congratulate the government of the Netherlands on its organization of this important conference. I also wish to express my sincere thanks for the warm welcome extended to me and my delegation. Like all of us here, Thailand recognizes the power of the Internet to change our world. That is why we have participated in the GCCS process since the very beginning. In Thailand, the Internet is playing an increasingly bigger role in driving our economic growth and development. The same is true for us in the 10 ASEAN countries, which will soon be one community, where our economic growth and prosperity are increasingly linked and shared. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference, growth, freedom and security, are timely. Growth is reinforced by freedom and security. However, the goals of freedom and security are often at odds, and challenges remain despite the regulation put in place. I therefore commend the Netherlands' decision to focus this conference on finding practical solutions to ensuring both freedom and security with the involvement of diverse stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, Thailand is also adopting a multi-stakeholder approach in developing our internal cyber strategy and law. Civil society, business and academia have been invited to participate in the debate and decision-making process on the laws being drafted and amended. These include the National Cyber Security Bill to tackle cyber threats and the Data Protection Bill to ensure individuals' privacy. We are also taking this multi-stakeholder approach beyond our borders. We are working with our partners in ASEAN to achieve closer economic ties, supported by safe and secure online transactions. We are also working with our partners in international forums, such as the UN, to promote a safe cyber environment. Thailand believes that involving everyone, every sector in society, increases awareness, understanding, and a sense of common ownership. Working together, we can help reduce cyber threats and make cyber technology as even greater tool in the improvement of the livelihood of the people as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, let me assure the international community of Thailand's strong commitment to cooperate with all partners to make cyberspace safe, secure, and accessible to all over the next few days. We look forward to exchanging our views and experiences and learning from our fellow participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. To Slovakia next, please. We have the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign and European Affairs, Mr. Miroslav Lajčák.
Thank you, sir. It was said many times today that cyberspace is a natural part of our everyday life, no less real than our real life space. Hence, there is no reason to assume it must be on principle very different from our physical world. But this is exactly what many think. And where there is little understanding, there is fear. And what is feared provokes restraint. Instead of complex overregulation based on fear, we need a complex comprehension, particularly on the side of governments. Events in cyberspace may occur quicker, but they are no less and no more dangerous than what's happening outside of it. It only means that our tools and actions are too slow. Cyber attacks in many forms have become a regular part of conflict. Many claim that the common feature of cyber warfare is that aggressors are hard to identify and prosecute. But this is not that fundamentally different from the physical world. Any attack requires real people, tools, technology, and many other non-cyber elements. Relatively new phenomenon is an aggressive use of social media as a part of hybrid warfare. Capacity building and crime prevention in cyberspace therefore remain critical. We need to acknowledge that cyber defense and security require resources exactly as their conventional forms do. Moreover, cyber issues must be discussed in a multi-stakeholder environment, like at this conference. The key is to bring governments, businesses, civil society, and area experts together. Speaking about cyberspace and international politics, the bottom line is that cyberspace is borderless and the interaction here is global. What we need is improved cooperation in fighting cybercrime and mitigating cyber threats. This is particularly relevant for smaller countries. The so-called classic agendas also have their cyber incarnations, like protecting freedom and human rights online, tackling digital censorship, or new dimensions to development aid, as less developed countries are an easy target of cyber attacks or propaganda. Digital economy can well be the source of economic growth in the 21st century. The more digital business and solutions we have, the more means to enhance cybersecurity we get. We should be obliged to create startup and innovations-friendly environment and get into more public-private partnerships on cybersecurity. Fast internet access is, of course, a prerequisite. To conclude, cyberspace is of no essential difference to the real world. Preserving freedoms associated with cyberspace should be the bottom line of our attitude. Setting limits of misuse should be based on updating rules applying to non-cyber world. As to the balancing privacy and the use of big data, we need no haste solutions or populist arguments. Security surveillance and democratic principles are compatible. The philosophy of how to achieve that should be based mainly on existing legal principles and a combination of the right setup of supervising mechanisms and proper communication with the democratic institutions and the public. And I do hope that our conference will help us in this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Minister, thank you very much. We have the first Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Serbia with us, Mr. Ivica Dačić.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, it is an honor for me to address in my capacity as OSCE Chairperson in Office the 2015 Global Conference on Cyberspace. The topic of cybersecurity has indeed become critical. Information and communication technology infrastructure became the very fiber that connects us in the modern world. On the other hand, if our communication networks are compromised, misused, or attacked, so is life as we know it. Cyber attacks are a quintessential 21st century threat, a potentially destabilizing factor to international peace and security. In 2011, OSCE participating states decided to apply the vast expertise of the organization in the area of confidence building measures to the cyber domain and established an informal working group which by 2013 identified 11 CBMs to reduce the risk of conflict stemming from the use of ICTs. These measures were adopted unanimously at the 2013 Kiev Ministerial Council. CBMs are practical measures designed to reduce mistrust, misunderstanding and miscalculations. They offer a certain degree of predictability and transparency between states and represent an opportunity to show to other partners the importance of stability in the cyberspace. As the 2015 OSCE Chairmanship in Office, Serbia has set cybersecurity as one of its priorities and intends to support both the implementation of the adopted CBMs and the development of another set of measures. I believe we made great strides in 2014. Over two-thirds of OSCE participating states contributed to CBM's implementation. In 2015, the focus will be on making further progress. As to the new set of CBMs, I'm very pleased that work has already begun in earnest. The work will focus on a limited and realistic set of cooperative measures that are currently being considered in the informal working group. The adoption of new CBMs will, of course, depend on the political will of all OSCE participating states. For its part, Serbia will do everything it can to facilitate this work. Ladies and gentlemen, with the adoption of the Permanent Council Decision number 1106 on an initial set of the OSCE confidence-building measures to reduce the risk of conflict stemming from the use of information and telecommunication technologies, OSCE participating states managed to fill an important niche in the international responses to cybersecurity. Notably, to date, the OSCE remains the only organization where such an agreement has been reached. In addition to the CBMs, the OSCE offers participating states a unique platform to address various cyber threats while safeguarding fundamental freedoms and human rights. The OSCE is well positioned to achieve a comprehensive concept of cybersecurity through different efforts featuring cyber components. I am convinced that our efforts here in The Hague will contribute significantly to a future global framework based on international law and defined by cooperation, due diligence and mutual assistance. The Serbian OSCE chairmanship will contribute to effective responses in dealing with cybersecurity threats, also by convening an expert workshop in Belgrade this autumn. I wish you a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We go to China next, and the Vice Minister of the Cyberspace Administration of China, Ms. Xu Junwang.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the considerate arrangements made by the government of the Netherlands. Internet is profoundly changing the ways of production and of life. The Chinese government attaches great importance on and actively promotes development of the Internet. In 2014, the number of Internet users in China reached 650 million, with an annual revenue of 1.8 trillion euros. Market capitalization of 554.7 billion euros for the listed Chinese Internet companies, of which 4 are among the top 10 global Internet companies. At present, the Chinese government is developing the Internet Plus Action Plan to promote the healthy development of e-commerce, industrial Internet, and finance. The tenets of the protection and promotion of human rights is written in our Constitution. This is expressed in the white paper, Internet in China, published in 2010. The Chinese government respects freedom of speech as safeguarded by the law and the Constitution. Internet represents commonwealth, resource, and is home to all of us. It is our common responsibility to build, use, and manage the Internet in a wise manner. Together, let us share the opportunities brought about by the development of the Internet. Internet technology has become the most revolutionizing and transformational key technology. Internet economy has also become an area with the fastest development, the biggest potential, and the most dynamic cooperation in the world economy. The international society should make joint efforts to carry out profound technical exchanges, improve Internet-related rules, strengthen policy synergy, push forward new breakthroughs in Internet technologies, and the new prosperity of the global Internet economy. Let us join hands to build the Internet security defense line together. Internet security involves national security, economic development, and social stability, as well as the immediate interests of every citizen. We should meet the challenges in cybersecurity. Our development can ensure real security. We should govern the cyberspace according to the laws by developing laws, rules, and standards to safeguard and regulate Internet order and fight against any cyber attack. We should respect countries' Internet sovereignty, fight against Internet hegemony, and safeguard cyberspace security. Let us join hands to build the order of the cyberspace together. There is a Chinese saying, all living creatures grow together without harming one another. Roads run parallel without interfering with one another. Working together, establishing transparent, multilateral cooperation will ensure a safe, open, and free cyberspace for all. We would like to work with all of you to create a better tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Vice Minister, thank you, ma'am. Next, we have the Minister of Communication and Information of Indonesia, Mr. Rudiantara.
Excellencies, ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a greeting from the people of Indonesia. At the outset, I would like to convey our appreciation to the government of the Kingdom of Netherlands for hosting this important event, which invites government, private sectors, and civil society. Excellencies, cyberspace plays an important role in promoting democracy and breeds economic growth and prosperity. Nonetheless, we are also cognizant that cyberspace could also be used to incite hatred and inflame all sorts of crime. Hence, it is our duty to enhance the potentials of cyberspace at the same time curtailing its adverse impact. Such effort can only be done through an effective partnership involving all stakeholders. Allow me to share on how Indonesia has been doing on cyberspace. We have been engaging in intensive dialogues with various stakeholders within Indonesia on national cyber policy and mechanisms, which establish cyber multi-stakeholders platform to operate the Internet. Whilst at the international level, Indonesia has hosted the 8th Internet Governance Forum 2013 in Bali, with the theme Building Bridges, Enhancing Multi-Stakeholders Cooperation for Growth and Sustainable Development. The conference, where governments, business sectors, and civil society work hand in hand, is indeed exemplary and shows that multi-stakeholder works. Excellencies, allow me to share with you Indonesian thought on how international community should address the challenge in the utilization of cyberspace. First, we encourage international community to reaffirm that the same right that people have offline must as well be protected online. Consequently, there must be adequate efforts of safeguarding the rights of others to prevent the risk of abuse or arbitrary exercise. Second, Indonesia believes that in order to deal with the challenge from the misuse of global internet infrastructures by multi-stakeholders users, we need to develop and adopt common principles of ethics while respecting the sovereignty of state and diversity of nations as foundation to ensure responsible behavior of states, private sectors, and civil society on cyberspace. Indonesia stressed that states not only have international rights, but also duties in its relation to other states. Third, we need to further discuss and find a suitable forum for the establishment of global architecture on cyberspace as being acknowledged in the 69th of the UNGA, an inclusive, effective, and clear objective global architecture forum participated by governments, private sector, and civil society in the framework of the United Nations World Summit on Information Society is essential. Excellencies, I would like to conclude by expressing our commitment to support international cooperation for global internet development toward a safe, secure, and tolerant cyberspace in which I believe and risk in our presence here. In this regard, as the issue of cyberspace is one of our concerns, we would like to express our interest in continuing the spirit of conference on cyberspace humbly by hosting this event in 2017. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We turn to Tunisia next, please. The Minister of Communication Technologies and the Digital Economy, Mr. Nouman Ferry.
Thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be with you today. And I would like to thank the Dutch government for the organization and also for the continuous support to Tunisia. Tunisia has come a long way since January 2011 revolution, politically and also in the digital world. We've split up with past practices of censorship and we continued toward more respect for human rights in the online world. We became internationally much more active. Tunisia became the first country in the MENA region to integrate the Freedom Online Coalition, and together we've organized a successful conference. Tunisia have initiated with 5 other countries at the United Nations Human Rights Council the resolution upholding the principle of freedom of speech and information on the Internet, which resulted into the creation of a UN Special Reporter on the right to privacy a month ago. Tunisia was one of the first countries to hold a local IGF in late 2013 and since opted for a multi-stakeholder model as it is crucial to restore the trust in the Internet. And all this is backed by one of the most progressive constitutions voted just a year ago. Ladies and gentlemen, Tunisia, like all of you, is under terrorism threat. We remain convinced that it is only by standing together that we can face such important threat Therefore, we demand better, faster, and more balanced exchange within governments, law enforcement, and intelligence agencies without undermining freedoms. However, fighting terrorism cannot be the only answer to terrorism. Social issues are still there, and the real development is needed to reduce disparities. There is also a huge gaps, generational gaps. Youth of this world speak 21st century language. We hear them with 20th century ears, and we all answer them with 19th century institutions. The gap is huge. There is only one way to bridge it: connect them all and let them be in charge. They will know how to create endless job opportunities. In Tunisia, that it is exactly what we aim to do. We aim to connect every single household with broadband in the next 5 years. We aim to deliver a digital tablet for every single kid going to school and make sure that the digital content is there and safe. We will invest in youth. We will invest in innovations. Therefore, I would like to invite you all to also invest in such startup democracy, a democracy that is showing good signs of success and real hopes for our youth, for our regions. And as you can see, we also respect our time engagement, and I have even the time to tell you that we are doubling the 7% GDP in ICT in the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for sharing the perspective and especially the strong initiative for the next generation. Next, we have the Minister for Information and Communications Technology of Uganda, Mr. John M. Nasasira.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Your Excellencies, Ministers and Heads of Delegations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor that I address this global conference on cyberspace on behalf of my country, Uganda. Allow me, on behalf of my delegation, to extend our gratitude to the government and the people of the Kingdom of the Netherlands for their warm welcome. Your Excellencies, this conference is happening at a time when the growth of the Internet has transformed our lives and created new opportunities throughout the Internet-based services. It is against this background that the government of Uganda recognizes ICT as one of the major pillars in the country's Vision 2040, which intends to transform Uganda into a prosperous country within 25 years. The increasing use of the Internet, however, has come along with increasing risks of cyber attacks and other IT security threats that are created through the openness and interconnectivity within the cyberspace. Activists, terrorists, and organized criminals are all targeting the cyberspace for their different agenda. These growing threats are targeting critical government infrastructure, among others, are indeed an imminent threat to our national security and economy. The government of Uganda, through its National Information Security Strategy, has moved swiftly to address these threats by first streamlining the implementation of information security at the national and international level. Second, profiling, classifying, and protecting critical infrastructure from disruption. And third, establishing a framework responsible for the monitoring of information security. And fourth, by promoting secure e-commerce and e-government services plus other national IT projects. Fifth, by safeguarding the privacy rights of individuals through good information security governance. And sixth, by developing a culture of cybersecurity awareness at national level and building human resource capacity. And last but not least, by upholding information security risk management and attaining good information security maturity. As a result of this strategy, the government of Uganda has established a National Computer Emergency Response Team, in addition to sector-specific SATs that are being established in both public and private institutions. Government has also established laws to deal with cybercrime, and these laws address computer misuse, electronic transactions, electronic signatures, and data protection and privacy, among others. The government of Uganda further works with the private sector through public-private partnerships not only strengthen our cybersecurity capacity, but also to deal better with cyber threats by sharing information. Distinguished delegates will agree with me that the cyberspace has no boundaries. We therefore work with our other countries and regional bodies to establish a more focused approach to dealing with issues in the cyberspace through international cooperation. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Uganda is committed to ensuring a safe cyberspace through international collaboration, information sharing, and capacity building, among others. We believe together we can make the cyberspace a safe habitat. In conclusion, I wish once again to thank the government of the Kingdom of the Netherlands for the support and collaboration with Uganda in developing the ICT sector, and for this opportunity for us to be at this very important event, and wish the conference fruitful deliberations. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. Well, Excellencies, ladies and gents, just a couple more interventions to go, and then we'll break for lunch. We have from Egypt, the Minister of Information, Communication Technology, Mr. Khaled Ali Negm.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Egyptian government, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Kingdom of Netherlands for their efforts in organizing the GCCS 2015. The Internet has turned to be one of the main pillars of socio-economic development. It becomes more and more necessity for all stakeholders to ensure the stability, sustainability, and security of the Internet. As much as technology and innovation bring along various opportunities, they as well bring along many challenges. Among those are cybersecurity. President Sisi commended at several occasions the terrorist acts across the world, noting that terrorism is an international phenomenon that should be faced and terminated through joint international efforts. No single country or international entity can face or defeat online terrorism alone. All players should come together in the right platform to exchange views and consolidate an understanding and hence an agreement, while striking a balance between basic human rights, principles, and national security. Therefore, the Egyptian government on the highest level is now examining the possibility of starting an international dialogue aiming at combating terrorism online and securing cyberspace. I look around and see that this conference is very relevant to discuss together and take decisive action on the way forward, and I would like to share with you some key pillars that our initiative leans upon. First, to pave the way to internationally agreed upon principles on how to coordinate and cooperate with relevant stakeholders in addressing new threats when needed. To raise the level of confidence and security in the use of ICTs and take necessary actions to fight its abuses while promoting mutual understanding between governments and other stakeholders on how to tackle these issues. To discuss protection of infrastructure and networks that might raise security challenges of transitional threats faced by countries. To prevent the occurrence of any online accident at the national, subnational, and regional levels, including the establishment of national computer incident response teams and through collaboration of the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges we are facing today oblige us all to extend our hands to one another and look at our partners along the road. We emphasize the need to engage in a healthy dialogue with our partners from the private sector and civil society in post-developing and developed countries to reach an optimum modality through which we can work together on combating terrorism online. Nina, thank you for your notation, and we are working on it. Bomb-making radical beliefs of terrorists such as Daesh or Boko Haram or other extremists like Muslim Brotherhood are widely spreading and connected across the social media. And our children are vastly affected and killed. The thin line between freedoms online and saving the souls of our nations across the globe is something that should be well examined and discussed. I believe that our meeting will provide positive and constructive input from all stakeholders. I wish you all success and would like once again to thank the organizers for the warm welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Just a couple more. We've got Minister of Administration and Digital Affairs from Poland with us, Mr. Andrzej Halicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very glad to be here today in Hague. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about internet, and of course I would like to confirm that Poland considers trust and cyber capacity building as extremely important. But as President Shahade said today, the cyberspace has no internal borders, so we have to feel secure, safe, and this is our common responsibility. Of course, internet gave us wonderful freedom, unlimited number of possibilities, but we have to limit the risk. And I would like to emphasize this side of these benefits. To limit the risk is our responsibility, common responsibility. We have to remember one hacker can create chaos bigger than regular army today. We can be 100 times successful to defend ourselves, or 1,000 times, but one time we failed can affect all this previous defense as meaningless. So we have to implement a system, a standardization in this protection, in this reaction. One national cert in each country is needed, but the cooperation between certs are also very important, and we need this cooperation. We need this international cooperation very much. So I would like to emphasize that we believe that also international bodies specializing or specialized on this cybersecurity area are needed. We would like to support these ideas, to participate in this area, and wishing all the best to all the participants, not to have any problems and any incidents. I would like to thank the authorities of Netherlands that we can have open discussion on this subject today and tomorrow, and I hope that we'll have this international cooperation implemented also efficient as soon as possible. It's needed, really needed. Thank you very much.
Minister, thank you, sir. Thank you for your support for the conference too. The Minister of Administration and Digital Affairs, Minister of Post and Telecommunication for Senegal, Mr. Yaya Abdul Kane is here as well with us, and he could please give us his intervention.
Merci.
Thank you.
Distingués invités, Madame, Monsieur, je voudrais mon propos exprimer au nom du gouvernement.
I would like to express on behalf of the government of Senegal our gratitude to the Netherlands for having invited our country to this important international conference on cyberspace. Senegal is very proud to have taken part to the initiative on cybersecurity. In Senegal, we've seen with the development of the information society the development of a new form of crime, cybercrime, which represents a huge threat for people and goods. That is why, to face such a challenge, our country started huge reform of the legal framework of the ICT since 2005. Such a reform brought about several laws, amongst them the law of the 25th of January on cybercrime. Institutionally, the public authorities are committed to fight cybercrime thanks to the creation of an agency for data protection and a special brigade to fight cybercrime within the national police. In capacity building, we have created modules on cybercrime in the training of our magistrates and judiciary police officers. In 2011, the International Telecommunication Union organized the training in Dakar. The leadership of Senegal in the fight against cybercrime means that it has been chosen amongst the priority projects on the global action on cybercrime launched by the Council of Europe. More recently, we have specialized courts in our appeal courts with specialized magistrates in cybercrime. Beyond this policy, according to the African Convention on Cybersecurity and Data Protection, Senegal wants to create a real policy of cybersecurity. In that framework, our country reinforces its legal framework thanks to the reform of the Code of Criminal Code. It has also created a national set to secure electronic transactions, and it has modernized scientific and technical police, which is a priority for Senegal. Thank you for your attention.
Minister, thank you, sir. And we have one last intervention for this session before we break for lunch, and I invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Mr. Pavlo Klimkin. Oh, I think we'll have to get to him maybe later on then. Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, in the afternoon we have a very interactive scenario-based session where you'll have a chance to take part with questions and vote. Do download the app for the event if you haven't, or you can actually get to the questions online as well if you connect online. But it's quite useful if you have the app because you can access the voting and tap in your comments as well. So I encourage you over lunch, if you haven't got it already, try and get the app for the next session. For now, I'd like to hand over to the project director of the GCCS, Hans Moritz Schaffeld.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, not only you have deserved lunch, but you will definitely need lunch for the scenario-based policy discussion. I would invite all special guests to have lunch in the special guests area upstairs. All other delegates are kindly invited to have lunch, and I made it a beautiful cyber area on the -1. So you can either get out here on the side and walk down one stairs, or get out on the top and walk down 2 stairs. Whichever cyberway is faster for you. So lunch and everybody back here at 1:10 for the scenario-based policy discussion, a completely new and interactive way of holding a cyber conference. Have a very good lunch. Mesdames et messieurs, le déjeuner, les invités spéciaux sont priés d'aller en haut. Toutes les autres délégations sont priées d'aller prendre leur déjeuner au niveau -1, où j'ai arrangé un déjeuner cyber complet.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome at Speaker's Corner at the GCCS 2015. And this welcome accounts for the 1,200 people walking around here at World Forum in The Hague, but also for all the people around the world watching us via live stream. A welcome to all of you to watch this grand experience of a Speaker's Corner here at our conference. What is going to happen today and tomorrow during set times in our program is that people have been given the opportunity to deliver a short, sharp pitch to pitch an idea, a vision, a plea, maybe even a question to the people walking around here at GCCS and the people watching us via live stream. All of them have been given exactly 3.5 minutes to deliver their speech. After those 3.5 minutes, I will walk into the audience with a microphone and people can ask questions. Can ask questions to one of the speakers, or maybe you can post a counter pitch, another idea that links to the idea that has just been given here. And all of this so that we spread as many ideas as possible around here at GCCS 2015. Now, for this lunch break, we have 4 short, sharp, but very interesting pitches. And I will now announce to you our first speaker, who will deliver the first 3.5-minute speech of the GCCS 2015. Now, our first speaker, ladies and gentlemen, his name is Jaap Henk Hoepman, and he is Associate Professor, Privacy Enhancing Technologies at the Radboud University here in the Netherlands, in Nijmegen. And he's also the Scientific Director of the Privacy and Identity Lab. And he will deliver a 3.5-minute pitch on the topic, how can we, citizens, make sense of a world where the real and the virtual merge into one. Please, people standing here, could I have a warm welcome, a big hand, and here for our first speaker, Mr. Jaap Henk Hoepman.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. And indeed, can we ensure we still understand how this world around us works? And can we give ourselves meaningful control? It is time to answer these questions and to take control. Hi, my name is Jaap Henk Hoepman. Like I was introduced, I'm the Scientific Director of the Privacy and Identity Lab here in the Netherlands, in Nijmegen. And it's an honor for me to be able to speak here at Speaker's Corner at the GCCS 2015 conference and to actually kick off this Speaker's Corner. And in the following 3.5 minutes, I will convince you we should take control, and I will talk about how to do that. As it is, Internet services are collecting already a large amount of personal data. Both volunteer data, data that we enter in Facebook, in Google when searching for items, but also observed data, metadata, things that the Internet services, the things that they measure about us, our location, information about who calls with whom. And all this information, this observed data, makes us predictable, transparent, so to speak. And it allows a large company like Target to predict that a young girl of 16 is pregnant before her father knows. It allows Google to predict when the next flu will break out. But it's getting worse. This development is actually accelerated by the fact that the virtual world and the real world are coming together, merging, they become one. And we, as people, increasingly engage with this real world around us through this technology. This technology comes close to our body, to our skin, so to speak. And then this is this concept of the Internet of Things, where billions of sensors collect more and more of this this behavioral data around us. And it allows, so to speak, Facebook to measure your heart rate, and it allows me to use Google to search for my car keys. And I learned this morning that Google actually already allows you to search for your phone by just entering "where is my phone" in Google. This metadata is important, and it's very vital because this metadata tells about what you do. It shows you your behavior. And behavioral data is very sensitive because it doesn't matter what a man says. It matters what a man does, because that shows what drives this person. What does this lead to? Well, 2 things. It leads to a tsunami of data, but I'm not going to talk about that. But it also leads to a lot of confusion. It leads to confusion to citizens. Citizens no longer understand the world around them. And how can we make sure that these citizens, us, in the end, have more control? There are several things that we can do. We as citizens can learn about the world around us, about the technology. We should be curious about the technology, and we should actually hack the technology. This is not as easy as it sounds, because in many cases business and governments disallow us to do so. We should think about proxies, helpers, let's call them privacy coaches, agents in this virtual world that allow us to mediate our interactions, but using devices that we control and that we own. But for this to work, we need open source, we need open standards, and we need open APIs. In short, what we need is to create a governance framework supported by policy, law, and technology that returns control to the citizen. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for Jaap Henk Hoekman. In a minute, if you have a question or something that you want to pitch yourself very briefly in 20, 30 seconds, please step forward a little bit. I would like to ask you the first question.
Sure.
The first question for my part would be, what's the worst thing that can go wrong if we don't get this under control? What is something that you personally are afraid of if we don't control this?
Personally, I would be very afraid if anybody here in this room will be able to predict what I will be doing in 2 weeks' time.
Okay, so that people can predict what you will be doing in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, and maybe even before I know this myself.
Okay, well that sounds rather scary.
That to me sounds rather scary. I don't know about you guys, but to me that sounds rather scary.
Okay, now let me just walk into this audience, because people are standing here for a reason, because of course they find this very interesting. There's a gentleman here looking at me straight. Could I, if you could step forward just a little bit, please? Could you first of all give us your name and the organization that you represent?
Yeah, Han Brouwers, NL Labs.
Of the OpenNet Labs?
Yeah, that's a subsidiary.
Okay, now listening to this story, do you agree with the person giving the pitch?
Definitely, yes.
What do you think is the first step that we should take to make sure that we, well, basically keep control of our own lives?
Well, I personally think it starts with awareness and a risk assessment, but you know, supporting the awareness. And next to that, yeah, it's a matter of willingness in the first place to start cooperation models in order to establish this governance approach.
Okay, well, thank you. Jaap Henk, do you agree with that? Gentleman here saying awareness is the first thing that we need to create.
It was one of the things that I spoke about, like learning. I mean, people have to be aware, and one way to get aware is to learn.
Okay.
So I agree.
All right, well, let's move to a second person. There's the gentleman standing here. If you could please move forward just a little bit so people can see you. Could you first of all give us your name and the organization you represent?
My name is Robin Mozikov. I'm a defense attaché and work in Vienna for the Netherlands. I'm not so much convinced by the sales pitch that there is actually a problem, because I'm not sure if the fact that someone would predict what I'm going to do in a few weeks actually would hamper me. It would only hamper me if it's detrimental to myself. So I'm not sure if it's all bad, the fact that that happens. So I'm trying to find the real negative aspects about that. Gaining control of your own life, I'm not sure if that's the real main goal here. I mean, we want technology to be transparent and be beneficial to us. And to that point where it is, I wouldn't think that there's a real problem out there. So that's my pitch.
Are you basically saying that there are more advantages to this than disadvantages, and we should take into account the disadvantages, but that shouldn't hamper progress?
Call me naive, just like 95% of the global population.
Okay. What's your response to that? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I guess that is the problem, because that is like the naiveness is I think a problem. I do agree with you that there's a lot of good things with this technology. That's why I care so much, because actually the internet can do a lot of good things. The problem is that there's also a risk that it runs out of control, and this risk that I want to mitigate, while keeping all the benefits that an open internet has. And to give you an example, if you meet somebody, you want to be in control about what you share with this person for the first time. If I would know everything about you by just looking at you, and you looking at me, that would be scary. At least to me, that would be very scary.
Okay, thank you. Is there a final person who would like to make a counter pitch, a question, anything that you would like to pose to this audience? Yes, there's a final person. One of the persons who will deliver pitch a bit later. If you could just step forward a little bit. First, give us your name and organization, and then your question.
I'm Sanne Stevens from the DDP, and I think what was just said, I think it's extremely naive, and especially because we are working within a power balance where people who are critical towards powers will be profiled using this information, will be pre-arrested, which is already happening. And I think it's an extremely dangerous situation, and I think we should really take that in consideration. It's not only about the kind of discomfort with the fact that Google knows what we know, but it is who is in power and who shifts the power balances, and how does that look like in that situation where the people who might be critical towards certain powers that be are in the end the victims of this profiling.
So you fully agree with the speaker?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, that's all we have time for, ladies and gentlemen. Could I have a big hand for our first pitcher at GCCS 2015, Jaap Henk Hoekman. We now move to our second pitch. And for our second pitch, I would like to call forward Mr. Bertrand de la Chapelle. He is the director of the Internet and Jurisdiction Project, which is an initiative launched in 2012.
It is indeed.
He's been involved in internet governance issues for more than 15 years, including most recently as the French thematic ambassador for the International Society, and also as director on the ICANN board. You're going to deliver a 3.5-minute speech, and you will give an answer or maybe pose the questions: cross-border internet and national jurisdiction, how to handle detention. Could I have a big hand for our next speaker, Mr. Bertrand?
So thank you very much. I want to start with the title of this conference. This conference is about from principles to practical implementation. And it is also a moment when we're all celebrating the notion that any of the issues that we address regarding cyberspace need to be addressed in a multi-stakeholder manner with all the actors. However, the thing we're struggling with is actually how do you organize the cooperation of all these actors on an ongoing basis, not only by meeting at conferences which give the impetus, but afterwards, how do you organize it on an ongoing basis? The answer is actually quite clear. You need to organize the stakeholders around issues on an issue-by-issue basis so that they can get together on the issues they care about and solve them through an ongoing dialogue. The Internet and Jurisdiction Project that I've launched 3 years ago now is such an issue-based network. It basically addresses one increasingly acute problem, which is the tension between the cross-border nature of the Internet, which is one of its main values, and the diversity of national jurisdictions. And as you said, in the last 15 years, I've devoted a lot of my professional activities to those issues in the functions that you mentioned. And I've seen firsthand how this tension has grown in the last 10 years and the dangers of not addressing it. And that's the origin and the reason why I have launched this initiative 3 years ago with Paul Fellinger was here. And so fundamentally, it develops a dialogue process that brings together more than 80 entities from government, civil society, the private sector, technical operators, international organizations. We have organized 19 meetings in the last 2 years. Half of them are in Chatham House rule format, and the others are in public settings. We're participating as the facilitation team in more than 50 events around the world in 19 countries. What is the outcome? The concrete outcome of this is an architecture, a proposal for what we call and what the participants call a transnational due process framework. And this due process framework handles the submission and the management and the answering of requests that are increasingly sent by public actors and courts in one country to private actors in other countries regarding domain seizures, content takedown, and requests for access to user identification. Without getting into details, this framework is based on 2 pillars for submission of requests, but also the handling of those requests. And we will continue this work during this year to operationalize this framework and lead to a pilot implementation with a core group of actors by the beginning of 2016. The reason why I'm very happy to have the opportunity to present here is because we're at a moment where there's a window of opportunity to solve those issues. And I would say that in a certain way, those issue-based networks are the core of the things that conferences like GCCS want to encourage, catalyze, and promote. I believe that it is a unique space where the different stakeholders get together. At the moment, it's probably one of the only spaces where there's an ongoing interaction between all stakeholders. And the success of it is critical to avoid a major danger, which is a legal competition, almost a legal arms race between the different countries that will actually make the problem harder to solve and actually can threaten the benefits of the internet. So we need to ramp up, and the pitch is we need to ramp up our human and financial capacities. We're looking for partners to participate and also to contribute to the funding pool, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. A big hand for Mr. Velasquez. I'll be going to the audience in a minute for your questions. My first question would be, could you give us a concrete example of what is going wrong if we don't get this under control? Are there examples where we're really missing out or where things are going wrong if we don't solve this?
Well, I'll give you a concrete example. In India, about 3 years ago, there was a big challenge because some information was spread on social networks that presented a picture that was with a fake caption, alleging tensions and actually murders between two communities, ethnic communities or religious communities. It has triggered the exodus of more than 10,000 people in that region because it was not possible to prevent the spread of this. There is no framework at the moment for facilitating the communication in situations of tensions like this. There are situations where the law in France and the law in the US are competing, and there is no framework for giving predictability on how the private companies are going to handle those requests. So one, to be absolutely frank, if nothing is done to handle those tensions, we will see a legal arms race. Every single country will develop its own legislation without coordination, and the outcome of it is actually a more difficult situation to solve. I would actually say that also, with the increasing number and diversity of legal, religious references for people on the internet, the tensions will transfer in the physical world as well.
Clear. Anyone in the audience who is, let me just walk again into the audience and just walk up to the first gentleman I just see standing here. It's a gentleman here. If you could just walk forward for a second, please. Give us your name and organization.
My name is Matthias Spielkamp. I'm on the board of Reporters Without Borders Germany.
Okay. Do you recognize what's being said here, that we are now looking at a sort of a national jurisdiction race where every country is just making up his own rules, which in the end makes it more complex and more difficult to solve the problems?
Yeah, I can just second everything that Bertrand said, because that's one of the things that we have to grapple with, because as an international organization that is working on freedom of expression, we see exactly that happening, that many different countries try to have legislation that diminishes press freedom, and at the same time we have an international character of the internet, and to find ways to harmonize that. Harmonization is a bad word, but I can't think of something better right now. To harmonize that is one of the greatest challenges that we are facing. Yes.
Okay, so you fully agree?
I do.
Good. Anyone else in the audience that is standing here? Let me just walk to the gentleman standing here. Sir, if you could move forward just a little bit, could you give us your name and organization?
Dave Petrie, Cloak and Dagger Software, Encryption.
Okay, do you recognize what's being said here?
Yeah, actually, it brings up a good question about jurisdiction now. If you victimize somebody in another jurisdiction, where does that lie? I mean, I come from the United States, where even state by state the laws differ, and so it's even more complex. So how do you deal with that? How would you deal with that type of jurisdiction from the initiation of the crime and the victimization of the crime, and where does that lie?
Yeah. Okay. Good. Well, I'm sure you recognize this.
Yeah, one thing I want to say in that regard is that it is true that federal states, including the US, but it goes for India and Brazil, have a particular acute understanding of the problems that exist between countries, because actually they have the same kind of problems at the national level. So it is not a surprise that India, Brazil, and the United States, with other countries in Europe, are actually fully part of the project to discuss this. The point I want to make is the big challenge that we're confronted with is that the international system that we've been experiencing in basically the last 400 years is based on the separation of sovereignties. It's basically non-interference in the matters of other people and cooperation only when it is absolutely needed.
Yeah.
The problem with the internet is that most of the issues we have to tackle overlap boundaries as a matter not of exception, but as a matter of day-to-day aspects. And we need modes of cooperation between not only the governments but the other actors that have to be built.
Yeah.
And we're just a sort of startup laboratory for developing this.
Thank you very much. That's all we have time for this speech, but I'm sure that if people want to discuss further about this, they know where to find you during these 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, a final
And the site is internetjurisdiction.net. So
internetjurisdiction.net for the people watching back home, because they can directly go to that now.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand
Thank
for Mr. Bertrand de la Chapelle. Thank you. We now move to our third pitch, and our third pitch will be given by Mr. Gerben Klein-Baltink, and he's the chairman of the Dutch platform Internet Standards, and his pitch will be about a tool to check the safety and reliability of your web connection. The next 3.5 minutes we will all listen, but first of all give a warm welcome to Mr. Gerben Klein-Baltink.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that if the theme of this very interesting conference is free, open and secure, there is one very boring topic that we need to include, and that is the topic of Internet standards. As you heard Roderick tell you, I'm the chairman of the platform that deals in the Netherlands with Internet standard implementation. And it's hard to tell how many people really understand Internet standards. It's hard to tell because most of those standards are not visible. They are, so to say, under the hood of the Internet engine. But in the basics of our Internet infrastructure, we have a lot of protocols and standards that make us all connected. And to enhance that connection, to make it really free, really open and really secure, we need to work with the latest standards. And those standards sometimes are around for a long time before they get implemented. For that specific reason, we gathered together in the Netherlands with public and private organizations to establish a platform that will actually help you understand those standards. And we did launch today a brand new website called internet.nl. And internet.nl sounds Dutch, it is in Dutch but also in English, and it deals with all these nice internet standards. It will come up, as you can see, on the screen. Internet.nl offers both the technician as well as the general audience a possibility to check your connection. Is your connection secure? Is your own website or the website that you will visit secure? Does it implement the latest standards? Is your email server secure? Does it connect in the way it should? And of course, this may sound boring. It's all about technical details. But they are well-defined standards by the Internet Engineering Task Force, sometimes developed years ago, many years ago, but in a lot of instances, very, very needed. If you look here, for example, at the website sidn.nl, our organization in the Netherlands that does assign the IP addresses for the Dutch domain, for the NL domain. Can you do the test? There the test goes. It's really simple. It doesn't take that much time. And you will see in green, yes, it does work. It is accessible for IPv6. Yes, it does protect you through DNSSEC. And perhaps it's not completely TLS secure, but you can look at the details as well. And if you look at those details, you will see that there are real solutions to you available. That is what we should do. If you want to learn more about this very intriguing project and the way we want to spread it across the world, please join me in our session at 4:45 in Amazon Hall. I hope to see you all over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerben. I'm sure there's a lot of people back home watching this who are now, at this moment, checking if their website is safe.
I hope so.
Could you, maybe that's just for me, but probably for a little bit more people in the audience here, give me one example of an internet standard. What is something that is an internet standard that is understandable for someone like me?
If you look at the current standard DNS, the domain name server protocol that we use, it does check if an IP address, so the numbers, do match a specific website. Because you do not enter numbers normally. You go to google.com or nu.nl, for example. So the basic check is done there. But that can be spoofed, that can be mistreated. So DNSSEC helps you to do that in a secure way. To see if you really go to the bank website or your news website that you want to visit, or the web shop you want to visit.
Okay, that's a clear example. From the audience, ladies and gentlemen, questions. I can see a gentleman right in front of me looking this way thinking, this is interesting. Well, if you could just please move forward a few steps. Oh, he's the specialist. Well, if I could have the specialist forward for a second. Could you give us your name and your organization?
Yes, Maarten Bras from the Dutch Central Bank.
The Dutch Central Bank.
Yeah.
Do you know if the Dutch Central Bank has ever checked whether their website is accountable or good enough for the latest standards?
Yes, I'm not working in that department, but discussions are being made about the new internet standards, and of course it's also for the Dutch Central Bank important to comply to those.
Yeah.
And I think, it's really good that there's one central point for the Netherlands, but also for other countries to look it up.
Yeah, so that people can check whether their website is safe, but also to give ideas if things go wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much. There's not a gentleman standing here who looks like a specialist. If you could please move forward a little bit.
Yes.
So we could have you. Oh, are you from the same organization or not?
Yeah.
Well, this is a grand opportunity to give an extra pitch. What do you think is, for the people standing here, who are, of course, a lot of them are really involved in this topic, but if you would have to make a guess of all the organizations represented here today at GCCS, what's the percentage of the websites of those organizations that you think are not well up to the latest standards?
More than 90%, I guess.
More than 90%?
Yes.
And what do you think is today the greatest danger of that? What could happen today because they're not, well, compatible with those latest standards?
Well, it can be security related. For example, the DNSSEC stuff, the TLS stuff, but we're also testing for IPv6.
Yeah.
And it's just to be ready for the future.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Now, just on the final note, you were saying there is a session today on this.
Yes.
Maybe you can repeat once more what time it is and in what room?
You can see the flyer lying around. It is at 4:45 in Amazon Hall, towards 21st century internet standards.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for Mr. Gerben Klein-Balting for his presentation. And we now, I say to the people standing here watching us at GCCS 2015 and also for the people back home watching us via live stream, we now move to our last pitch, our final pitch in this block. And I would like to call forward our final pitch, which is Sanne Stevens. And she works for the Digital Defenders Partnership, and that provides support when journalists or activists are under digital attack. That's a sort of abbreviation. And you're going to give a presentation on what is needed to strengthen digital defense against cyber repression. Ladies and gentlemen, 3.5 minutes. A big hand for Sanne Stevens.
So, hello. This is fun. I've always wanted to use one of these ears. It's very fancy. I would like to take this chance at this global conference on cyberspace to point out a ghost that's haunting cyberspace, which is the ghost of cyber repression. I would like the chance not to pitch an idea, but to go back to the harsh reality of many people in the world facing cyber repression by some of the same governments who are here today discussing cybersecurity. I'm from the Digital Defenders Partnership, and we are a granting mechanism which provides emergency response to critical users of the internet who face threats. This can be independent media, human rights defenders, journalists, activists of all kinds, and we mostly work in repressive contexts. And our aim is to stimulate a robust emergency response sector that has a timely response. And I would like to take us back Oh yeah, we do grant making, linking and learning, emergency response. I would like to take us back to that reality. While we are here all together chatting away, venting our great ideas for freedom of expression, for cybersecurity, there are people out there who are under attack. They're doing great and important work fighting for the freedom in their countries. And they're under surveillance, censorship, harassment within this nice cyberspace. They are under continuous attack. They have account problems. They're being hacked, for example. They lose access. Their Facebook accounts are being taken over. There's a lot of content blocking. We see a lot of DDoS attacks on websites to take out these websites with critical news, with anti-corruption cases, etc. There's just sites being, well, bluntly blocked, of course. We know all about the censorship cases. We see destruction and confiscation of devices. Sometimes offices are just broken into. The computers are broken, the devices are stolen, the data is lost. And of course, malware, the very evil malware, that's the kind of magic of repression that can have everything. So 2 cases. Under attack, part 1. Black. Wow, that's great. That wasn't planned. Help, we lost our connection. So this is... yes, of course a kitten. You have to have these in your presentations. So for example, you're an independent media outlet in Kyrgyzstan and you just kind of are busy with a lot of research into some conflict nearby, for example the Crimea, and then one day your website is down. It had so much traffic that it's down and you have to deal with that situation. What do you do? Or your account is being blocked or hacked into. Suddenly, at the same time that this website is down, there's a lot of emails sent from your account that are not yours. You go to the digital first aid kit and you see this. First steps to mitigate the problem. Stop using this account. You're like, what? No email? How can I use no email? I'm a journalist. And then review the connection history. Like, what does it mean? You're in panic. So, of course, you need somebody to help you out in this situation. Some digital security specialist who can help when you're under attack. And that's what we're trying to do. The second attack is a malware, which I don't have time for, which goes more in that direction. We supported 260 organizations, a lot of cases, a lot of individuals, but we can use more help and more support is needed. And I think instead of talking, we should just start doing stuff to actually protect the people that are fighting out there for their freedom and their rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, this was a real plea for action.
Yes.
In one of your last final lines, you said we need more support.
Yes, of course.
What's the support you're looking for? And what can be given here? What kind of support?
Well, very simply, I could say, give us your monies so we can continue to support the responders that need help. But also we're looking into mechanisms to coordinate this response better. For example, there's not a very good mechanism to trace and monitor these digital attacks on human rights defenders, activists and journalists. So what we need to do is we have to track down all these cases of attacks, kind of gather that information and make it available to people who work in this field. So if you or your organization works as well with people under attack or people facing digital attacks, please come to me and we take a look at how we can include you in that coordination.
So 3 things. Money could help. Somebody could help coordinate.
Yes.
And you simply need people to spread the word.
Of course.
Which will be done now because a lot of people are listening to your story.
Hopefully.
Let me just walk into the audience again and just see what's happening. There's a gentleman watching at his telephone now. He might be just checking whether he's under attack. If you could please step forward a couple of steps. Could you just give us your name and the organization you represent?
My name is Wei. I'm working for Wereldomroep, RNW.
For the Wereldomroep?
Yes.
Okay, here in the Netherlands. Now, the story is that people are being under attack. Now, Wereldomroep works with a lot of journalists. Do you know examples of journalists that are under attack or that face the challenges that are being put forward here?
Yeah, I think we've been working with a lot of journalists from around the world, especially in regions. Media censorship and media it's very restricted. Yeah. And a lot of people that we work with, they are facing this kind of situation. And a lot of websites, our own websites are facing the threat of being shutting down or blocked out in China.
Okay.
For example, in China and other
Yeah.
countries.
And are you already linked to digital defense partnerships and HEFOS?
Yeah, we know each other and
Yeah.
we talk quite intensively.
Well, okay. Well, I think you should have coffee and intensify this collaboration on this.
We will.
We will. I hear someone shout. Let's move to the gentleman standing here. Please give us your name and organization first.
My name is Peter Norlander. I'm also Dutch. I don't want to continue the theme of Dutch people, speaking here. My organization is Media Legal Defense Initiative. We're a group of lawyers that help bloggers and journalists who are under legal threat. I wanted to make a pitch on the back of what Sana said. And my pitch would be that there needs to be a strong human rights assessment to any policies that are developed in this room by companies as well as by governments. And my second pitch is that there needs to be a strong voice from the governments that speak out when these abuses occur. Today, for example, an Azeri human rights activist just got sentenced to 6.5 years in prison. This needs to be reacted to by governments strongly, unequivocally, and with a firm voice to say that this cannot be tolerated, particularly on the fringes of Europe. So those are my two pitches: strong words and strong action, and a human rights assessment of any policies that are developed.
Thank you. That was short and sharp. And I can see Sana applauding for this. I'm sure you fully agree on this.
Yeah, I fully agree.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, could I have a final hand for Sana Stevens for her pitch? And if you want any more information on this topic, I'm sure you'll be around these 2 days so people can talk to you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, standing here and watching back home or at work, there'll be a second... Yep. First of all, this is to draw your attention so that you all know that there will be a second speaker's corner between 6:15 and 7 o'clock, here again in the main hall, also live broadcasted for the people who want to see it back home. Thank you for your attention right now, and I'll talk to you later. Thank you very much.
Well, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second part of our GCCS 2015. I hope you had a good lunch. There's a lot being crammed in today, and we appreciate your patience in keeping time with us to fit everything in. I was thinking maybe, we were running a little late because people have come from all over the world. It's quite a remarkable gathering here today, and I thought maybe some jet lag is involved, but I don't think so. I think everyone's getting quite charged up for this. Although it's interesting, airlines, they're trying to make them a little more accountable, and I heard in the US, one airline, the pilots were told that they had to, if they did a bad landing, they were the ones who had to see the passengers off the plane so that they could take any of the complaints. And the crew's not responsible for the landing, so the crew shouldn't have to take all the abuse. So after one really bad landing, the pilot stood there at the cockpit door waiting for everyone to come and shout at him, and everyone just kind of staggered off all terrified from this horrible landing. And the last person getting off was an elderly lady who walked up towards him and she said, "Young man, can I ask you a question?" And the pilot said, "Yes, ma'am." She said, "Did we land or were we shot down?" So you don't get off the hook that easily. That's accountability. Anyway, we've got a very unique and interesting session for you here. I don't know how many of you have ever been involved in a kind of evolving scenario, but that's what we've got going on here, and I hope you're going to enjoy this. Do get your mobile phones, your smartphones up, and have the app open, because you're going to take part with your input in this. We want to make this as interactive as possible because it's thought-provoking and it's also an interactive session. And the drama is going to take part in three segments, if you like, three short films. At each stage we'll stop and we'll discuss what's going on and how the situation might be handled. And we have a very distinguished panel. I'll introduce them in just a moment. And a cyber perspective panel also joining us from the front. On stage, I'm very honoured to have with us Mr. Robert Nicholson, who's the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Canada. We have next to him Mr. Sunil Abraham, Executive Director of the Centre for Internet, and sorry, I've got them all mixed up here, so we've got Mr. Robert Nicholson's there. Mr. Sunil Abraham is here. He's Executive Director for the Centre for Internet and Society. We have here on my immediate left here now, I've got Mr. I lost my complete place on this, sorry. Oh, sorry, Rob Wainwright. Yeah, in fact, yeah, it's not that. You know what it is? I've actually got my sheet on here. I've actually knocked you off the list. Sorry. And then we have the Minister for Foreign Affairs here in the Netherlands. For Security and Justice, Mr. Acht van der Steur. We also have Sherry Maguire, who's the Vice President of Global Government Affairs and Cybersecurity Policy of Symantec. We have Mr. Pedro Huichalaf, who's the Vice Minister for Telecoms of Chile. We have Michel Konix, who's the President of Eurojust. And Mr. Ilko Blok is the CEO of KPN. And I apologize, I'm just trying to get all my notes in order as we have a large panel. On the front, we have a cyber perspective panel who will also help us with their input for some of the questions we get as we start to get more interactive. And I just want to, I don't know if I could just ask you if you can stand up, please, so I can at least get you recognized as well, because we have with us Mr. Koen Vermeulen, who's the Director of Division Payment Traffic of the Dutch Central Bank. We have Mr. Gerard Hartzink, who's the Vice Chair of the Digital Economy Commission for the International Chamber of Commerce. Next to him, we have also Mr. Guillaume Popal, who's the Director General of the Agence Nationale de la Sécurité des Systèmes d'Information. And we have also with us Mr. Giuseppe Tarja, who's the Vice President of Security at Nokia, and they'll also be taking part. So please, a round of applause in advance for everyone. A big gathering. Right, now first what we're going to do then is look at the first movie in a moment, but first I'd like to, if I could, invite the Minister of the Netherlands for Security and Justice, Mr. Acht van der Steur, to just give us a little introduction to what we're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. And ladies and gentlemen, may I compliment you on your trying to pronounce my name in Dutch, which was not devised to be explained or mentioned in English at all when the name was thought of a couple of 100 years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be here with you today and to welcome you as Minister of Security and Justice to this very innovative and exciting part of the Global Conference on Cyberspace. The ICT revolution has changed our world in ways we could not have imagined. Cyberspace offers many opportunities, boosting our prosperity and well-being and making it easier to communicate with each other. The possibilities are endless. However, the technology that enables these benefits also poses risks and potential for crime and conflict. As a consequence, it is important for us all to realize the full potential of cyberspace while at the same time reducing the risks. By working together, we can truly start working on creating a free, open and secure cyberspace. Nobody can do this by themselves. We need each other to create trust, so that we can face current and future challenges together. Today, we'll take important steps towards understanding the urgency for creating a future of cooperation. So let's get started. I look forward to the discussions, and it's over to you, Mr. Khan.
Minister, thank you very much, sir. Now, the aim of this session is, as I say, to have a very interactive discussion, to get everyone getting their thoughts provoked with the kind of film that we're going to show you. It's a scenario, and your input is crucial to this. We're going to start with this introductory film in just a moment now. So, the scenario you're going to see will start to raise some ideas. And the first stage, if you like, the first part of this three-part scenario build-up is increased connectivity, economic opportunities, and data protection. So let's have a look at that first short film.
Yes, I understand. Yes, let's have another net meeting tomorrow to discuss pricing. Right, yes, same to you too. Bye-bye, nice evening. Bye-bye. Our web sales increased massively last year, so this year's launch has got to be special. Here's the new website design, 3D interaction for all the products, digital newsletter to all customers, and our new commercial.
Morning. What have we got?
Nothing special. A lot of going concern issues.
Okay.
There is one thing I've picked up. One of the known hooded cloak hackers was tweeting, #TangoDown, preparing something special, wait and see.
Okay. Well, let's take a closer look at that one.
Roger. Yeah, hi Dave. Yeah, I have something for you.
Yeah, the regional police already warned us that hooded cloak might be active again. Something's going down.
So, we have a deal. Cyber business is very lucrative. But I want to expand my organization. Do you like a challenge? I do. I want access to a bank payment system. Alongside this, we need a diversion, let's say, a large-scale DDoS attack.
Why do you need access?
Let's just say I have some extra payment orders that are due.
Well, I happen to have some very talented people working for me.
That's why we hire you. Here. A gift. So we don't lose touch.
Well, if you can again ship it within a day, that would be great. Yeah? All right, cool.
It's for Margaret.
Ooh, thanks.
And your coffee.
Thanks. All right, awesome. Ooh, could you book me a restaurant for the night?
Yeah, of course.
And check the reviews first.
Yeah, I will.
Ooh, and can you order some flowers for my mother's birthday next week?
I will. Oh, by the way, Linda just called. The new website design is in the cloud for your approval.
Ooh, brilliant.
All right, here's our target, Alexandra Cook. She works in the bank's IT department, and she has access to the server room. Let's start with Facebook, see what she likes. That's her.
There we go. Donataki. Let's see how well protected they are. Let's try a good old SQL injection.
New collection coming soon.
That's right.
Looks like we need to get her a pair of new shoes. Maybe from the new collection. What do you have on Donataki? I think I'll go out for a drink tonight.
On the dark side.
Nice heels. What line of business are you in? High quality lady shoes. I run Donataki, the internet store. That's amazing. My girlfriend loves your shoes. I mean, your boxes are everywhere in our apartment. Wow, that's good to hear. Can I ask you a favor? Shoot. I want to surprise my girlfriend for her birthday, and it would be amazing if I could get her a pair from your new collection. Does she like red? She loves red.
How many of you wish you had brought popcorn? Well, get your app ready. If you look at your smartphones, get the app open. Your inputs are going to be anonymous, and the results we'll get from your input will be the starting point for the first part of the discussion. Remember, the scenario video you see and the question that follows are only just the starting point. It's actually the discussion that is the most important thing. So let's get a recap on that. We have the scenario is set. Different stakeholders in the cyberspace scenario have been introduced. The National Cyber Security Center, National Police, and also a criminal organization attempting to break into a fictitious banking system in order to manipulate payment transactions. We also saw the CEO of an internet store, Donataki, which is connected to consumers and suppliers across the world. Now, there are obviously opportunities for business in a digital world, but obviously the challenges that come with maintaining security and privacy online. So it leads us to our first question, which I'd like you to pay attention to because you're going to put the inputs into this. And the question is, how do economic growth and privacy relate to each other in cyberspace? How do economic growth and privacy relate to each other in cyberspace? Now, these are the options you can choose from on that app. If you look on that app, there are 4 choices. It's a multiple choice, so you can just enter 2 of the options you think are most important. Just pick 2 of those 4, and the 4 are: A is, in cyberspace, economic growth is dependent on users' trust. To that end, privacy is key. B is, new business models increasingly undermine privacy. C is, in cyberspace, privacy is more important than stimulating economic growth. And choice D says, cyberspace offers opportunities for economic growth, and this is more important than privacy. So pick the 2 that you think are the most important. I'm going to give you a minute to just think about this, to deliberate on these questions. Feel free to ask people around you if you're not sure, but pick 2 of them and tap them into the app, please. I'll give you just a moment. You see the choices there on the screen. Okay, are we there? I think pretty much ready. Right, good. So people are voting. If you haven't, just tap into 2 of those choices that you think are the most important. How do economic growth and privacy relate to each other in cyberspace? And we'll get the results in just a second. Okay. I should know in just a second we have the answers, and you can have a look at them. Just collating all the votes. Hopefully you've all tapped in, you've got your app open. Okay, are we ready with the answers? All right, let's see what we've got. All right, here are the results from those 4 options. So 53.9%, majority of you, say that in cyberspace, economic growth is dependent on users' trust. And to that extent, or that end, privacy is the key. 28.8% say new business models increasingly undermine privacy. 11.9% of you say in cyberspace, privacy is more important than stimulating economic growth. And 5.3% of you say cyberspace offers opportunities for economic growth, and this is more important than privacy. Interesting options there. I'm going to put, based on these results, I'm going to put a question perhaps to Sunil Abraham, who's the Executive Director of the Center for Internet and Society. Sunil, what do you make of that?
I'm very pleased that 28.8% of the audience voted for the second option, that new business models increasingly undermine privacy. But I have a correction to that statement, which is what Bruce Schneier has told us, that from the very beginning of the internet, surveillance was the business model of the internet. And if we have to dismantle the pervasive surveillance regime, we have to rethink the business model. The hacktivists in the movies, in the clip that we saw, were using free software. And free software is also used by the hackers, use free software. And free software is also used by Edward Snowden and his colleagues to prevent the greatest state on this planet from breaking into their operations. And it is, for me, a bit sad that the chairman's summary does not mention free software, because it is only through free software, the regulatory power of free software, that users can defend themselves from the hegemony of states and corporations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, let me do a little quick follow-up. Perhaps to Sherry Maguire and ask, what do you feel is the trade-off between privacy and economic opportunities? I don't know, perhaps I was a little surprised that privacy is more important than stimulating economic growth. Only 11.9% said that.
Well, I think that privacy and economic growth are inextricably linked, and we can't, sorry, can you hear me?
That's it.
Okay. We can't ignore the privacy component of this. In fact, Symantec recently released a state of privacy report in February. We surveyed 7,000 individuals across 7 countries in Europe, including the Netherlands. And what we found was a new phenomena called the trust gap, which is the difference between what individuals believe how private their personal information should be versus how securely it actually is being held. And if, in fact, there is that divergence between the two, this trust gap can actually become a drag on innovation and a drag on market adoption of new technologies. So we have to address that trust gap if, in fact, we are going to be able to continue to propel innovation in the marketplace.
Sherry, thank you very much. I want to put it out to you as well, because we'd like your opinion, your chance to put some input in here. We've got microphones all along the room, so if you put your hands up, we'll get a microphone to you. I'd love to get your input on this, on what you feel about the results and what you see there in terms of the trade-off between privacy and economic growth, the risks that are involved in such kind of online business as well. But if anyone has their hand up clearly, I can get a microphone to you. Please do put your hand up nice and clearly if you have a question. Hopefully you'll get, we'll see the hands go up in a second, but we have one there at the back. You can just hand the microphone to the gentleman there. Do let us know who you are and where you're from.
Hi, thank you very much. Jacob Dexter from Sweden. I'm a researcher. Regarding the answer that was most popular, how does the panel view companies increasingly getting regulation, there being regulation against companies when they don't apply good practices to a collection of data? I think that's one of the reasons why people have answered this.
Interesting question, and perhaps I could put that to one of our Cyber Perspective panelists here. We have Gerard Hartzink, who's Vice Chair of the Digital Economy Commission of the International Chamber of Commerce. What do you make of that? So we can get your microphone. Hang on, so just at the front here. Thank you. Sorry, 1 second. There you go. Gerard, just there. Thank you.
Businesses have in their own interest an interest that data privacy is solved in a correct way. So in the end, your reputation can be damaged enormously if you don't respect the rules of the game. So that means that, of course, the internet will stimulate the businesses on the buy side, on the sell side, create new business models. But the bottom line is no business can accept that data privacy is not up to standard.
Thank you. Rob Wainwright, if I could, as Director of Europol, could I put this to you? What is the risk for you, as someone who's trying to manage security, when it comes to data mining, data collection? There's this balance that needs to be struck between what people are expected to put out there, what is actually taken that they don't even know, perhaps, in terms of information, and then, of course, the need to be engaged in cyber commerce, e-commerce.
Yes, and I think what the question says is there is a sort of dichotomy of interests here. On the one hand, economic growth and privacy. In my world, what I see is the same sort of possible conflict of interest between having a free but secure internet as well, of course. And underlying that is this issue of trust, this notion of trust, that I think a majority of the public would accept that police agencies, other security authorities have a legitimate need to access data, even sensitive data, but of course in a reasonable and proportionate way, and to act in a transparent and accountable way. And that's in order to gain the public trust. And I think the more that we can do that in a balanced way, to balance privacy and security, the more that will help to keep the internet safe, but also even more successful, and therefore also engendering greater economic growth in the future. What your video is showing so far, maybe I'll come back to this later, is a very good example of where cybercrime is heading right now in terms of attacking the financial institutions. And there's some interesting issues in there which are real-world consequences of what we're seeing at the moment.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead, sir.
Very interesting results that we have before. Yes, of course, economic growth is dependent upon users' trust. We understand that. It makes sense. The business model here means the individual with the shoe store doesn't have to put in all the infrastructure that he would have had to put in 20, 25 years ago. And I've heard that from people, that to be innovative, to be on the internet makes great opportunities. Now, the challenge comes with this, and I've heard this from people over the years. Everybody wants your email address here, everywhere you go. You can't go through customs. Everybody asks you, it's like asking your name and what's your email address. And you understand why somebody who's in business wants that. They are able to communicate. But you get to that problem with trust, and you increasingly get people who find their internet has been hacked, or their email address was distributed to some other group that doesn't have the best of intentions. That's the challenge that those in business have in trying to maintain that trust. It's very difficult, and it's becoming more difficult.
And that's all right. I'm going to return to that point in just a moment. I'm going to see if any more hands go up, and we'll get microphones to them. Do put them up nice and clearly if you have a question. And we've got one there, and we'll try and get the microphone to you. While we get the microphone to you, so I'm going to ask Ilko Blok of KPN what you make of this as well.
I believe that data privacy...
Sorry, you need to just push the button.
I'm convinced that data privacy is key, as is mentioned before, because there will be no economic growth driven by the internet if there's no trust, because when there's no trust, and that's related to privacy, then there will be no growth, and well, at the end, companies that aren't able to build a trustworthy environment will damage in their reputation, and that will have a negative impact on growth, and then we have the full circle.
Let me throw a spanner in the works and ask you, do you think this is also a generational thing? Because it seems that a lot of young people are less concerned about that, the privacy, and they throw their information out there.
That's true, but I believe that when something really happens, also in this part of the society, and they are individually hurt, that they start to understand what privacy means and what data can do to them.
All right, thank you, sir. The gentleman with the microphone, sir, introduce yourself and your company as well, please.
Krasimovsky, the Bulgarian IT agency. I think that the main issue here is about trust, and if we put it in another perspective to measure it, it's on the scale between being naive and being paranoid. And I think if we can see the answers here, the first one is probably the best balance between being naive and being paranoid. And the rest of them go to one of both ends. That's my comment on the answers here.
Let me ask you, do you think that second answer, that new business models increasingly undermine privacy, is that something you feel is true?
I think it's going more to the paranoid part of the scale.
Thank you. Any more hands going up? We'll try and get a question to you. As we get the microphone to you there, sir, as they're walking it over, I'm going to ask Sunil, I think you wanted to comment on this, did you?
You asked a question where you kind of assume that young people don't care for privacy. You can easily answer that question by walking into any classroom in school or college and ask all the young people to give you the password to their Facebook and Twitter accounts. If they do, then they don't care. If they don't, then they do care. They're just using personal information to climb the global attention economy. Right. That is how you climb the global attention economy. That does not mean they don't care for privacy.
That's interesting. That's an interesting perspective, that the sort of attention versus privacy. Yeah, thank you. So the gentleman with the microphone, sir.
So hi, I'm Bruce Schneier, who was mentioned earlier in this session. I think this is actually a lot more complicated than we're making it. It turns out that trust is essential for business, but trust is more in the ecosystem than in individual companies. We have lots of examples of very untrustworthy companies being very successful. We have examples of business succeeding, the economy succeeding in a world where there's a lot of government surveillance and not a lot of privacy. So I'm not sure we can really look at it this simply. We have to figure out how to value privacy, how to convince others to, how to make the moral and ethical argument that we can build society with privacy. Because, you know, there's a lot of power in play here. And while power can't enforce trust, they can make it less salient. And when you go on Facebook, you don't realize what's happening. You're talking to your friends. And it's that ability to change how people look at privacy that makes this a lot more complicated.
Yeah. Actually, you know, that leads me to bring in Giuseppe Tarja, who's Vice President of Security at Nokia, because I know you believe there's an important trust relationship here between users and corporations. We're going to get a microphone to you. If we could get it to the front here, please. Thank you. I want to get your perspective on this, how you talk about this balance between security and the need for awareness.
Yeah, I think it's very clear to everybody that without trust, there will be no economical growth related to internet. But to build trust, we have to be transparent toward the user. So we have to break the link between expertise and awareness. People need to become aware of the security risk they run without being a security expert. And at the same time, companies need to do a tremendous effort to be clear. I mean, whatever they declare clause in the contract for privacy or security, they need to be clear. They don't have to force the user to read 300 pages and to agree just because it's legally compliant. Yeah. So I think it's very important. Transparency is related to trust. Trust is related to economic growth in the internet.
Well, I want to get you updated on the film, but I'm going to do a quick follow-up, please, here with Mr. Pedro Huichelov, who's going to give us a perspective also from the telecom sector.
Just a brief comment. I'm more towards the paranoia, as the Bulgarian representative said. Basically, these new business models try to be more competitive. And regarding privacy, privacy is a new element because it could limit these new business models. But on the other hand, I understand the concept of regulation. Countries should establish standard regulations, because in some countries there are a stricter regulation compared to others who do not have much regulation. This is like the neighborhoods where you have more security, more police, and therefore the thieves don't go so much to those neighborhoods and go to the neighborhoods with less security. And lastly, the privacy depends on our own responsibilities, our own accountability. On the video, we see that there is a security agent in a bank that was presenting his private choices through a Facebook page. So this is a way to get information that you couldn't get otherwise. She goes to a real store to buy shoes, and the only people that would have known that she liked those shoes would have been the people in the shop. But by posting that information on the net, everybody can know her taste. So we have to be accountable. It's the individual accountability. There must be consistent international regulation, but at the same time, these business models need to adapt and to include these principles.
Very interesting perspective. Of course, it raises the issue of how much we kind of share with people because we feel that it's okay to, and then how much we expose ourselves at the same time. Well, let's see what happens now as this story evolves. I want to thank you all for the contributions to that first part. Let's get to the next part of the scenario to see how far the cyber criminals get in their preparations. Here's the second film.
All right, so once we've installed the transmitter into the shoe, we only have 4 days of battery power. That's going to be tight. When she walks into the server room, the transmitter will make contact with the server and upload the worm. But we only get confirmation of this when she leaves the server room again. All right, well, when we get the confirmation, we'll start the DDoS attacks as a diversion.
Wow. These are the payment orders to be executed.
So, I guess this will be our last contact then. I won't be needing this anymore.
I represent a very powerful group of investors who like results. You can't just walk away, you're too valuable now. Consider this the start of our long-term relationship. You like a drink?
No thanks, I'm fine. Go to the next stage. Fire up the DDoS attacks.
Origin seems difficult to determine. It's come from different IP addresses around the world.
Yes, well, you're not the only bank. No, the botnet used for this attack seems to be enormous. Okay. No, that's fine. Keep me posted. Yeah. Yes, we have to get together as soon as possible. Can you initiate an ICT response board? Okay. Yeah, perfect. Right.
Sir, can you come to the floor? Yeah, Dave, an update. They're using a botnet from all over the world. Can this be connected to the tweet?
Maybe. We'll do some digging. We need to find the source of this #TangoDown tweet. This guy's positive hooded cloak, there could be a connection.
All right, just
DDoS attacks create chaos on internet payments.
go.
It's unclear when this will be solved.
It says unable to process payment. I'm not sure what's happening. It doesn't seem to work.
If we don't receive the payment, we cannot ship the container.
Yes, I know. I'm really, sorry. I'll try again.
What's been happening? Well, things are getting more serious here. These guys know what they're doing. I'm getting lots of calls from my bank buddies. I've just had a phone call from the minister asking me what's going on and whether we should shut down the whole banking system.
Okay, so that's film number 2. Now, I understand a lot of people haven't managed to connect to the app, simply, I think, because you haven't connected to the Wi-Fi of the conference. So if you look up on the board, you see the network, Cyber2015, and the password is Cyber2015, but with a lowercase c. That's the only difference there. If you connect, that will allow you to go to the app, and then you can actually, you go onto on the site, and then you can get into the app, and you can actually vote and add it. So if you just want to try that, tap in there, because I want to actually ask you to add something to this next stage. Okay, if you have a VPN though on, if you have a virtual proxy network on your phone or your tablet, then it probably won't connect, so you'll have to just switch that off while you connect to this network. But anyway, do connect, and we want to get your input in just a second. So there you saw in the second film, we move into the multi-stakeholder approach, where the situation's escalated and the cyber criminals have not only found a way to get into the banking system, but they're also creating havoc in our society with their DDoS attack diversion. So different entities are doing their best to mitigate the attack and find out the source of the trouble. So as we consider how things have developed, the interesting question that I'd like to put to you is, at this point in the scenario, which stakeholders should be involved? At this point in the scenario, which stakeholders should be involved? If you've got that app open, you can actually just type in any of the key stakeholders you feel. If you could actually put in 2 stakeholders that you feel should be involved at this stage in the scenario. It could be local enforcement authorities, police, law enforcement, government. Put in what you think would be the best kind of involvement right now of stakeholders, which ones, to try to help this situation as far as the story has developed. I'll give you just a second to put that in. Now, as you type that in, those words will come together and we'll create a word cloud. And the word cloud basically is a combination of words that you type in and they'll aggregate. So if a lot of you have put in police, for example, you'll find that word becomes bigger and we get a sense that more people have gone for that option. We'll have a chance to see really which of the stakeholders that you feel are important, most important, will emerge as priorities. Do actually, if you could type it in English, though. I understand and respect we have a number of languages here, but if I could ask you, with all due respect, just because it makes the system easier, if you could type in English the 2 stakeholders that you choose, we can actually get word cloud in English, but word cloud that we can collate. All right, we've already got a couple of hundred. I've already got a couple of hundred people tapped in the stakeholders, so please do tap away. Just give us some answers, and we're going to have a nice word cloud in just a moment. Okay, good. I gather we're getting about 20 per second input, so everyone is tapping away with their input here. So in just a moment, we'll be ready. We will have your inputs from that question. At this point in the scenario, which stakeholders should be involved? And we'll just let you get those words tapped in there. Hopefully you've all connected by now. It's quite a lot of fun, actually, once you get into the app. All right. All right, so now it's apparently the input's slowing down a bit, so most people have got their input in there. Any moment now we'll have a look at the word cloud, which brings up your choices, and you'll see by the size of the word the priority they've taken. Thank you for doing that. It's great to have that sort of interaction. All right, here we go. It's going to be closing up now. All right. Yeah, just a couple of seconds and we'll have the answers there for you. There we go. Now let's see what result we got from the word cloud. Oh, well, look at that. I think police is very clearly the most obvious. And then CERT. So we've got that emergency response team as well. So law enforcement, government, banks. So you're already like, you're twitching to answer this. What do you think? Is that an obvious one?
No, because films like this are meant to scare us and force us to think in a very reactive mode. So the next thing everybody will say is, we need scanners for the ladies' shoes, and we need to have data retention 100% at the ISP level, at the Twitter level. We need direct hoses from the law enforcement into these databases so we can collect the data real time. But we have to have a long-term solution, and it's not just a balancing act, it's not just a trade-off, it is an optimization solution. We have to simultaneously address the national security imperative, and at the same time, we have to address the privacy of human rights imperative. And the way to do that is through technology. Anne Kavoukian, the former privacy commissioner for the state of Ontario in Canada, has a new paper on her website which says, Introducing Privacy Protective Surveillance, Achieving Privacy and Effective Counter-Terrorism. And she does this through homomorphic encryption. Through technological standards, through the regulatory power of technology, both things will be in place. The police will get the data they need, and citizens will get the privacy that they want. So in the big picture, it is the technologists, the standards developers that are important, not the police.
Interesting. All right, interesting perspective. Rob, before I get to you, I'm just going to ask Michelle Konings to add something here, because I guess a lot of people would automatically assume these are the kind of response teams that you'd want at this stage when there's this kind of terrible crime about to happen. What do you think?
What we see is that criminals are moving on and crime is becoming globalized. What we should ensure is that the internet environment is safe for the users, for the customers. But what we should absolutely avoid is that the internet is becoming a safe haven or a safe environment for criminals. And this is exactly what is happening. So we should really be aware of the complexity of this crime. What we used to call theft is now used to be called hacking. We are talking about a virtual world, an untouchable, nearly uncontrollable world where criminals can hide easily. So we have to go into something we are not really familiar with. And legislations are extremely diversified, but I will come back to this later on.
It's literally a cloud for a lot of people, isn't it, in terms of where to go the fog. Let me see if any hands are willing to go up, and I'll get the microphones to you if your hands are ready. Do put them up very clearly. As we wait for hands to go up, and we'll get a microphone to you if you have one. I'm trying to spot them. Oh, okay, we've got something way in the bar. There you go, waving in the back. As we get the microphone to you, Rob Wainwright, you wanted to add something.
Well, just to say, I'm not sure that the film was designed to scare us. I think, actually, congratulations to the filmmakers, because it's, from what I see at Europol's cybercrime centre, it's pretty realistic, actually. Banks are now in the front line of cybercrime attacks. It's no longer the sort of end user, us, the consumers, but directly the payment systems of the banks. From the operations we've been involved in, we're seeing also deliberate, systematic, very sophisticated targeting of the bank's payment systems, focused in particular on the human element, which is always the weakest link in any security chain, and in particular on the most privileged users of those banks, which is this person in this case, who is one of the IT administrators, using then very sophisticated attack scenarios, exploiting the Internet of Things, in the shoe in this case. And also, in particular, we're seeing a model here which is evolving right across the cybercrime domain of crime as a service. Some big criminals seeking out expertise from cyber people who can provide the malware specifically for attacks. That's the new age of cybercrime that we're looking at. I'm glad to see, actually, that the police are certainly part of the response. Industry, the banks themselves, have to wake up better, perhaps, to protecting themselves as well. And, of course, the internet security firms have a major role to play in this as well. So this is a classic case of a typical cybercrime case which requires multi-stakeholder response right across the industry. Far more than's listed on there, by the way, and I'm glad to see that this scenario touches on exactly those issues.
So what do you feel is the biggest one missing that you can't see on the list? Is there anything in particular?
Well, I think that, well, we have the communications industry in particular, I mean the telecommunications industry. In this case, you know, there's what can we do about the hashtag? That's interesting because it touches on issues of privacy. Can Facebook and Twitter help us in this case to identify the individual behind it? More and more, therefore, in defeating these cyber criminals, we depend not just on erecting higher and higher walls, but also in good old-fashioned intelligence work to identify the offenders themselves, to take them out of the business that they're doing. But most of the ones are up there, I think.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thanks for your patience. Your question?
Yeah, I'm Jaromil from Dynorg, and I just like to reverberate the good answer that Sunil Abram gave, because I saw like Bitcoin depicted a little bit like a tool for criminals, and I'm wanting to ask the panel if you know that the blockchain technology is something that will make the transaction system not DOSable. My answer for the stakeholder was a psychiatrist.
Okay, psychiatrist. Sherry, perhaps you might want to take this, and then Minister, I'll come to you as well.
Actually, I'd like to go back to your previous question, was what is missing from this set.
Okay.
And what really strikes me is that other than the ISPs, none of the other service or application providers are listed here. So what is the after effect of these attacks for going back and making sure that these vulnerabilities are closed, that systems are patched, that security is applied so that we can try to prevent these in the future? That's something that's very much missing from this list. And so there's an ecosystem out there of not just security vendors, but also software providers and application providers that also have a responsibility in this space as well.
Our host minister, perhaps you could say, sir, what you were going to say.
Yes, please, because I also share the disappointment of what we've seen on the screen, because it seems that there is a huge trust in the police as being the sole and only agency that can actually confront an attack like this. And I agree with all the previous speakers who have said that actually the police, of course, may coordinate and may initiate. And of course, it's also true that the government is responsible for security as such. But it's, in my view, it's ridiculous to suppose that the police could be the only one acting against these form of attacks. You do need a strong cooperation with the telecom industry, with all the providers, with ethical hackers, with people who supply the software and can help you in identifying the loopholes that were found or are used by criminals like this. So it's actually the whole screen should be filled with all those partners, which are the logical partners, private partners, but also public partners, government and the society itself, which you will need to counter these attacks. And let's be reasonable. We've seen a couple of weeks ago, I think, we've seen an attack exactly doing this and transferring billions of dollars from several banks to accounts where those billions of dollars should not be. So it's not a hypothetical example. This is the real world.
That's quite scary that it is so realistic. And actually, I'll get to Mr. Bloch's view on that in just a moment as well. But let me ask, perhaps from our cyber perspective panel, Mr. Guillaume Popard, who's with the Agence nationale de la sécurité des systèmes d'information.
Bien, merci beaucoup. I will answer in French.
Thank you very much. Let me answer in French. I fully subscribe to what has been said in that example. And if we think about previous threats, we don't have really an equivalent situation. In such a situation, it is important to create a collective response that goes beyond the differences between the private and the public sector. And we know that on a daily basis. The agency that I manage includes the national CERT and has to face such attacks. When we get such notification of an attack, we involve all the stakeholders, particularly from the private sector, particularly some private teams to detect and answer incidents, teams able to carry out an audit, teams which have to be, of course, very competent, but also trustworthy. And for victims, it is very important to see what is on offer. And on behalf of the French Prime Minister, we can say who are the trustworthy stakeholders. For public stakeholders, it is indeed the police, or the judicial service which have to act, and for the moment the judicial service is not acting enough. The intelligence services have to be involved, of course, but in the French model we have chosen to work with the Prime Minister to establish that link between all these actors in an efficient way, as much as possible.
I know the Minister wanted a quick response to this, so perhaps...
Merci pour votre contribution, because I would like to stress that that's indeed the case in the Netherlands as well. What you've seen in the film is that we do have in our country the possibility to call together the public-private ICT response board, in where you can discuss and cooperate with all those parties concerned to see what you can do against one of these attacks, and which I presume that every nation around the world already has such an approach, and if not, we are happy to share it with you, because transparency and sharing, I think, is part of the idea of countering these forms of crime.
Excellent, thank you. Ilko Blok.
I fully support this. I was really surprised that the ISPs, the telecom providers, were not in the top list of the answers, because I'm convinced, and my view is that top priority number 1, 2 and 3 when an attack occurs, we should try to do everything to mitigate the impact of the attack, and later, of course, police and law enforcement has to be involved to see what we can learn from it and to see if we can find the source of the attack. But in the beginning, priority 1, 2 and 3 should be to try to mitigate the impact of the attack. And in the Netherlands, we have the National Cybersecurity Center, who, in a case like this, would play a very, very important role in coordinating the actions.
I wonder if there's I'll come to you, Pedro, now, but I wonder if there's a lack of understanding with a lot of people that there are different agencies now, and the police seem to cover as a blanket kind of the law enforcement authorities, and that perhaps people don't even think that they can go beyond to more specialized agencies, as you're referring to. Ilko, what do you think?
Well, as I said, I'm convinced that priority 1, 2 and 3 should be the mitigation of the impact, and there, well, the experience in the Netherlands is that the National Cybersecurity Center can play and is playing a crucial role. All the knowledge is there, the relationships are there, and in the Netherlands everybody is willing to support an attack wherever it occurs.
Mr. Pedro Vichelov, you wanted to add something as well, sorry.
Sorry,
sorry, Pedro. Pedro, you wanted to add something, sorry. Sorry, Ilko.
Yes, I wanted to mention the following. These types of videos show us something. I have to mention it as a representative of Latin America, that it's not a reality that occurs in all countries. That is to say that the police is a reactive element that has the capital, the human technology, that it has a special center, that it has the resources. That's not true for all the countries. It's not true. And therefore, this generates, or let me say it this way, Chile has a police and has a cybercrime unit, but there are other countries in the region that may not have access to that capacity. And therefore, I think, first of all, when these kinds of attacks happen, which are more and more frequent nowadays, there has to be a policy from the company, a preventive policy. And that's why I share the point of view respective of where the banks and where the companies, where the providers of access to internet are in all this. And how do they hire services of third parties who have the technical capacity to prevent these attacks? Or how can they face situations that are practically that can practically be previewed? We know they're going to happen. Of course, there are differences, but the attacks keep recurring. So probably many countries, or in many countries, the police is going to be an element necessary to identify later on who the responsible parties were, but not to react immediately vis-à-vis an attack like this one. So I think that it's very, very important to remember who is attacked, especially the banks. And I imagine that in the rest of the banks, or in the rest of the world, the banks have a lot of assets. And these assets should also be used to defend themselves and reduce the effects. Until later on with the private companies, there can be a reaction, and the government with the police or detection centers and wherever, they can act later on.
Before I get to our Minister from Canada, I want to actually get the bank perspective from Mr. Koen Vermeulen, who's the Director of Payment Traffic, Division Payment Traffic of the Dutch Central Bank. Sir, we can get a microphone to you at the front.
Thank you very much. Obviously, as Mr. Blok also said, that it's important that everybody is involved to address these issues. But first of all, the issue itself has to be, the crisis has to be managed. And when it is about banks, I see in small letters there central bank. And in the Netherlands, we have infrastructure set up between the central bank, the Ministry of Finance, and the Authority for Financial Markets to address immediately, for instance, a DDoS attack on banks in order to prevent that it spreads to other banks or that a problem in one bank will have an impact on the rest of the financial sector. And what we obviously do not want is that, let's say, a single attack spreads into a more systemic problem. So addressing these issues is important, and for that it is important that every country has an infrastructure ready to address those crises.
Thank you, sir. I know our Minister's been waiting very patiently. Mr. Nicholson.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I did notice where all the attacks were taking place, that map of the world, and I just want you to know how grateful I am that Canada was not targeted in those particular attacks. And to the extent that those involved with this kind of activity, or indeed any criminal activity, forget or don't notice Canada, we're very appreciative of that. That being said, we understand the importance of building a capacity, and most countries, developed countries, have developed that capacity. But as we've heard again and again, this kind of activity doesn't respect borders, knows no borders, and so we have to work with those who do want to build the capacity. So my colleague from Chile, who was just pointing that out recently, you may remember earlier today, I announced that the Government of Canada was contributing $3.3 million to help build capacity in those countries that need it, because ultimately they will be targeted and they will be used as a base to target other countries. And so we all have a stake in building that, but I think that's the route we have to go.
Actually, you make a very interesting point, Minister, which I would love to put to Rob Wainwright as well, this issue of cooperation when you're going across borders. You wanted to add something to this debate too.
Yeah, I also wanted to say, well, what we're talking about, I think, is building resilience into our connected community. And a lot of that comes from cooperation, international cooperation between law enforcement and also industry as well. But in particular, learning together about what we're seeing and what is a quickly evolving phenomena, so that this is about a more effective sharing of threat intelligence, of security events. And here I think, you know, there is perhaps a problem. There's a reluctance, as we know, for some financial institutions to always report these events in the first place. And so there is something here about building better levels of threat intelligence sharing, even within the industry, let alone between the industry and law enforcement as well. When we do that, we learn together. We learn that in this scenario, for example, this DDoS attack was actually a diversion and is likely to be a diversion. And so as we learn together and build better levels of resilience, I think we're better able to cope with the next attack when it comes. But certainly in law enforcement, it's important, as we're doing at Europol, that we build those network communities, build those infrastructures to have effective cooperation right across the globe.
I'm going to get one quick question, one quick input from Michel Konings, and then we'll go to the third film.
Thank you. Cybercrime is requiring also cyber justice. I'm very glad that at least one speaker referred to justice aspect. You have to send out clear signals. If you commit crime wherever, in the real world or in the e-environment, you can take the risk of having a price tag, and that means that you can be investigated, prosecuted, be put in prison, convicted, and that your revenues can be confiscated. If we don't do this in this sector and join the efforts, does that mean from the corporate industry, from the security industry, from police, from the Justice Department, we are lost. We have all of us to play specific roles, and this is definitely not a hypothetical case. We have been dealing at Eurojust with those cases, joining the efforts with the private industry, with the police, and with the justice experts.
Jill, thank you very much. So let's see then. Thank you for your input on this. This obviously makes this a very interesting debate and discussion, seeing where the gaps are and seeing where the differences lie, but of course with a common goal to managing these threats and so on. So let's see now. We reach the concluding part of the evolving scenario. Let's take a look at how it all ends with this final short film.
Well, I'd like to thank you all for making the effort to get here so short notice. Thanks as well, Dave.
Well, we're seeing the DDoS attacks targeting several banks, and these hackers are trying to overload the internet payments infrastructure with constant server requests. And the origin is unknown at this moment, could be anybody from anywhere.
Well, we're working together with other providers to perform damage control, and while we're mitigating these attacks, we're also increasing the overall capacity. And finally, we're trying to pinpoint the source and the initial triggers of this attack.
Yes, and we can compare this information with our databases, then compare those results with Interpol. This will narrow down the suspects even further. We've already sent out some 24/7 requests through the Budapest Anti-Cybercrime Network.
Thanks for your input, Dave. Good. Shall we meet later on today, or if anything further comes up?
And then, Operation Tango down. The authorities claim they're very close to apprehending multiple suspects.
I represent a very powerful group of investors who like results.
Discussion is ongoing whether the hackers must be held accountable for all the damage. Thank you for watching. We'll be back with the 8 o'clock news.
You got an extra burner phone? Yes, hi. I'd like to report a bank robbery. No, a cyber one.
Dave, someone in line 5 for you.
Who is it?
He didn't say, but he said it was urgent.
This is Detective Robertson.
If you want this cyber attack to stop, I can help. But you need to help me as well. Meet me at the underground level of the City Heights car park. Come alone.
I'll be back in 2 hours. So, tell me why I'm here.
I can stop the cyber attacks if you're willing to help me.
Go on.
All warfare is based on deception.
Sun Tzu, The Art of War.
An educated man. The DDoS attacks are a diversion for something big.
How big?
My client will collect $460 million around the world by lunchtime tomorrow.
Okay, that's big. Who's your client?
An international organization called Ghost Tower. I help them plan to worm into a bank system, a worm with payment orders, which have already been executed.
How do we stop them?
He who knows when he can fight and when he cannot will be victorious.
Okay. What do you propose?
Yes?
I see something.
Suspicious payments above the threshold.
Okay. Keep digging.
Hi, It's me. I wanted to take you up on that offer for a drink. All right. All right. I'll see you tonight then. Bye.
Are we all set here?
We're all set.
All preparations are done, ready to go.
There's been a development. We have to move fast.
Oh, really? Good. Let's go.
Team Alpha in position. Team Bravo, report status, over.
Copied. Team Bravo also in position. Over.
Helicopter on station. Okay, Team Alpha and Team Bravo, go. You're both under arrest. This game is over.
Cybercrime is getting bigger every day. Last night, a large international cybercrime organization...
Okay, well, that's just another day at the office.
Well, we're never going to stop cybercrime. We have to be even faster and more coordinated all over the world just to keep up. But we shouldn't forget all the opportunities and progress that cyberspace brings us. And that is worth protecting.
Hiya. Yeah, I just made the transfer. You can ship the container today. Oh, awesome. Thanks.
The two things that worried me most about that movie was, one, hearing our distinguished experts with all their experience say how realistic this scenario was, and then all the women I talked to who said that they found the bad guy really handsome and charming and he was the nicest guy in the film. Very worrying. Anyway, there you see, that's the third scenario which wraps it all up. It showed how the collaborative efforts of all the stakeholders involved helped to get the bad guys. So let's use this conclusion to discuss the mechanisms for success, the lessons learned from this specific scenario, and the challenges that we face in the future when it comes to cyberspace. As we're on kind of a short time span now, coming towards the end of the session, we won't use the voting system again, but I'd like to get a couple of questions addressed in this round and invite everyone to comment, so do, again, get your hands up. And the first question that you'll see up on the screen now is, how can we improve global cooperation to respond to the challenges in cyberspace? How can we improve global cooperation to respond to the challenges in cyberspace? And I was just thinking, perhaps I can get back to Koen Vermeulen on the issue of this, this story and how you feel that, what do you feel was perhaps the key in getting a positive outcome here? We'll get a microphone to our perspective panel.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think, of course, everybody in its own sphere of competence can and should do something, but I think the governments should lead by example here. Of course, cooperation is necessary everywhere, but we need to get beyond the rhetoric and really do something. Cooperate on a governmental level, take away legal barriers to cooperate, legal barriers to exchange information, for instance, which is necessary to together solve problems. All the cyber attacks nowadays can be international, so we need to know from our colleagues or our competitors in other countries what is the issue, and we need the information and collectively to be able to step further. But governments, there were very nice statements this morning, but I would like to see action now.
Well, I'm going to ask you actually perhaps to pass it to each of the cyber panel and just get a one-line suggestion from each of you on what you've learned from this scenario.
ICC has taken a very practical approach. In the end, we are businessmen, and small and large companies face this challenge. So we developed a very practical tool for all businessmen around the world, and also if you are on board, read the guide with 5 simple principles, 6 concrete actions with a questionnaire so that everyone can help to overcome these cybercrime challenges.
Perhaps we can get a link to that guide on the website of the GCCS. So please, sir. Monsieur.
Oui, malheureusement, dans la vraie vie, j'ai peur que ce soit plus compliqué que...
I'm afraid that in real life it is more difficult than in the film, and it would take all the afternoon to have a more credible scenario. What is important is to show that attacks can be far-reaching, and it means to be able to catch the criminals and to take them to justice. What is important too, and it has already been said, a lot of actors have to be involved, including telecom operators, which are not mentioned in the film, and who have to play a major role for DDoS attacks. We have to establish a community of trust, first of all at the national level, and then with the possibility to establish links between different countries, which is sometimes difficult. We all agree to say that cooperation is necessary, but what is linked to sensitive information cannot just be exchanged in a public way. And we have bilateral cooperation, and it's not during attacks that we have to think about how to set up bilateral cooperation. So we've started work between different national agencies to create an agency network, a CERT network, so people who already know each other, who are capable of working together, so that when there is an incident requiring an urgent reaction, we can be really efficient.
Seppi, one thought?
So in addition to improve global cooperation to respond to the challenge, I think we have to consider how to improve the global cooperation to prevent, or at least to be able to mitigate. I think it's important to consider that vendors that create the critical infrastructure, like telecommunication infrastructure, together with the network operator and service provider, play a significant role in the prevention part, or at least in helping to mitigate. A DDoS attack is very much related to the way you design the network, the way you harden the network, so it's an important element to consider as well.
Seppi Charger, thank you very much. So I'm going to get one more question up on the screen, and I'm going to ask our panel with just the remaining minutes to give a one-line kind of sum up to this particular question, which is what general lessons can we learn from this cyberspace scenario? What general lessons can we learn from this cyberspace scenario? And I'm going to start on my right to the Ilko Blok, please. Just a quick summary on what you think.
That it's all about cooperation and sharing lessons learned.
So it's everyone coming together, basically all stakeholders, to equal extent?
Depends on the phase of the process. So when there is an incident, it's about well, the telecom providers, the attacked companies or agencies, and later on it's about law enforcement and things like that. And of course, in the beginning, it's about trying to do everything to prevent things happening. And so that
makes sense with the different stages as well. Michel Konitz?
Well, I think we need an overall vision. International cooperation is vital, and we all have our responsibilities. It's about collective responsibility. The corporate industry mitigating security measures, preventing attacks, and if it's really going wrong, allowing the law enforcement and justice parties to cooperate with each other. A lot of achievements have been made. Europol, Eurojust does do their job, but there are still some areas to be fine-tuned, and we have to build on the achievements, detect the areas to be fine-tuned, and talking about justice, the legal framework should be completed, the expertise at the level of prosecutors and judges should be lifted. There is a need for a networking of prosecutors, training prosecutors and judges, and that can be done in connection with the private sector. You have expertise. Please share this expertise with us. This is part of what I call an integrated vision, so cooperation, not in words only, but also in deeds.
Excellent suggestion. Thank you very much. Thanks for their input there. And if I could get Mr. Pedro Huichalaf to also give us a comment on what lessons learned.
Yes. First of all, sharing experiences. Yes, I'm going to share my experiences from Chile. And as it was said here, this was a film, but sometimes reality can go beyond and can be very extreme. I'll tell you what happened 3 weeks ago in Chile. 3 weeks ago, because we have to remember that the security of networks is not only attacked by people, it can only be attacked by nature. 3 weeks ago, in the north of our country, in the middle of the desert, there was in Atacama a lot of rain in the Sierras, and this in turn led to mudslides and inundations in the area of Atacama in the north of the country. And what happened? That in various different areas of Atacama, the fiber optics network that connects the center of Chile with the north was interrupted. So it was cut, and this led to the communications being cut for 3 regions of the country. For several hours, 3 regions of the country didn't have any kind of service whatsoever. No internet, no cable, no banking system, nothing whatsoever. That was nothing. It was like a black hole, and that generated a crisis, as we saw in this movie, that led to all the alert systems jumping into action, and that immediately a joint project was started. And this is the experience we've gone through in Chile, based on the various earthquakes and other natural disasters. We've suffered as a country, and all the companies got together. In this case, we met with the regulators, and they created an emergency plan. First of all, to establish internet in the north without having to repair the fiber optics. Why? Because the fiber optics suffered, but beyond the physical damage, getting to the fiber optics was impossible. The roads were cut off. Physically, it was impossible to get there. So a logistics job was done through submarine fiber optics from Paraíso. A link was made with Arica in the north, and this allowed to reestablish the connection with the 3 areas. But the problem of the connectivity continued. Finally, after 2 days of very hard work, where there was a lot of public-private cooperation, where the services were reestablished, where there was work with electricity and emergency services, and we worked with the communities and so on and so forth, all of this made it possible for us to reestablish the telephone service, telecommunications, internet, and so on and so forth. It was done rather quickly, and this was a base for the emergency job. The emergency continues to this date, but at least we're here, we're present, and that's why I'd like to mention it. This experience that we went through, we would like to share it with you, and we're very, very thankful for having been invited to this Congress. Thank you.
Honored to have you here as well. We're desperately short on time, so I'm going to ask for literally a quick sum up from Sherry Maguire, please.
Sure. So I think what we can take away from this video is the attack vectors are very broad and they're growing, and we have to protect ourselves on multiple fronts. And even if and when you are attacked, you need to be ready with the relationships and your response plan in place so you can come back up quickly without much impact. And, oh, by the way, don't pick the red or the blue shoes for the Matrix fans out there.
Minister, I'm going to ask you to hold on because you're doing the closing statement, but perhaps Minister Robert Nicholson.
Thank you very much. What we've learned from this, it's not just enough to have capacity. We have to be able to share that capacity and work together. Now, the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime encourages countries to work together to harmonize their laws. That makes a lot of sense because we have to cooperate.
So thank you. Great sum up there. And Sunil Abraham?
What we've learned is we need to invite Nicholas Nassim Taleb for the next conference so that we can shift the discussion from cyber resilience to cyber anti-fragility, because as my co-panelist from Europol says, Every successful or unsuccessful attack such as this should be an opportunity to learn and to build our capacity as a cyber society. Thank you.
Excellent lesson to be learned. Yes, thank you, Sunil. And Rob Wainwright, sir.
Well, I'll pander to being a bit of a stereotype, shall I, and say that what I've learned from this is that there are enterprising cyber criminal syndicates out there, and they're coming to get you. I hope you're ready.
Good, a warning that everyone can perhaps take away and start preparing. And I turn to our Minister from the Netherlands, Art van der Steur, please to close the event as well, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Khan. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first share with you that I agree with my colleagues here that I would also choose not to buy red or blue shoes and stick to safely black shoes, which I think is the best solution. And I would like to thank you all for this dynamic and exciting discussion that we've just had. I think that the debate reflects the challenges that we face in the digital domain, and that we always need to look after the balance between free cyberspace on the one hand and privacy and security of our society on the other hand. In the scenario we've just seen, the criminals were successfully and, I have to say, easily apprehended. However, we know that cybercrime is real, increasing, and one of the biggest threats in cyberspace. And usually, these kind of perpetrators don't give themselves up by calling the police. That's not what happens every day, as our colleague from Europol can confirm. But luckily, in this situation, they did. But people fighting these kind of criminals are not always in a position to do so effectively, as it was seen in the film. I believe that networking is the solution to this problem. To find trusted partners in your own country, but also within the world community, to share your knowledge with, to be transparent with, to find friends, to make friends before you need those friends to counter attacks like we've seen in the film. And we all realize that these kind of attacks have the potential to create serious damage, both economically, but also to our social order and international security. And there's a lot of work for us all to do. And in order to achieve this, we need continuous dialogue and increased international cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that this session has inspired you all to use the remainder of the conference to start working on new and constructive dialogues. We must work together towards a future of trust in order to discover all the possibilities cyberspace still holds. And my call to you is make those friends today and tomorrow, because in future you'll probably need them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. So, ladies and gents, so in a few minutes the parallel sessions will be starting in the main hall here. In a few minutes we'll start the second round of ministerial statements. Please check your agendas for the sessions that you'll be attending, and you can make your way to those sessions now, and we'll resume a little bit later. A big round of applause also for Scenarios for Summits for doing a fantastic film there. A lot to get through. Thanks. Thank you.
Kan niet. Nu kan het pas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ja? Oké, super.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, please take your seats. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and we'll carry on with our session of ministerial statements. And I will call on the various representatives from the participating nations to be able to make their statements as well. So please get comfortable. And as some of the parallel sessions take place, we'll also be doing this one here. So. And please forgive any if I mispronounce any names. I'm trying my best to make sure I have them all correctly, but just in case, please feel free to correct me, or at least I apologize anyway. So let's start first with Latvia, and we have the Minister of Foreign Affairs here, Mr. Edgars Rinkevičs. If you're here, sir, if we could have your intervention, please. See if we have a representative from Latvia. Please, if you indicate you're around and...
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, and press your button so we can hear you.
Well, thank you very much. And let me first extend my sincere gratitude to the host of this conference for organizing this very important event. Latvia strongly supports the London process and believes it provides a crucial multi-stakeholder environment for the future of cyberspace. Latvia can be counted amongst the leading countries in the world when it comes to the speed, use and availability of the Internet. We appreciate the technology. We work hard to make it secure, while at the same time also keeping it open and free. That is why we have also made this one of the top priorities of Latvia's current presidency at the European Union. I would like to take this opportunity to briefly present Latvia's vision of a single, open, free and secure cyberspace, which fully respects the core values of democracy, fundamental rights and the rule of law. We believe it is vital to strengthen an inclusive and consensus-based multi-stakeholder approach when discussing the future of the Internet. This means involving the private sector and the technical community, civil society, academia and Internet users, along with international institutions and governments. It should be everyone's priority to preserve the Internet as a single and neutral network of networks where the principles of universal human rights and freedoms apply. Therefore, we support this conference's focus on the economic potential of cyberspace by developing and maintaining safe ways to do business online, protecting freedom online, combating cybercrime and promoting international stability in the cyber domain. We should promote and protect human rights in cyberspace, including freedom of expression, access to information and privacy. Latvia is convinced that effective exercise of the right to freedom of expression is an essential foundation of a democratic society. It underpins the realization of other human rights. Wide and affordable access to the new technologies and free access to the content also facilitate the development of more transparent and inclusive governance. We support the efforts of all countries to increase and improve their citizens' access to and safe use of the Internet and digital communications. We are firmly opposed to any unjustified restriction of freedom of expression and censorship that is in violation of international human rights law. Latvia has been actively working on cybersecurity matters. We have established our national cybersecurity system and are proud to count ourselves among the most advanced and secure Internet hubs in Europe. Throughout the world, the number of high-level cyber attacks on both the government and private sector is growing. Meanwhile, we have not done enough to ensure our cybersecurity, and that has severe consequences. We advocate setting common minimum security standards and increasing resilience of critical information infrastructure. The promotion of a secure cyberspace is also one of the priorities of the current Latvian presidency of the Council in the EU. We fully endorse the application of existing international law in the field of international security, including the work of UN Group of Governmental Experts. Likewise, Latvia supports the efforts of Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe aimed at building greater confidence and trust in cyberspace. The international community should step up the fight against cybercrime and promote the application of the Budapest Convention as an effective international instrument. Ladies and gentlemen, we should continuously aspire to move towards a single, open, free and secure cyberspace, which can strengthen our societies while at the same time promoting tolerance, diversity and opportunity for the wider public good throughout the world. Thank you for your attention.
Minister, thank you, sir. And it shows with the high-level representation of so many ministers at this event that the support has been fantastic. Thank you for your contribution. It's much appreciated. Move to New Zealand next, and we have the Minister of Commerce and Consumer Affairs, Mr. Paul Goldsmith. Sir, if you would give us your intervention, please, sir.
Good afternoon. Excellencies, Ministers and Delegates. Thank you to the Government of the Netherlands for hosting this important conference. This is an opportunity to continue to work together towards a secure cyberspace that is open, trusted and resilient. Connectivity is a crucial driver of New Zealand's economic performance. As a small open economy heavily dependent on trade, cyberspace has helped us connect economically and socially to the world. The phrase weightless exports now has real meaning for New Zealand. Commercial services exports are a key driver of growth and one of the fastest growing sectors. These benefits depend upon an open, trusted and resilient cyber environment. To ensure that these benefits continue, we need to build international partnerships. This is not just about developing norms and rules of the road, but also learning from each other, sharing best practice and assisting each other where possible. This conference series plays a valuable role in achieving this, as it focuses on raising awareness and bringing all stakeholders together to discuss the future of cyberspace, how it should be governed, and what rules should guide activities online. These discussions are sometimes difficult. They involve new challenges, new issues and challenges, but we are not working entirely without a framework. Cyberspace is not lawless or chaotic. International law applies online as it does offline. New Zealand welcomes the work of the United Nations group of government experts on the topic. We also think it's important that all stakeholders are involved in debating and discussing these issues to build global consensus. We need to use existing mechanisms to avoid duplicating work and to ensure participation from all stakeholders. We need to take a broad view of stakeholders. The Internet has flourished within a multi-stakeholder framework which sees the private sector, civil society, academia and governments all involved in decision-making in their respective areas. New Zealand firmly believes this model has enabled cyberspace to be such a force for innovation, driving economic growth. We all recognise that not all states have yet experienced the full benefits of connectivity, and as such New Zealand is committed to capacity building with a particular focus on the Pacific and Southeast Asian neighbours. We firmly believe in a powerful role connectivity plays in achieving development outcomes. As such, I'm pleased to announce that New Zealand will be joining the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. The forum has the potential to contribute to building trust and confidence in cyberspace. The front line of cybersecurity is not in a theatre of war, but rather in the offices of our companies and in the tablets and smartphones in our pockets. This means cybersecurity will be truly shared endeavour both nationally and internationally. In New Zealand, we've introduced a number of measures to improve cybersecurity. We've focused on public awareness, government IT and critical infrastructure. We cannot do this in isolation. New Zealand's cybersecurity is reliant on everyone's security and vice versa. Finally, New Zealand recognises the importance of dialogue. As with other new challenges, immediate results may at times seem elusive and intangible. This crucial process of building trust and confidence in cyberspace will benefit from the conversation that we'll share over the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Minister, thank you for your contribution, sir, and your support of the GCFE as well. We're very honoured to have the Minister of Information and Communications Technology of Qatar with us, Dr. Hessa Al-Jaber.
Thank you. Excellency and distinguished guests, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the government of the Netherlands for hosting this conference and for their wonderful hospitality. Our presence here affirms our commitment to a promising digital future where cyberspace is free, open and secure. Qatar has taken steps into transitioning from a traditional hydrocarbon-based economy to a digital economy. We have grown extremely fast and are constantly developing with high adoption rates of ICT. However, digital interconnectedness is only beneficial if we can ensure our citizens and business are safe in the digital world that we are transiting to. In data privacy, Qatar is an active player in promoting the right to privacy in the digital age. We support the United Nations efforts in this regard, but in today's digital age, with the prevalence of big data, the concept of privacy needs to be tackled differently. It must be integrated by design. Privacy is not just a technological challenge, it's a people-centric issue. We must not forget the importance of education and awareness on its risk. Government needs to strike a balance between the citizen's natural aspiration to protect their information while also enabling business to grow. Government should reinforce the mechanism that promote transparency and open data access. With regard to social and economic growth, Qatar has created an environment that fosters ICT innovation through the development of appropriate legal framework and skills. We have issued various policies and regulations aligned with international treaties and practice, such as the 2014 Cybercrime Law, the Qatar Information Privacy Protection Law, and policies to ensure open data and transparency. Moving forward, I call for the Internet must become more resilient across nations. We applaud the effort that ITU and ICANN is taking in this regard. International coordination should continue in helping bridging the digital divide between nations. Governments should harmonize their jurisdiction in cyberspace through UN initiative. With regard to cybersecurity in Qatar, protecting national critical infrastructure has always been a prime objective of our approach. We started early with establishing of the region first CERT in 2008. The 2014 Qatar National Cybersecurity Strategy was drafted through a multi-stakeholders committee, and I urge all countries here to consider the following. Public authorities should work closely with the private sector and civil society by engaging into open discussion, sharing information, and developing public-private partnership to enhance the protection of nation critical assets. Government should build common understanding of threats through norms and standards, and establishing common cyber risk information exchange framework between nations will help address the challenge of predictability of cyber threat. Qatar is supporting the UN report highlighted by Seoul framework, which can serve as basis to develop such information sharing model. I look forward to a successful conference ahead. Thank you.
Minister, thank you very much, ma'am. We have the Minister of the Interior from Austria with us, Ms. Johanna Michel-Leitner.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure and honor to take the floor at this important event. Let me thank the Netherlands for organizing it. I think we all agree cyberspace has developed into a vital area of activity for states, private companies, and our citizens alike. That's why the challenges we are facing in cyberspace are among the most complex and tricky. Our common vision should therefore be a free, open and secure Internet governed through a partnership between involved all stakeholders, just as our chair suggests. We are following exactly the same philosophy in Austria. Our multi-stakeholder approach is implemented on 3 levels, and I would like to give you a short overview about our measures we are currently taking with regard to cybersecurity. We have set up the Austrian Cybersecurity Platform as a public-private partnership to facilitate ongoing communication between the state, the private sector and civil society. This platform supports the Cybersecurity Steering Group, which coordinates all relevant efforts on the strategic level. The steering group is composed of representatives of Austrian ministries and provinces, but relevant companies are also involved. For coordination at the operational level, we are establishing a cyber security center at the Ministry of the Interior, and once again, numerous stakeholders will be involved, including providers of critical infrastructure. Additionally, we have started to work on a federal law on cyber security in order to provide the necessary legal framework. In fact, we are also doing this in close cooperation with the private and civil sector. I strongly believe that we can only meet the current challenges if all sectors collaborate closely. I am, of course, interested to learn from your experiences. That's why I also fully support the proposal to use the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise for the exchange of best practices in order to further improve the multi-stakeholder approach, and Austria is, of course, ready to participate. It is our responsibility to seize the opportunities that cyberspace offers, and what's more, it's our duty to act jointly and use our common potential in a positive way. Let us therefore all work together to make cyberspace a place of freedom and security for all people around the world. Thank you very much, and I wish you much success.
Thank you.
Minister, thank you very much. And of course, you hit the nail on the head when you said it is about collaboration, and which we hopefully will be discussing the new initiative in just a little while here. We have from Azerbaijan, the Minister of Communications and Information Technologies, Professor Dr. Ali M. Abbasov.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Global Conference on Cyberspace is a unique conference which gathers representatives from governments, private sector and civil society in order to discuss norms for responsible behavior in cyberspace. We express a gratitude of Azerbaijani government to the government of Netherlands for hosting this high-level and well-organized event. We support three main guiding principles of the GCCS proposed by organizers as freedom, security and growth. Azerbaijan's view to these principles is that government should not intervene in the functioning of the Internet and create obstacles for free flow of information. Security is very important to provide confidence and trust. Achieving security on the Internet must not hurt privacy and freedom of expression. Let me share with you what I am doing in Azerbaijan in this field. Internet in my country is free, no government control and no regulations. 73% of the population of Azerbaijan has access to Internet, which is highest in the region. Government of Azerbaijan supports broadband technology in order to ensure long-term sustainable development of ICT, adopting a national strategy on development of information society for 2014 and 2020. Azerbaijan closely cooperates with different international organizations such as Council of Europe, European Union, OSCE, NATO and ITU, and has joined the Convention on Cybercrimes in 2008 through the Council of Europe. Azerbaijani government is committed to bridging digital divide and including Internet access into universal services by 2017. In this direction, Azerbaijani government also supports regional projects on ICT development. We would like to stress the initiative of Azerbaijani government on the project of TASIM, Trans-Eurasian Information Superhighway, and Eureka, European Connectivity for Eurasia, and supported by 3 resolutions of UN General Assembly, bringing connectivity for developing countries of Eurasia. We would like to draw your attention that Azerbaijan will host first European Games in June 2015, and so it is likely expected large-scale cyber attacks to the critical information resources and computer network during the Games. And consequently, Azerbaijan is facing growing importance of cybersecurity. Therefore, we are working for protection of our cyberspace against a range of cyber threats and prevention of cyber attacks throughout the Games. And international cooperation, including global conference on cyberspace, is invaluable for us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. We have also with us Hungary, and our delegate is the Minister of State for Security Policy and International Cooperation, Dr. István Mikola.
Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege for me to address this conference. I am convinced that in London, Budapest, Seoul, and on the road leading up to The Hague, we have established a compelling and coherent narrative, a vision, a process. I am pleased that it all culminates in The Hague and that Hungary could contribute to this success. Budapest in 2012, I believe, helped prepare the ground for further steps needed in terms of broadening the appeal of our narrative and broaden the scope of our reach. Now it is high time for all stakeholders to act together to assert the positive, transformative benefits of the Internet and improve security. The innovative success of cyberspace lies in its nature, open, unified and global. Governments cannot do and guarantee all of this alone. A safe and resilient cyberspace must be shaped by the interest of civil society, industry and governments across the globe, with the active participation of every stakeholder, both on the political and expert levels. 2 decades ago, very few considered cybersecurity as a challenge. Today, it is seen as one of the greatest challenges to international security. There are still very diverse views, however, on the nature of the security threats in cyberspace, and even the definition of security in the virtual world is debated. The term cybersecurity potentially spans a very broad spectrum from cyber warfare to influencing social media, and the discussion easily becomes too diffuse. Often the conceptual difference of technical and national security embedded in the concept of cybersecurity is not defined the same way by actors by different political backgrounds and expertise. Cybersecurity is not an entirely new challenge. Rather, it brings a new dimension to existing challenges like criminality, terrorism, political violence and war. While the instrument is new, the final goal remains unchanged. In building confidence in cyberspace, we have to look to the best solution for strengthening international peace, security and justice. The starting point for further international cooperation in cybersecurity is agreement on the applicability of existing international law and the existing norms of behaviour in international relations. Remarkable results have been achieved in the last 4 years since the first conference in London on creating a framework of norms to help reduce the threat of conflict in cyberspace. While we are busy with ensuring our own security, we need to do more to increase the capabilities of countries lacking the infrastructure and expertise to police their cyberspace. Internet is a platform for innovation, able to cope with diversity, and to adapt the local needs and sensitivities. Internet is transforming our world and revolutionizing our everyday lives. It drives equitable and sustainable growth. We must use it to improve opportunities for participation in social and economic activities for those on the margins. And finally, and more thing, Hungary is one of the founding members of the International Telecommunication Union, which celebrates its 150th anniversary this year, is more than proud to be the host country of ITU Telecom World 2015 conference. We would like to invite all of you for this conference this year in the middle of October. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We have from Spain the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, Mr. Ignacio Ibanez Rubio.
Thank you very much. Spain is aware of the importance of maintaining an open and free internet for growth and economic prosperity, for innovation, and for political and social integration of our societies. We are convinced that internet must continue to be open and without borders, and that all countries and all people must be able to benefit from the new technologies of information and communication, ICT. Internet is crucial for a global economy. It creates new markets, connects companies and small businesses throughout the world. And that is why we support and promote the multi-stakeholder approach when it comes to internet governance vis-à-vis other approaches that would fragment, limit, and reduce the opportunities of cyberspace. We also consider that the reduction of the digital gap must be one of the development objectives that is most important, and Spain is committed in this direction. However, the benefits and the opportunities of a free and open cyberspace can only be a reality if the use of internet is safe and reliable, and if values such as the rule of law and the respect of human rights are guaranteed. Unfortunately, internet can also be used in a malicious way, and the risks and threats in cyberspace are one of the most serious and complex challenges which we face currently. The governments are always more increasingly aware of these threats. We have started developing capacities and strategies to prevent and respond to cyber attacks. In the last year, Spain has developed numerous activities related to cybersecurity, both in the national and international arena. The National Cybersecurity Strategy, adopted in December of 2013, envisages a holistic approach of cybersecurity and establishes an internal coordination system. One of the most important strategies or characteristics of our strategy, closely related to the approach of this conference, is precisely the shared responsibility to approving and adopting cybersecurity measures in public administration and the private sector, and especially in companies whose activities are essential services. Another fundamental chapter of the strategy is the fight against cybercrime and cyber terrorism. We are very worried by the increasingly frequent use of internet on the part of terrorists to recruit followers, indoctrinate, to train or obtain financing. We have ratified the Budapest Convention of the fight against cyber criminal. We think it is the most valuable international tool that we have. We would like to encourage other countries who haven't done so yet that they ratify the Budapest Convention, because this will contribute to the fact that the global fight against cybercrime will be more effective. Another important aspect of the national strategy is the international cooperation, bilaterally and multilaterally, especially at a regional level. Due to the global nature of cyberspace, we consider it is important that we deal with international cooperation, both in the operational arena of cybersecurity, interchanging information on threats, tools, and best practices. As was said by Prime Minister Rutte, Spain is very committed with the development of capacity in the countries that need it, and in this conference we welcome the launching of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. In conclusion, I'd like to repeat that any debate on the future of cyberspace must be based on a balance between liberty, freedom, and security. We must be able to preserve and build amongst all of us an internet that is reliable, open, accessible, and safe, that generates prosperity and wealth for all countries, and where fundamental rights such as the right to privacy and freedom of expressions are respected and protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. So we have from Brazil also the Secretary for Information Technology Policy for the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation of Brazil, Mr. Virgilio Almeida.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by quoting the President of Brazil, Dilma Rousseff. In her speech at the United Nations 2 years ago, she drew a vision for the future of the cyberspace. She said the Internet should guarantee the freedom of expression, privacy of the individual, and respect for human rights, as well as be guided only by ethical and technical criteria. It should not be restricted by political, commercial, religious, or any other purpose. However, there are plenty of challenges ahead in the construction of the global cyberspace. Cybercrime, security threats, invasion of privacy, espionage are just a few of the issues at stake that demand better understanding, further discussion, and immediate action from the international community. Last week, the President launched a new initiative called a National Pact to fight violations on human rights on the Internet. Brazil is currently considering its first data protection general legislation. having promoted the UN resolution on the right to privacy in the digital age and improving its privacy legislation with Marco Civil, Brazil now seeks to complete its data protection framework by submitting a draft data protection bill to a public debate entirely on the Internet, on the same basis Marco Civil was drafted. The Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, also known as CGI, is a global reference for the multi-stakeholder model in which different sectors of the society work well together. Our positive experience in Brazil with a multi-stakeholder approach to Internet governance led us to two successful initiatives: the Internet Bill of Rights, also known as Marco Civil, and the Net Mundial Conference. And this brings us to The Hague, this wonderful city of peace and justice. The Global Conference on Cyberspace, organized by the Netherlands government, is an important initiative that will help to improve the cyberspace governance ecosystem. Let us compare the cyberspace governance ecosystem to the rainforest. Rainforests are among the most complex and fundamental ecosystems on Earth. Rainforests have the highest biodiversity of any terrestrial ecosystem. The Internet governance ecosystem is a little like the rainforest, with its diversity of organizations and entities. One thing that we have learned is that the rainforest as a whole is not manageable. We cannot govern or control it, but we can damage and destroy it. So let us work together on present needs of the cyberspace without compromising the needs of the future generations. In light of this, we are currently working on the Net Mundial initiative, a multi-stakeholder process that seeks to carry forward the cooperative spirit of São Paulo. We are also working on the preparation of IGF 2015. Let us renew and strengthen IGF's mandate. I would like to welcome all of you to IGF 2015. That's going to be held in a beautiful city on the northeast coast of Brazil. There, we will continue the work that we are carrying out here in The Hague to enhance the global cyberspace governance ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We have from Romania the Secretary of State for Strategic Affairs, MFA, and that's Mr. Daniel Ionita.
Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express the gratitude of the Romanian delegation to our Dutch host for their tremendous efforts in organizing this great event. The Hague is worldwide known as the International City of Peace and Justice. From now on, it will add another attribute, namely the cyberspace city. From the very beginning, I would like to mention two essential key issues, namely cooperation and capacity building efforts. They should be the basis of the international dialogue to ensure that all countries are aware of the cybersecurity challenges. Distinguished audience, we support the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, highlighting the need for more capacity building, exchanges of best practices, and strengthen international cooperation, building new initiatives, partnerships, and enhance institutional capacity. It is an honor for me to announce that Romania participates in the Global Forum as a co-founder to the Dutch initiative on cybersecurity responsible disclosure. My special thanks goes to the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Security and Justice for this great opportunity. Our participation in the Responsible Disclosure Initiative will help to the development of the regulatory and legislative framework for responsible disclosure policy and to public-private partnership in Romania and in the region. Allow me to dwell more on the efforts of the Romanian institutions in the field of the cybersecurity and also on the contribution of my country within the international framework. At the moment, we have functional in Romania a strategy on cybersecurity, which was adopted in 2013, and a national action plan for implementing the national system of cybersecurity. These two instruments are the Legea Lata, the framework that provides an overview of Romania's national views on various aspects of national and transnational threats to and in the use of the ICTs. Currently, the Romanian government is drafting a new law on cybersecurity in order to harmonize and conciliate both internally and externally. The main measures we promote at national level for strengthening cybersecurity include the following. First, institutional and legal measures for cybersecurity by adopting the necessary legislation. Second, the development of international cooperation, bilateral and at the EU and NATO level. Third, public-private partnership. Fourth, identity management solutions. And fifth, long-term culture of cybersecurity by stimulating partnership with national and international academic environment. And the last one, educational programs to raise awareness towards acquiring clear rules of ethics and conduct of cybersecurity, including cybersecurity in the educational curricula. One of the key areas of our actions is especially development of the international cooperation. Dear participants, in conclusion, despite of our national and international démarches, the current realities are sometimes ahead of us, and the current efforts on cybersecurity are still insufficient. Combating cyber threats is a shared responsibility, and we need to do more, we need to do better, in a smarter and more efficient way, and we need to act now. In these endeavors, we also need to take good care of the basic principles, such as the respect of the international law and human rights within cybersecurity. We need to avoid the unnecessary duplication at international organizations level and to promote the multi-stakeholder approach for internet governance and the prevention of restrictions on freedom of expression. And we need a continuous dialogue between countries in the context of cyber attacks in order to avoid conflicts of a political military nature. I do thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you all for also keeping the interventions very precise and concise. That helps very much as we have a few more ministers to go through and representatives to go through. From the OAS, we have the Assistant Secretary General with us, Mr. Albert R. Ramdin.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Khan. The Organization of American States is a grouping of countries in the Western Hemisphere, 35 member states, just to let you know that. Ladies and gentlemen, the world has embarked on a trajectory to which we have no known final destination. The Internet, as it was first created, has evolved into an unanticipated new reality for everyone, with great opportunities on the one hand and painful challenges on the other, and permeates basically our social, cultural, political, and economic life. The third GCCS in Seoul focused on the issue of capacity building and the barriers of developing countries in progressing the issue of national cybersecurity. Today and tomorrow, we will discuss the three critical areas: freedom, growth, and security. The Organization of American States has always promoted these tenets and embedded these in our founding charter in 1948 and subsequent conventions and juridical instruments on human rights, rule of law, and integrated development. The Internet is fast becoming a right, and as such, we must strive to ensure that as countries and peoples connect and utilize this indispensable tool for accelerating development and innovation, that the policymakers and the technical experts be adequately equipped to address the threats and implement required safeguards. It is often difficult to encapsulate into words the challenges faced by our region, as the experiences and the reality of each country varies by many degrees from border to border, in both its level of development and economic realities. It often reminds me of an old saying that you cannot really understand another person's experience until you have walked a mile in their shoes. In Latin America and the Caribbean alone, there are approximately 250 million Internet users, making it one of the fastest growing Internet and mobility populations in the world. The current landscape in Latin America and the Caribbean demonstrates that our member states are subject to both threats emanating from outside and within the region, and it's my firm belief that if the Latin American and Caribbean region is not equipped with the requisite tools to deal with the current threats and realities in cyberspace, there will always be a black hole for cyber criminals to hide in. Member states of the Organization of American States have made significant strides in developing the policy and legal frameworks and building the technical capacities in line with the OAS comprehensive inter-American strategy to combat threats to cybersecurity. Our cybersecurity program, which started already in 2004, has assisted our member states to establish incident response capabilities, strategy development, and capacity building. Despite its achievements to date, the cybersecurity program is often limited by how much it can achieve as a result of limited resources. The program functions only on the financial support and in-kind contributions of donors such as the governments of the United States, as mentioned earlier from Canada, United Kingdom, and more recently Estonia and Suriname, and maximizes these contributions through strategic partnerships with several private and public bodies to build our member states' capacities. And although there have been great advances in the region pertaining to cybersecurity capacity building, the OAS SICTE recognizes that the situational analysis of cybersecurity is quite limited in Latin America and the Caribbean. The OAS has been working not only to build a repository of cybersecurity knowledge that better depicts the region's challenges, but to also build innate capacity and to foster exchange of information and best practices. We strongly believe that international cooperation needs to be strengthened, and more so, we must foster partnerships between and within countries and between all the stakeholders. The OAS is a multilateral platform which has the trust, the expertise, and the experience in the region and stands ready to work and partner with other global partners. This is why the Organization of American States is a founding partner in the establishment of the Global Forum on Cybersecurity Expertise, which is formed to emphasize the need for more capacity building and exchanges of best practices and strengthen international cooperation, partnerships, and cyber-focused international law. In closing, Mr. Chairman, I congratulate the government of the Netherlands with the excellent hosting of this global conference on cyberspace, and we look forward to the concrete outcomes. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. By the way, I should share with you, you used the quote about walking a mile in someone's shoes. The very cynical journalistic version is, before you criticize someone, you should walk a mile in their shoes, because once you criticize them, you're a mile away and you have their shoes. So a slightly different perspective from my industry, sadly. At this stage, I'd like to invite the State Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan, Mr. Yasuhide Nakayama, to give his intervention, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to participate in the 4th Global Conference of the London process. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Government of the Netherlands for hosting this important gathering. I think Internet is like Pandora's box. Once you open it, all kinds of disasters will pop out. Why we gathered here is that the only thing left is hope. And I came here to find hope with you all. An open, free, secure, and accessible cyberspace is a driving force for economic growth and social development. The multi-stakeholder nature of cyberspace is becoming more critical than ever as we seek to bring about a truly inclusive society. Therefore, today, the team of Japan is pleased to present a speaker, Mr. Shinohara, Vice President of NTT, which supports the communication network of Japan Self-Defense Force as well. While cyberspace benefits us in various ways, it has also brought new challenges. In Japan, the number of cyber threats against government agencies reported in fiscal year 2013 was over 5 million, about 5 times that of the previous year. Cyber technology can enormously empower individuals. However, that same technology can be used by terrorists and criminals to cause serious damage to society. How should we confront those players who ignore rules? I was in Jordan to negotiate with Daesh, with ISIL, to release Japanese hostages a few weeks ago. The dissemination of violent extremism and recruiting by terrorists through the internet are a serious threat to the international community. We need something like anti-terrorism vaccine. We need to consider ways to address these challenges while respecting freedom of expression and free flow of international in cyberspace. To address the problem of cybercrimes, Japan believes it is important to universalize the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime. Japan is willing to further strengthen international cooperation concerning the investigation and prosecution of cybercrimes. We should also take vulnerabilities in the developing countries into consideration to help reduce the impact. Japan, the United States, and Australia are assisting Southeast Asian countries to counter cybercrimes through the UNODC. Japan started the ASEAN-Japan Cybercrime Dialogue last year and is planning to dispatch a study team to the region this summer. In conclusion, Japan is determined to champion a free, secure, and accessible cyberspace for the prosperous and innovative socio-economic development of the international community, in line with its policy of proactive contribution to peace. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. Next, we go to Sri Lanka, where we have the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Ajit P. Pereira.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express my sincere congratulations to the Kingdom of Netherlands for hosting this landmark global conference on cyberspace. I also wish to express my appreciation to the Government of Netherlands and Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs for invitation extended to Sri Lanka and for the gracious hospitality extended to my delegation. Sri Lanka strongly believes that information and communication technology is a tool and enabler that will push the boundaries of socio-economic development in countries such as ours. While harnessing the full potential of ICT for development, e-government-led reforms will be catalyst in bringing greater transparency, efficiency, and accountability. Substantial investment are already made in development of ICT in key sectors of the economy under the e-Sri Lanka Development Initiative, supported by World Bank. Our Network Readiness Index has improved steadily, and UN e-government readiness rank has also jumped 41 places, bringing Sri Lanka to #1 position in South Asia. A large number of government services are now available online to citizens through our country. Portal Lanka Gate, facilitated by the Information and Communication Technology Agency of Sri Lanka, ICTA. The new government's 100-day program has guaranteed access to free Wi-Fi as a citizen's right, human right. This free Wi-Fi program was launched in several key public places across the country. The government expects to increase it to 1,000 hotspots in the coming months. Sri Lanka has had a long-standing tradition of supporting an open and secure internet. It remains an active participant of ICANN and support the Internet Governance Forum. While it's protecting the freedom of the Internet, several policy and institutional measures have been adopted to combat Internet crimes. Recently, Sri Lanka was invited to join Budapest Cybercrime Convention of the Council of Europe. That's a serious achievement. We are strongly committed towards fast-tracking our accession to this global convention. Thank you.
Minister, thank you very much, sir. We go to Norway next. The State Secretary of Foreign Affairs is Mr. Bård Glad Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. An open, free and secure internet is an engine for growth and prosperity. It is a driver for development and an opportunity to promote human rights for all. For the continued growth and development of the digital domain and the human development that goes with it, trust in cyberspace is essential. Like in the analog world, protective measures are important but cannot be the only solutions. We need a holistic approach to cybersecurity, a proactive approach. The principles of international law and human rights apply also in cyberspace. International law is the framework upon which international peace and security rely. We cannot accept violations of these fundamental principles. We need to ensure that human rights, including the freedom of expression and the right to privacy, are protected online as they are protected offline. We should not allow anyone to ignore the international instruments we do have or the introduction of regulations to limit freedom and openness online. Mr. Chairman, cyberspace has changed the world in ways that are still difficult to comprehend, and it has only just begun. There are still billions of people waiting to go online. Cyberspace facilitates communication, innovation, research and business transformation. It creates growth and social development. We need to make sure that these opportunities are made available to all in all parts of the world. Increased attention to cyber capacity building is necessary. Cyber capacity building can reduce cyber threats and at the same time contribute to prosperity and growth, both in the developed and in the developing world. The outcome of this conference will be important in that respect, and we thank the government of the Netherlands for hosting the Global Conference on Cyberspace in 2015. I look forward to the launching of the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise later today. Norway is a founding member and a proud contributor to a concrete initiative to bring this forward in a measurable way. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, and thank you again for your support for the GCFE. Right, we have the next delegate is from Turkey, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Ali Naci Koru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the Dutch government and all those involved in the organization of this important meeting. It is only a quarter of a century since Professor Berners-Lee first came up with the World Wide Web. And yet, its potential has continued to increase, with cyberspace becoming an integral part of our lives over the last decade. Social networking platforms change the way we perceive the world and the way others see us. Information communication and knowledge have become multidimensional phenomena in terms of time, geography, and population. State institutions have started to rely more on the internet to deliver services such as education, health, energy, water, and transportation. Online financial transactions and electronic exchanges are a driving force for the future of global economy. Cultural and linguistic diversity, traditions, freedom of expression, and cultural dialogue are all fostered by cyberspace. For these reasons, the Internet's open nature should be safeguarded. So should the free flow of information. However, freedom online requires safety and security too. It should not lead to vulnerability or to malicious activities. Thus, effective policies are needed to guarantee national security, but also to preserve the freedoms of Internet users. Personal and public data have to be secured. Internet users, be it private or public, should be confident in knowing their data will be received by the intended addresses in a fast and reliable way. It should be our priority to make cyberspace sufficiently safe and secure for individual users, companies, and governmental institutions without infringing economic growth and social freedoms. In this spirit, Turkey set up its Cybersecurity Council that became operational in 2012. The Council consists of the public institutions that are directly involved in cybersecurity or security issues in general. The Council works through a comprehensive strategy that defines ways to protect IT systems of critical infrastructures managed by either private or public sector, to keep risks generated by cyber activities at a minimum level, and in the case of an attack, to restore normal activities of critical systems as quickly as possible. Precisely targeted tasks and their deadlines are described by the National Cybersecurity Action Plan, which is periodically updated. In addition to this, Turkish Ministry of Justice is in the process of drafting a cybersecurity law encompassing legal, technical, and policy aspects of cybersecurity. International Telecommunication Union of the UN, in cooperation with the relevant Turkish authorities and institutions, had the first international cyber shield exercise in Istanbul in May 2014. 17 countries participated, which is a good example of international cooperation in this field. Ladies and gentlemen, given the transboundary nature of the cyberspace, concrete and tailor-made actions at international level are needed. No nation is immune from risks, nor from actual attacks. Moreover, our solutions should be adaptable as technology changes very fast. I would like to underline once again that Turkey is ready and willing to support the efforts of the international society in this direction. Thank you.
Minister, thank you very much, sir. We go next to Finland and the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, Mr. Peter Stenlund.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the Dutch government for organizing this global cyberspace conference. Given the borderless nature of cyberspace and various interdependencies between different stakeholders, the challenges that we are facing have to be tackled globally. Cyber threats have emerged as a central element when considering security. Because of the very nature of broad-based security threats, preparing for and addressing them requires strong national and international cooperation arrangements. We need an enhanced international dialogue. The continuation of the London process in The Hague contributes to this in an excellent manner. It is crucial for global security to increase understanding between the states and other stakeholders and to build confidence in cyberspace. We need to enhance trust and transparency to get the most out of the huge potential that the digitalization has brought to us. Respecting international law and human rights, specifically freedom of speech and right to privacy, is important in cyberspace. Access to internet should be everybody's right. More efforts should be directed to bridging the digital divide. At the same time, we must guarantee the security of the global networks. This is why cyber capacity building is one of our top priorities. For several years, Finland has initiated and implemented projects targeted to build information societies in developing countries. Our focus has been in education, training, healthcare, e-government and research. Finland has experience and expertise to offer for cyber capacity building. We welcome the initiative to establish the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise and are proud to be one of the founding members of the forum. Confidence-building measures are among the most important ways of increasing understanding and transparency between states and other stakeholders. The CBMs can help to overcome uncertainties and concerns linked to cyberspace, and they may even reduce potential tensions and the risk of conflict in cyberspace by increasing practical cooperation, exchanges of information and mutual understanding. The CBMs are a good way of increasing trust and thus pave the way to deeper cooperation, such as developing norms of responsible state behavior in cyberspace. The regional organizations such as the OSCE, the Asian Regional Forum and the Organization of the American States have been carried out good work in confidence building and in cooperation. It could be useful also to exchange best practices between the regional organizations and thus build global confidence. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. We go to Sweden now, and the State Secretary for Strategic Development and Nordic Cooperation, Ms. Maja Fjestad.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be here, and I join others in thanking the government of the Netherlands for hosting us and for the new initiative about the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise, which we look forward to joining. We must cooperate across borders with all stakeholders to harness the vast new opportunities that digitalization brings, whether it be for economic growth and trade, in strengthening human rights, or opening new opportunities for development and poverty reduction, or build trust and norms to guide our behavior in cyberspace. The online world comes with challenges as well. Concerns with cybercrime, cyber attacks, and terrorism are receiving increased attention. But online solutions must be found within the existing framework of international law, human rights, and rule of law. Protecting individual integrity and privacy is an increasing challenge in the digital era. Clear rules and regulations for the use of personal data are necessary. Let me move on to an issue that is also personally a strong priority. When I studied computer programming in 1995, we were hardly 1/5 girls in class. And today, sadly, the numbers have not changed much. Women are underrepresented in all dimensions of the digital world and have less access to technology and the internet, also in Sweden. And this is not only about equality and rights, it's also about smart allocation of resources. We can hardly afford to make use of only half of the human potential of growth and innovation. There are historical reasons for male overrepresentations in ICT, but there are also reasons that have to do with power. Technology in general represents power, and in a world with structural subordination of women, empowerment in the field of technology is important to break patriarchal structures. Anthropologists point out that the cyber world has tendencies to what they call a masculine culture. At the same time, cyber issues hold several keys to bridging the gender gap. The Swedish government wants to strengthen gender equality, improve women's access to resources and technology, and increase women's representation. That is what we call a feminist foreign policy. I'm also happy to announce that this year's Stockholm Internet Forum, planned for mid-October, will focus on access and gender inequality in cyber. Let me also mention another core priority for us. The impact of ICT for economic growth and trade is hard to overestimate. Almost half of the productivity growth and around 8% of GDP in Sweden can be attributed to these technologies. Cross-border data flows are an integral part of international trade and business. It is of strategic importance to allow for unhindered international data flows while fully respecting integrity and privacy issues. So rightly managed and with proper cooperation between stakeholders, ICT and the Internet, in combination with open societies, represent one of the most powerful tools for shaping the future. So let us make the best use of it together. Thank you very much.
Minister, thank you. Madam Secretary, thank you. We go to Chile next. The Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs is Mr. Edgardo Riveros, and he's with us as well. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the government of the Netherlands for the excellent organization of this conference and for the great hospitality that we've been afforded. Chile, for the first time, participates in a global conference on cyberspace as an expression of the commitment of my government to give priority to these issues and cybersecurity. Also, we have been participating from the beginning in the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise that will be officially launched during this conference. We are living in a world that is going through a huge digitalization and dependence of cyberspace. Therefore, the development of Chile and all countries depends on a free, open, and secure cyberspace and Internet, because it has an influence on intellectual and daily life, because it allows for the flow of information, a stimulation of competitiveness and business. There is more dialogue, there's more interaction. Chile has been a pioneer as far as regulations. The law of neutrality of network, which was born in the civil society of my country, was the first law in the world that dealt with this issue. And so we have a regime of limitations, of responsibilities of the internet providers that has been applauded by those who defend the free expression in the United Nations. We also have the Connectivity Project for Education. It is an initiative launched by the Secretariat of Telecommunication together with the Ministry of Education through liaison programs. And the purpose is that the highest percentage of school in the country, in other words, public education, should increase its access to internet. Thanks to free broadband and high-quality computation equipment. However, the time has come for Chile to take this commitment a step further and apply the respect of international law to this area, and also its commitment with human rights. Democracy and international cooperation are increasingly important. Cyberspace offers so many opportunities and benefits, but it also offers threats and risks. A third of the world population approximately uses internet, and millions more are indirectly affected by the use of local or global networks. There is no doubt that there is a huge dependence, and that goes hand in hand with a huge vulnerability. And there are state and non-state actors commit crimes against humanity. The Chilean government has taken into account the situation and wishes to subscribe the Budapest Convention. We are also working to develop a national policy in terms of cybersecurity that will allow us to face the new challenges. Thank you very much for your attention.
Minister, thank you very much, sir. We go to Armenia next, and the Deputy Foreign Minister of Armenia, Mr. Ashot Hovakimian.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend our gratitude to the government of the Kingdom of Netherlands for the hospitality and excellent organization of the conference. As much as cyber offers vast and tremendous opportunities for interaction and progress, so is the danger of misuse. Hence, many talk of cyber as a weapon of mass disruption. The challenge is to learn how to fully utilize its potential and effectively protect us at the same time. To make our daily lives safer, we apparently need certain standards, rules, laws, code of conduct to protect cyberspace against cybercrime. Protection of human values, education, awareness raising and law enforcement should become the core of our activities, aimed at safeguarding our societies from the newly emerged crimes. Today, information age threats are more diffuse and multidimensional, and their impact on international peace and security is visible. The Internet and social media have become a critical tool for the disseminating hatred and propaganda of violence, vandalism and war. The recruitment continues to be used by terrorist groups such as ISIL and al-Nusra to attract followers, including foreign terrorist fighters. Calls to commit identity-based violence, including genocide, or to glorify the perpetrators of the past genocides through Internet are becoming serious threats to international peace and security. Armenia is fully committed to the international fight against the cyber threats, and we welcome recent developments aimed at further advancing international understanding and cooperation in combating cybercrime in the framework of OSCE, the Council of Europe and the UN. Armenia signed and ratified the Council of Europe Convention on Cybercrime and its additional protocol on criminalization of acts of racist and xenophobic nature committed through computer systems. In line with its international obligations, Armenia established criminal offences deriving from the additional protocol, particularly Article 6, which effectively addresses the denial, alleviation or justification of genocide and other crimes through dissemination of materials or otherwise making available to the public by computer system in order to provoke hatred, discrimination or violence against a person or group of persons. Armenia also values ongoing efforts being undertaken within the OSCE framework on cybersecurity. The OSCE participating states committed themselves to implementing confidence-building measures in the use of information technologies. We believe that all purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter should be equally applicable online as well as offline in their entirety. In this vein, it is important to uphold all human rights everywhere, regardless of legal status of any territory, as it's stipulated in the Universal Declarations of Human Rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. On next to Portugal, and the Secretary of State of European Affairs is Mr. Bruno Macias.
Thank you. Well, it's been pointed out already that the term cyberspace is perhaps no longer the most adequate one, because cyberspace and physical space are so intertwined now. And when computer-based systems and computer-based networks are running our water system, are running our electricity systems, are running our transportation systems, it doesn't seem that we can get away from cyber. This means that the threats have to be addressed, they cannot be avoided anymore. But more than the threats, I think that we have to focus on the values. One of the main challenges of our time is to ensure that the values we share and the values we believe in can survive the transition to a digital, to a cyber age. For example, freedom and freedom of expression. We are now having a debate in Europe, in the United States, and in India about net neutrality. And the idea of net neutrality, in fact, goes back to debates we had 100 years ago about having a public space that can represent every message and not just a particular message, and that doesn't discriminate between different kinds of content. Well, we have to make sure that those values are preserved in this new transition to a cyber age. Another example, free trade. Some of us might think that the battle for free trade has been won, but we have a renewed battle for free trade in the digital field. Digital protectionism with forced localization is becoming more and more widespread. So the challenge now is to make sure that as we move from physical trade to digital trade, we don't lose the idea and the value of free trade. But it's not just about preserving values that we already share. It's about enhancing those values. And in some cases, the Internet can actually help us develop old values that we share. Internet is a global commons without borders. It is, in a way, a cosmopolitan's dream made true, and we have to make sure that this opportunity is fully taken advantage of. It is a field for innovative young minds, for startups. It universalizes empowerment in a way that no other medium could do in the past, certainly not the printed press. And so let's make sure that all this potential is utilized and that we don't waste this historical opportunity to realize some important values that we've been aspiring to in the past. The final example, the Internet, and in particular Internet governance, is a multi-stakeholder structure, non-hierarchical. I've been to many of these ministerial meetings. We always have civil society, we always have business, and we want to have them there. But here, in this particular meeting on the Internet, it is different. We feel that these other stakeholders matter as much as governments, matter as much as international organizations. And so this is special. Let's make sure that we preserve the values of the Internet and that we connect them to the values of a free, open society. Finally, let me thank the government of the Netherlands for organizing this forum. I think we've all been learning a lot, and it's been a lot of fun as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just a couple more interventions to go. We have the Chief Department of Infrastructure, Enabling Environment and E-Applications of ITU, Mr. Kemal Husseinovic.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the ITU Secretary General, Mr. Haolin Zhao, it's my pleasure to be here with you in The Hague, and I would like to congratulate the Dutch government for organizing this important event. Cyberspace is evolving at a tremendous pace, and the immense opportunities it brings also come with substantial challenges in terms of trust and confidence in ICTs. We know from the 2005 World Summit on the Information Society, WSIS, that when we consider cyberspace, we must also consider its significant public policy issues, including wider legal, economical, developmental, and socio-cultural aspects. The United Nations plays an important role in this regard as a global convener and facilitator for different stakeholders to come together to discuss, identify, and implement solutions toward building a universally available, open, secure, and trustworthy Internet. As the oldest member of the UN family, ITU is proud of its role in this effort, especially in facilitating the development of the infrastructure that enables the deployment of the Internet through global coordination and allocation of the wireless spectrum and orbital resources for satellites, technical standards, developmental assistance, providing a platform for the sharing knowledge and experience and contribution to the public policy debate. As the facilitator for the WSIS Action Line C5, ITU has placed particular emphasis on the helping countries overcome substantial challenges in terms of building trust and confidence in ICTs, especially in the development of human and technical capacity. In this regard, I am pleased to note that the ITU, through its Development Bureau, will be founding member of the Global Forum on the Cyber Expertise, GFCE, a promising new opportunity to strengthen existing cooperation on capacity building and to find innovative ways of developing new programs. ITU is happy to be a founding partner of GFCE, and we are co-initiating the C-CERT Maturity Initiative. ITU is active in building national certs and made readiness assessment in 61 countries and worked closely with 50 countries closely in that project. Dear friends, the key message we must take away from here is there is no single entity or organization that can deal with the issues or cyberspace alone. This is a global issue requiring global dialogue, and it is imperative that we all work together. GCCS is an important milestone in this global dialogue, and its outcomes will help to inform other upcoming forums. Finally, I take this opportunity to invite you all stakeholders to the WSIS Forum 2015 from 25th of May to 29th of May in Geneva, one of the world's largest annual gathering of the ICT for Development community. This year's theme is Innovative Together, enabling ICT for sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So, two final interventions. Next, we have the Russian Federation, the Special Coordinator for Political Affairs in the use of ICT's MFA, Mr. Vladimir Lapshin.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, of course, to meet first warm spring days in the beautiful Hague is a special privilege. We appreciate diligent efforts of our hosts to make this conference a success. We did our best to contribute to this process. However, we see that our views differ. We miss consensus. We still have questions concerning role and mission of a new international body which is going to be created. So we cannot join the founding fathers of the GFCE. Russia always would give priorities to the world organizations like the United Nations. These very days, serious negotiations on information security are underway in New York, conducted by the governmental experts from 20 countries. Another important event took place earlier this year when the United Nations Secretary General distributed the document initiated by the countries members of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Code of Conduct for Information Security. We care about the efficiency of the United Nations organization and try to make its job in solving global problems as productive as possible. Almost daily, we see how problems in cyber world are getting worse and complicated. We need to join efforts to take into account different approaches and positions in order to tackle them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our final interventions from Tanzania, the Minister for Communication, Science and Information, Professor Makame Mbarawa.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of my delegation, I wish to extend sincere appreciation to the government and people of the Kingdom of Netherlands for hosting this important conference and for the hospitality accorded to us. Ladies and gentlemen, in Tanzania, we have been modernizing our systems and adopted pro-ICT policies with supportive legislation in order to build an ICT-driven nation. Let me briefly state few achievements of the ICT sector in Tanzania. First, Tanzania has successfully implemented the Geneva Agreement on migration from terrestrial analog to digital television broadcasting, making Tanzania among the first countries in the African region to migrate. Secondly, as the national and regional connectivity, Tanzania has recorded significant progress. The government has invested in the deployment of 7,560 kilometers of broadband fiber optic cable currently connecting all administrative regions in the country. The broadband optic fiber cable network also connects landlocked countries through multiple connections to the border points of Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Zambia, and Malawi. Third is the establishment of SATZ. Ladies and gentlemen, the use of ICT has, however, created potential cyberspace threats that include the emergence of cybercrimes, which has created inherent financial, health, and security risks. The tremendous use of cyberspace has created new security threats to this physical and digital infrastructure, affecting both public and private sectors, such as threat to the right of privacy, threat to individual rights, increment of global cybercrimes, and terrorism. In the realm of the securing vulnerable cyber environment, a lot of effort has been done in cooperation with the development partners in developing cyber safety policies and laws. To address these challenges, Tanzania has formulated 3 draft bills for cybersecurity laws, namely data protection, cybercrime, and electronic transactions. It gives me a great pleasure to inform you that cybercrimes and electronic transaction bills has been approved by our parliament a few weeks ago. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, there are 2 important issues that Tanzania would wish to be addressed in this conference, namely human and institutional capacity building and collaboration in fighting cybercrime. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish this conference a successful deliberation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with those words from the Minister, we wrap up this session of ministerial statements. We should in a few minutes be able to start one of our final sessions, our final discussion sessions, which is a secure place for business and people, focusing largely on cybersecurity. Stand by, and we should let you know in a few minutes we should be getting the stage reset for our next session. So thank you very much, and thank you for all your deliberations and interventions. Thank you. We'll see you very shortly. Hello. Hi. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gents, please take your seats and we'll get started with this discussion session. Please take your seats and get comfortable. I hope you managed to get some refreshments during the coffee break. I hope it's charged you up for this next session, which is an important look at the aspect of security in cyberspace, which is why the session is entitled A Secure Place for Business and People. It's hard to believe it was only like 25 years ago that most people didn't even have their own computers, let alone smartphones that we use nowadays to pretty much do everything with computing power that we couldn't have dreamed of back then. People are still confused. I heard one friend say, my wife doesn't like shopping online because the trolley keeps rolling off the computer, which I'm not quite sure what she does. And then a recent joke I heard when you go back to those light bulb jokes, it was, how many software engineers does it take to change a light bulb? And the answer is, it can't be done, it's a hardware problem. So computers are, whether we like it or not, the cyber world, they're an integral part of our lives, and we have to pay attention not only to the benefits of being connected in cyberspace, but also to the rather serious risks we face, as you saw in the scenario-based session that we did just a little while ago. We have a very diverse and distinguished panel to help us get a variety of perspectives on this issue of cybersecurity, and I'll just briefly introduce them. To my immediate left here, I have Mr. Rob Wainwright, who's Director of Europol. Next to him, Mr. Han Moral, who's Chairman of the GPEN Committee, Global Prosecutors E-Crime Network at International Association of Prosecutors. We have Mr. Rafael Kofi, who's Head of Telecommunications Divisions of ECOWAS, and Mr. Jan Kleisen, who's Director of the Council of Europe. We also have with us Mr. Hiromichi Shinohara, who's Senior Executive VP and CTO of NTT. And next to him is Mrs. Catherine Brown, who's President and CEO of Internet Society. We have Mr. Christian Rivière, who's VP International Development at Thales, and Mr. Peter Lord, sitting on the end there, is the Director of Technology Policy of Oracle, Special Advisor to the Commission on the Digital Economy of the International Chamber of Commerce. So thank you all for being with us. And I'm going to try to make this, of course, as always, interactive with questions with you once we get started. But we do want to get the perspectives of our various panelists. And I'm going to ask Mr. Rob Wainwright, the Director of Europol, to start off with a little presentation to give us his perspective on really what we're facing when it comes to cybersecurity. Sir, if I could ask you to take that.
Yes, thank you very much, Riz. And talking about, in particular, about tackling the botnet threat through international cooperation. Well, we've all seen the figures. We know that the annual cost of cybercrime to the global economy runs into the hundreds of billions of dollars. We also know that we can measure the harm not only in financial terms, but also in terms of the damage to our security interests, our privacy interests as well. And as our personal life and businesses are ever more connected, of course, what we see in the law enforcement world is that cyber criminals are indeed launching more and more sophisticated attacks at an increasing rate. So the cyber criminality for us poses many challenges, particularly in terms of our ability to attribute the crime, in terms of gaining the appropriate jurisdiction, and of course securing the evidence, which in the end remains the essential part of the policeman's work. So we need increased international cooperation, and that's what we've worked very hard on the last couple of years, building here in the neighbouring building to this venue at Europol's headquarters a new European Cybercrime Centre, which very much brings together the law enforcement community across Europe and indeed other international partners alongside industry as well in many operations against some of the most dangerous cyber criminals that are operating in Europe. Now, from those operations, from the strategic intelligence that we're able to collect as well, this is the position that we see in terms of the threat. That cybercrime is increasing, as I say, okay, excuse me. It's been loaded in at the wrong place. My apologies. Okay, I'm just going to pause it there and talk over this. Cybercrime is increasing in terms of the scope, sophistication, number and types of attacks, and that the number of victims as well and the economic harm. A key driver of this we've detected is a service-based criminal business model, which we say we know as a crime as a service. And this is criminals offering a wide range of cybercrime products and services to other criminals. An example, for example, is a reasonable price that anyone can rent a botnet to launch a spamming campaign against a competitor or indeed to distribute a malware. Very easy to commit cybercrime. There are indeed, in this crime as a service business model, there are these support services that are effectively offered even on a 24/7 basis with customer care service as well. So this has expanded the community of those who wish to engage in cybercrime in particular, generating, as it does, huge profits, of course. This applies to traditional organised crime groups that are now buying their way into cybercrime by hiring this criminal expertise, particularly in the fields of drug trafficking. But it also, of course, applies to how they might make money by investing in new methods, buying or renting a ready-made botnet, for example, using a banking malware, in one case that we've seen, that steals €1 or $1, but from 1 million bank accounts. So it goes undetected, unregistered, and yet the profits are still enormous. And that stolen money is almost untraceable by the police in that case. Of course, we know that this demand for crime as a service stimulates further development and the sophistication of cybercrime, which brings me on to the botnet cyber threat in particular. Botnets are one of the most dangerous global threats to cybersecurity. You'll know perhaps that botnet is a network of computers infected with malicious software that allows criminals to control the infected machines remotely without the user's knowledge. Malware serves as many different malicious purposes. The objective, of course, is to generate profit through the monetization of users' data. According to Kaspersky, we're looking at 1 in every 20 computers that is infected worldwide. So that's at least 50 million infected devices worldwide. Quite a few of them, therefore, will be in this audience today. You'll be pleased and reassured to know, I'm sure. Criminals can hurt you through spyware, which steals your sensitive data, ransomware, which locks your data, destructive malware, which corrupts or deletes your data, or by using the infected machine to form one of these botnets. The growing number of these highly damaging botnets from the last decade is indicative of the scope of this threat. Difficult to measure accurately, but on average we think there are approximately 1,100 active botnets and 2.65 million infected systems per day. That's according to Shadow Server. I think we might have this back. There we are, thank you. Here's a map of the geographic distribution of botnet command and control servers that have been tracked within the last 24 hours. Very interesting to see where most of the criminal problem seems to be originating. Now, as for the characteristics of a botnet, the network of bots are controlled by, of course, malicious attackers, a botmaster, for example, without the computer's owner's knowledge. The infected devices can range from a few hundred or indeed to a few millions. The malware infection occurs in several ways. The user opening an infected email attachment or visiting an infected site, for example. And there are different types of botnets: centralized, peer-to-peer, which are much more difficult to close down, and hybrid models as well. This is an illustration of how the infected computers communicate with a command and control server and connect to it awaiting instructions. Important point here is that the communication is encrypted to prevent interception. This provides a brief overview of some of the most common symptoms to a malware infection. Whereas this graph in particular, if you can see it, highlights the main uses of botnets. So criminals are renting these out to other cyber criminals so that they can perform different types of cyber attacks, such as ransomware, spamming, harvesting data, mining virtual currencies, or of course DDoS attacks as well. So what are we doing in the police world about this? At the European Cybercrime Centre at Europol in particular, we've coordinated several international botnet takedowns already, working with a wide range of public and private partners. Here are just some of the examples against what was quite an infamous botnet, Zero Access, some operation in 2013, and here are some of the others that I'm just putting up on the screen. Let me give you one particular example of a very recent one just in February this year, one which illustrates the threat, I think, very well. This was the so-called Ramnet botnet, infected 3.2 million computers worldwide. You can see the key threats there. It opened a backdoor on compromised computers. It gathered usernames and passwords, in particular focusing on banking credentials. And it granted remote access to those computers and stealing the files as well from the victims' hard drives. Where was it going? Well, it was spreading through malicious websites and phishing campaigns. Further contributed to the spreading of the malware was that it was replicating itself in removable drives. And one of the novelties in this case, it was very persistent and hard to remove, very resilient. During installation, for example, it was placing a copy of itself not just on the victim's hard drive, but also on the computer's memory, so that it could regenerate in that computer even when it had been apparently cleaned. What was the impact? Been running for at least 5 years, we think, and as you see, over 3 million infected computers. We got together at Europol, and as an example of the joint international operation, in February this year, 5 EU member states working with Europol and the CERT-EU, and a number of very important contributions from the private sector, in this case, Microsoft, Symantec, Anubis Networks. We coordinated the takedown from a command post at Europol. And this assured that there was proper cooperation, therefore, among the different stakeholders. 7 servers seized in total, and the entire infrastructure of the botnet was taken down. Microsoft and Symantec then released a remedy to clean and restore the infected computer's defenses. So that brings me to the end of this short introduction, which I hope has put this session into some sort of context for you. The lessons that we've seen, therefore, from our operational experience is that botnets have indeed become a truly global threat, because they are allowing criminals worldwide to easily increase the scope, sophistication, number of types of attacks and the number of victims as well. And capitalizing on the low cost and risks involved, botnets have become, I think, one of the top tools of cyber criminals. Whilst also there is a growing sophistication of the malware being used in particular, which is indicative of the adaptability of the criminals as they profit from the technological advances we see in the internet. Of course, this calls for strengthened international public-private cooperation in order to tackle the threat in particular. And as illustrated by the operational experience from Ramnet, tackling these botnets is a shared responsibility, and different actors involved in the process playing complementary roles across the different features of the work that we have to do. Detection, takedown, sinkholing, attribution, mitigation, prosecution, and of course prevention as well. With my apologies for the slight technical blip at the start, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Very sobering thought there from Rob Wainwright on where we stand with the threat when it comes to botnets and how sophisticated the criminals are becoming. I'm going to get a few questions out to our panelists for their perspective on this. Now, perhaps go, if I may, next to Mr. Han Moral on asking, about the various players that are involved in trying to resolve these issues of security. And of course, governments are a fairly big factor here. And I wonder what you see as how large the role of governments is and what the particular roles might be.
Thank you, Mr. Khan, and I will come to that. But first of all, I would like to stress that, like our physical community, we need to ensure that the digital community is a safe community. For if we fail to prevent, investigate, prosecute and to identify the bad ones, we will have a huge social problem. Internet is a blessing and a burden and everything in between. For sure, governments and authorities have no real control on the internet, nor do individuals have. Changes, learning nowadays are not going on demand of authorities, but on demand of individuals in all kinds of networks. This is going on with hiccups and misuse of the internet, but governments have to look for other ways to influence their individuals. Traditional governmental instruments are out. New and younger troops are marching in, working from behind their own desk and kitchen table. And of course, also criminals are using the internet in the same way. It's also their world. Government, law enforcement and prosecutorial authorities have to adapt to that, and they are slow in doing so, but they are learning. Discovering that just making new laws does not prevent criminals to go on the internet. They realize more and more that networks of individuals, industries, small and large businesses, NGOs and consumers should be cherished. That they have to support new networks, helping, showing the possibilities, granting some money here and there, and of course make some useful laws to fight cybercrime. And with that, I mean not changing the word telephone by computer, but other lawful possibilities for police and prosecutors to encounter cyber criminals deep in their own fields. It might be wise for governments to organize some oversight mechanisms, internationally of course, but consumers and businesses will experience the threats and inform others right away. The role of the governments is to structure that information and help warning others. But then, in the field of investigation and prosecutions, there always will be task lists for governments. Territorial jurisdictions can, however, have two limits: capacity and powers to act outside jurisdictions. The first limitation is best skipped by improving international cooperation. Organizations like Eurojust, I work with Eurojust, and Interpol and Europol should be used more and more. International cooperation should be the standard. There are also more informal organizations who can help governments, for example, the International Association of Prosecutors and Global Prosecutors E-Crime Network, of which I'm the chair of, reaching 300,000 prosecutors in over 150 countries, helping their colleagues to develop their skills, helping capacity building, sharing best practices, knowledge and expertise. The second limitation is a difficult one. Countries will not easily accept others acting against their citizens, getting into computers and servers from elsewhere. What we need are treaty-based laws allowing countries under an international umbrella to fight criminals with the same weapons they use, also across borders. Sometimes we have to play hardball and differentiate between international good and bad guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morel. We'll get to some of the questions on the various points you raise as we get into the discussion too. Perhaps here I could bring in from ECOWAS, Mr. Rafael Kofi, and get your perspective on where we stand on the cybercrime and cybersecurity issue for this discussion.
Thank you. ECOWAS is a regional organization of 50 member states, and the internet penetration rate is almost 25%. This means that this rate will increase very fast with the fast growing of internet, mobile internet, and particularly with the low cost of smartphone. The population is estimated at 280 million. This represents a huge market to do business, including e-commerce, etc. But it's also a serious area of concern when we are talking about cybercrime. 2 ECOWAS member states are ranking in the top 10 countries by Internet Crime Complaints Center reports. As you know, cybercrime knows no boundaries. Therefore, crime can be committed anywhere and be originated from anywhere. It is in this regard that ECOWAS, to tackle this issue, adopted a key regional act, one on electronic transaction, another one on personal data protection, and the last one, and not the least, fighting against cybercrime. These acts, I have to underline it, are in line with the African Union Convention adopted last year in Malabo. And the act aims to secure and encourage the use of ICT for socio-economic development. Also, act aims to keep online economy running, contribute a balance between human rights and cybersecurity consideration, and also harmonize cyber law in the member states. With regard to the cooperation, I think that the harmonization of cyber law can improve effective regional cooperation and sharing of information and best practices. On international botnet issue, I think a former panelist has developed a lot on the botnet. ECOWAS is assisting the member states, to set up and operationalize a computer emergency responsive in each member state, and also plan to conduct cyber drill exercises on a regular basis. ECOWAS is also intending to conduct awareness for internet users on a basic approach of cybersecurity. In a developing country where the rate of illiteracy is high, it's difficult for users to understand the risk when they are using internet. So we need to sensitize this population. However, despite all the action ECOWAS has made, there is a lot of challenge we still need to be addressed. Among others, the slow implementation of regional cyber legislation by member states that will ensure effective harmonization. I can notice that out of 15 member states, only 7 have really adopted a law on e-transaction and personal data protection, and only 4 on cyber security issue, a cybercrime issue. This is still low. We need to encourage the member state to further implementation of regional law. Another challenge we need to address is the capacity building. Most of our governments do not have the necessary workforce to deal with complex cybersecurity and cybercrime issues. This implies, obviously, a lot of capacity building. Another issue we need to tackle is the weak of cooperation between the various actors that have key role to play in combating cybercrime, particularly for investigation. I mean, police, judiciaries, ICT experts, etc. There is also a need to improve the ability to collect and share electronic evidence regionally and internationally. This can be a solution to fight botnets. And finally, one of the key issues we need to address is to ratify the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection to be able to cooperate among African member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kofi. Thank you. Let me get to the Director of the Council of Europe, Mr. Jan Kleijsen. And, throughout the day we've talked about privacy, we've talked about security, we've talked about the need for freedoms when it comes to cyberspace. So, in your opinion, can freedoms and security coexist?
Thank you for that question, Riz. Yes, I think not only can they coexist, I would say they can only coexist. I think they're a bit like yin and yang. I think you cannot have real security without freedom, and in our definition in the Council of Europe, that would include human rights. And you cannot have freedom without security. And perhaps I can elaborate on this a little bit. The Council of Europe itself, the organization, which now comprises, for those who are less familiar with it, 47 member states in Europe, and we look after some 820 million Europeans, was set up to ensure that Europe is a secure place for everyone. And that, of course, would include people and business, as in the title of this session. The way we're doing this is through, and have done and continue to do, is to create legal instruments, binding instruments, as well as a whole set of policy recommendations. And I think for the purposes of this session, 3 instruments stand out. One limited to the member states of the Council of Europe, but you may have heard of it, even those from you coming from outside Europe, the European Convention on Human Rights. And 2 others, the Budapest Convention and the Data Protection Convention. And perhaps I can just say a few words on each of those. The European Convention on Human Rights guarantees such rights as freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, right to private life, or right to privacy, as it is called at the time of drafting Private Life. And it is supervised by a court in Strasbourg that can give binding judgments. Now, without getting into the details, but that court has repeatedly held that all the rights offline also apply online. In other words, that what you find in the convention, which was drafted in the 1940s, very much, I should say, as a reaction to World War II, also applies nowadays online. In a recent judgment, for instance, it held that the internet nowadays has become a prime instrument for freedom of expression and information, as a result of which any interference with it should meet very, very strict criteria which are set out in the Convention. It is a human rights instrument which was designed to protect citizens against their own governments. I already mentioned it was in reaction to the atrocities of World War II, but increasingly it is also applied to remind governments that they have to take positive action to ensure that their citizens are protected against criminals, for instance. That has been further developed in a treaty that has already been mentioned several times before today, the Budapest Convention, or the Cybercrime Convention, which aims to harmonize national legislation and provide for effective international cooperation against, for instance, the botnets that were earlier explained by Europol. That convention has a global vocation. Several non-European countries participated in its drafting and are parties. For instance, nowadays we have the United States, Japan, Australia, Mauritius there. That convention enables cooperation along the lines that the Dutch minister referred to in his closing statement when you had this earlier plenary, when he said in order to fight the criminals and to have the happy ending that we saw in the film, you have to actually have a trusted community. And the Budapest Convention, the parties to the Budapest Convention, because they're actually screened in a way before states can join by the existing parties, and a number of criteria have to be met, including respect for human rights. That club of states, that group of parties, constitutes very much a community of trust that the Dutch minister referred to, and that is absolutely vital to be able to catch the criminals. There are some big issues I should not hide from you that we are currently facing. One is that the Convention provides for mutual legal assistance, but it is also true that we have verified how well that works, and that unfortunately, in many cases, the time it takes to process a request for assistance takes far too long. It takes sometimes up to a year. And of course, that is a disregard, amongst other things, of the right of the victims, who I think should be entitled to swifter justice. Sometimes, though, mutual legal assistance can work very well. To give you a positive example, during the terrorist attacks in Paris, the French authorities requested information from the FBI concerning mail accounts that were held by a US company, and that belonged to the two terrorists, the two brothers that carried out the Charlie Hebdo massacre. The request was made to the United States, and within 4 hours the French authorities were granted not only the traffic data of the two brothers' account, but also the content, which enabled them to establish a link with the third perpetrator at the time. So sometimes it can work really fast. Sadly, though, in many cases it does not yet do so, and therefore a number of initiatives are underway to accelerate this and to enable a much faster processing. To come back to your question again for a second, it is clear that any attack that cybercrime attacks on computer systems also have grave consequences for people's freedoms. Take the attack that took place last week on TV5, which went black. Of course, that is a great interference with people's right to freedom of expression and the right to be informed. So there again, this yin-yang relationship between security and freedom. And thirdly, and I'm conscious I have to close here to stay within the time limit, we have the Data Protection Convention, again a convention of a global nature. For instance, we had recently had Uruguay acceding to it, which provides guidance not only to governments but also to businesses as to what data protection requirements should be met. And together, I think these instruments provide a framework which contributes, which helps states, because that is our aim, to help states ensure that indeed they create a safe place for people and business. Thank you, Riz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clarkson. Thank you. So, I next pass to Mr. Hiromichi Shinohara of NTT for his comments, please.
Thank you. I'm Shinohara of NTT. Okay. NTT is a global network and IT service provider, as you can see in this slide. As an owner and operator of global critical infrastructure, we think we have dual missions. One is to protect our internal asset, and the other is to provide secure services to our customers. There are three key elements in our approach to global cyber resiliency. One is technology solutions, and second is public-private partnership, both in Japan and international. And third is talent. Underlying all of these is Japan quality and integrity. As a CTO of NTT, let me dive into technology solutions. Our typical technology solutions against international botnet is our resiliency network and information sharing. I will show you a proof of concept demo how resiliency network works against deflection DDoS. Please start video. The blue ring is NTT network, and football fan site is served bottom center. Now, a consumer in orange is enjoying the fan site without any significant failure. You will see the attacker on the left. Suddenly, attack starts. A network promptly detects the fan site is under DDoS attack. Against DDoS attack, we provide SDN protection. And SDN controller starts sending yellow control packets to routers. There are two important features. One is selective blocking, namely only DDoS traffics are blocked. And the other is those routers are orchestrated. With these features, we can protect network even against high volume attack coming from widely distributed bots. You see, red attacking traffics disappeared and only green traffics are provided. This is why we call it resiliency network. Finally, let me quickly touch on information sharing. In order to fight against international botnets, global intelligence is needed. NTT operates in 80 countries. By using NTT's global operation, GTIP, or Global Threat Intelligence Platform, collects global intelligence. We hope to share threat intelligence with other entities to enhance our collective capability. In closing, hosting 2020 Tokyo Olympic Paralympic security is our mission. We need support from all the people present here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shinohara-san. Over to you, Ms. Catherine Brown.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit today. The Internet Society is a global organization with 71,000 members across the globe, 92 countries from Australia to Zimbabwe. We're largely a technical community organized around and through one of the greatest inventions of humankind, this global network of networks that is the internet. And it's our mission to ensure that an open, resilient, secure internet is everywhere for everyone. For almost 25 years, ISAC members from everywhere have written the software and built the internet in their countries. As the internet grows larger and creates the new challenges we've just heard about, they know better than anyone that the continuing growth and evolution of the internet is dependent on trust. And that trust is eroding. That trust has damaged our very ability to expand and to bring on new users. We therefore know that we need to have a new framework, a dynamic framework to meet the challenge. Any framework for enhancing this essential trust in what is a complex ecosystem of technologies and human actors requires a host of very different players, each within their different responsibilities and roles, to take action. This is why we feel quite encouraged when we hear the kind of conversation that has gone on here, because we indeed need a coordinated, cooperated, and global approach to cybersecurity. We call this collaborative security. We issued a paper this week, which we've talked to many of you about here. Collaborative security requires an understanding that when you are on the internet, you are also part of the internet. Thus, the reality is that internet security only comes through the efforts of many stakeholders, including the users of those computers that sit in your living room, even while the botnets are being sent from someplace else in the world. We believe that an effective approach involves 5 elements. First, the goal of any measure or measures we take must be to foster confidence in the internet and to protect the opportunities for social and economic prosperity. Second, we must all accept that we have a shared responsibility toward the internet as a whole. Each of us must do our part to ensure that our own networks and systems are secure, each individual, each business, each community, and to ensure that they aren't compatible with what the other actors are doing. Third, security solutions must also be compatible with human rights and must preserve the fundamental principles of the internet. We must not break the internet to fix it. We believe deeply that the right to free speech and expression must stand side by side with the need for security. Fourth, effective solutions rely on agile, evolutionary steps based on the expertise of a broad set of stakeholders, like the human body that may suffer from viruses, but gets stronger once and more resilient once it defeats them. New technologies, solutions, and cooperative efforts that build on lessons learned will make the internet more resilient to the kind of threats we're talking about today. Finally, as we know, as we saw, as we've seen in the pictures, thank you, this is a network of networks, the internet, across the globe, but in everyone's community and in their living room and in their pocket and in their hand as well. Creating security and trust in the internet requires each of us to take action closest to where it occurs, from the bottom up. So while we think globally, we must act locally. We believe that these elements describe the internet way. In order to be successful, we must intentionally work with each other on a coordinated strategy. We believe that this is the basis for consensus, the intentionality of our action, and a consensus on the way forward in this challenging time is our hope for this impressive conference. The Internet Society stands ready across the globe to be part of that conversation.
Thank you so much. Catherine Brown, thank you very much. Christiane Riviere, one thing we see, we've gone particularly in this session, to talk about security, although today, as an event, has also talked about the opportunities in cyberspace and so on. But security seems to have kind of floated up towards the top, because we saw from Rob Wainwright's presentation and other people's interventions that it's a really serious issue. I mean, is it really a new issue that we're addressing, or is it something that's been underlying? And what have we learned along the way that, from maybe even other scenarios that might help us actually shape the security policies?
Yes, thank you for this question. It will give me the opportunity to share experience of the field. First, before starting, I want to thank the government of Netherlands to have invited industry, because I really think that we have a lot to bring to this kind of debate, and also we have to bring solutions, product, as you mentioned. So when I started 30 years ago, cyberspace was not existing, so I had to choose another space. And to be honest with you, I joined a company, Thales, where half of the company was working around a very strong challenge, which was making airspace a secure place for people and business. Interesting. Very, very similar challenge. Of course, not the same kind of asset, not the same kind of product, but nevertheless, the same goal. Today, 30 million of aircraft are flying all across the world in a safe and secure environment. Okay, sometimes there are some problems, but if you make statistics, you can really assess that this is a secure world. To be honest, as a user, we don't measure till those 30 years all the intelligence, energy, common work that has been put in place in order to reach such a result. It's tremendous. We can't measure that. And I must say that a lot of stakeholders have contributed to reach this result. Until 10 years, I have the chance to work in the IT security world, and I have tried to make transposition. And to be honest with you, I think that this relies on very simple and four statements that I want to propose to you. And I think if we apply those statements, we will succeed to make cyberspace a safe and secure place for people and business. And of course, my point is to say that there are a lot of commonalities between those two domains. As you can know, clouds are in the sky, so which is logical. First statement I want to do is every government has to create a national agency in order to implement the government policy and really to raise the bar of the security in the nation. This is the way it has been handled in ATC, in air traffic management, and I really think in security we have to do something very similar. Of course, those administrations will have to cope with certification of product, homologation of process or solutions, and also accreditation of certain services. But they will have also to really define what security means. And I think it's very important because very often in the discussion we are dealing with security in a very reactive way. We are stating we have to react, we have to detect, but never we say we have to identify, we have to protect. And really I think that raising the bar of security will push people to go more and more on approach which is secured by design, in fact. This is important because at the speed we grow the portfolio of software and the speed we replace the old software that was not always designed to be secure, resilient, I think being proactive is probably as important, even if perhaps more, than being reactive. So first statement, we need to have strong local governmental administration in order to push those policies and help the industry to progress. Second statement, international cooperation. All those agencies have to work together to share experience, to share also energy to solve global problems, botnets, but not only. And really, I think, and it was the same thing in ATM, as soon as you share something, sky or space, cyberspace, you have to work together in order to define common rules. The third topic, which I think is more important, even if we do everything we can to raise the bar at the maximum level, there will always be a threat. So we must also adopt a continuous improvement approach in order to always improve our solutions. Organizations have to assess their security depth and manage it in the duration. We have to organize sharing of experience. When you have an attack, you have to share this experience in order to speed up the process of growing the knowledge. And of course, we have also to deploy solutions like SOC, CERT, in order, coordinated with CERT, in order that when there are problems, we can accelerate their solvings through sharing experience. And of course, as Thales, we have decided to build around the world, probably as entity, a strong network of SOC. One of them will be in Netherlands. The last topic, which I think will put the pressure on us, is that you need close to you very committed industry, very engaged, close to the government, in order to I would say, raise the bar of the product and the solution and win the race all together. On Thales' side, and in the cybersecurity field, we commit on four things, four simple things. First, we will create a full portfolio of products around cybersecurity, products, solutions, and services. Second, we will make them certified. Our services will be accredited, and we commit to work with administration in order to share our experience and also to work around common practice in order also to contribute to this common effort. Third, we will create a strong network of experts all around the world in order to create some kind of hub, in order to have expertise close to the customer and really help them very close to them to solve any kind of problem and issue. And as I have said, we will create a network of SOC connected to those experts, connected to CERT that we will have in different places in a hub approach. And I am happy to say that we will open our SOC in Netherlands in 2 months from now. That's it for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Riviere. It's interesting, as I move on to Peter Lord, Christian Riviere was just saying there's an urgent need for national agencies to be created and to raise the bar for security. So give us your perspective on perhaps how civil society and the private sector can also play a role.
Certainly, thank you. Thank you for that question, and thanks for the opportunity to participate on this panel. I think what we've seen often in discussions around roles and responsibilities is we've seen that we often end up laying ourselves into a strategic framework. And when we do this, at times it leads to an overly focused conversation around government's roles and responsibilities and government setting norms and deterrence. But as we see with the successful case studies of mitigating botnets and the other work that we're doing collaboratively, we really should look for ways for governments and the private sector to prepare for and respond to cyber incidents together with a focus on cooperation and action that you can work on. I'd like to think about a model for that, at risk of using yet another analogy, of using a civil disaster response as a way to guide our thinking and decision-making about some of this work that we need to do, and about when and how to use local, state, and national resources combined with the private sector and individuals to respond to cyber incidents. By this analogy, if you consider cyber incidents to be a lot like bad weather or a natural disaster, you can kind of look at what roles and responsibilities fall down from that and set expectations for different individuals. So first off, I think what we've seen time and time again from all the speakers on this panel is that self-reliance is key. You must be prepared. And we have to set expectations that individuals and organizations can take steps to reduce the risk of cyber threats. Now, a lot of folks will say, well, great, everyone here is talking about the need to do something. What am I going to do? I'm lucky to work with the International Chamber of Commerce. They just released a guide today, the ICC Cybersecurity Guide for Business. And it's a pretty straightforward guide. allows you to have a conversation about exactly this fact. What do I do to prepare? How do I collaborate? How do I cooperate? And how do I work with all parties to increase the resilience and security of our businesses, as well as organizations of any size? So governments can use this too. So during a cyber incident, if we continue on with the analogy, companies and individuals should expect that they are their own first responders. So when we look at what happens within the botnet example, it takes some time for the wheels of justice to work. So in the middle of things, you as an organization need to respond and come up with plans and collaboration activities to actually mitigate the threats that you're under. So one of the key points of the ICC guide is that something will happen to your organization. So knowing that is the case, what do you need to do to prepare in advance? What's your response plan? And importantly, what's your communication plan? Who do you need to reach out to? You might need to reach out to some law enforcement folks, but maybe the time to figure out what their number is not until when it happens, running around trying to mitigate damage. You might need to actually build some of these relationships in advance, not just with government and law enforcement, but also with your peers. Often, your peers might have a quick solution. They can help you right away, and then you can work with law enforcement on an ongoing basis. I think the important fact here is that not all incidents are going to raise to the level of government response or even local law enforcement response. You have to be able to figure out how to act yourself and work with others. And this is something where if we can all chip in, figure out what to do, you might not need to lean on government so hard. And in fact, we can show government as private sector and civil society that we can take leadership in this environment. And that's an important element of any solution in this space. And much like severe weather alerts that you get from the analogy of weather and disasters, if there's information out there, if there's a forecast of threats, sharing that information is a must. And certainly if we can find better ways to do that and ensure that businesses, organizations, and even governments of all sizes are provided the opportunity to get the information and know information about threats, that's a real important way to help mitigate the damage of any cyber incident. And as I pointed out before, cyber incidents are often criminal in nature. So this is the time in which to develop the relationships with the law enforcement to figure out, wow, do I need to preserve some information that they can use to help prosecute the criminals? It might not help you respond to the actual incident. You might need to actually work with others, third parties, other businesses, to actually do the response. But if you want to follow up and try to nip the crime in the bud, it might take some evidence to help the law enforcement individuals work. And figuring out best ways to do that ahead of time is always key. So as more companies work through incident response, I think we need to continue to work through trade associations and other associations like the ICC to better understand how to help each other. And when we can develop our own best practices, like guides like these, and work on technical and product solutions, we can work with government to put those into practice.
Thank you very much, Peter Lord. Thanks. So we've got just a few minutes, perhaps, and thank you. And I do understand we have our microphones at the side, so if anyone has a question, please do put your hand up very clearly, and we'll try and get a few questions out to our distinguished panel on this issue of cybersecurity. Thank you very much, sir. We'll get a microphone to you. Remember to tell us who you are and where you're from as well, please, or who you represent.
Okay. Merci bien. Je m'appelle.
Thank you very much. I'm Tombe Fredin. I'm a teacher and a researcher.
Some headsets up to the
Okay.
to our panelists, and then we'll get back to your question in a second. Any other questions in the meantime? So there's a lady there and a gentleman there. We're going to get to the lady in the red top first, and we'll come to you in just a moment, sir. Yeah, and we'll get some headsets. If we can get some translation headsets. Okay. Please come forward. Yeah, the lady in the red. There we go. Her red jacket. And if any of the technical team could bring us some headsets for a translation, please.
Thank you very much for your very good presentation. My name is Samia Malham. I'm from the World Bank in Washington, D.C. You all talked about a collective approach to capacity building. And indeed, a lot of countries are at the same starting point. Yep. And it would help to share legislation, expertise. It is very expensive, and there's not too many experts out there. I'd like to have your view on how to get a lot of our client countries up to speed very quickly, and then the role of the private sector. A lot of the problems we saw in the video earlier come from privacy settings, in software, in social network, in application. Where do you see the role of government in kind of pushing private sector and application developer in increasing the level of cybersecurity quality in their software products? Thank you.
Is there anyone in particular you'd like to pose that to, or can I ask, perhaps Christian might answer that, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, a long question, so I will try to address all the points. First of all, this is the role of industry, mature industry in the field of cybersecurity and safety, to create a network of capability all across the world in order to give responsiveness and I would say, good quality solution and product to the customer. Nevertheless, there is always a risk that this is done in an average way. So this goes back to your question about the role of the government. I think that the government has to raise the bar at a level which is proportional to the criticality of the solution that we are developing. I have experienced development of very sophisticated solutions that I will not describe there, but that has involved ANSI in France, which is the national administration for information system security. We had to travel a very demanding process of homologation with a lot of audit, with a lot of analysis in the design phase of the solution, a lot of security requirements to face in our design and development and architecture of the solutions. So for me, the role is this one. The industry must bring the capability up, and the government must raise the bar proportionally to the expectation and the criticality of the application. Of course, if you develop an application that will not be exposed so much to a risk, it's no need to raise the bar. But there are applications. So for me, this is this game, and this game, I would say, if it is well played, and enrich each other. Because, of course, as you know, security has a cost, and when you do things and you are obliged to go back and try to find optimization. But this is this trade-off that at the end helps everybody to progress, and it is my vision of the good level of cooperation between state and industry.
Jan Kleijsen also wanted to add something, and Peter, I'll come to you.
Yes, thank you. In reply to the question, what can we do? Legislation, helping countries with their national legislation, and by doing capacity building all over the world. We are trying, for instance, the Budapest Convention. We are engaged with 125 countries worldwide, so far beyond the 47 that we have as members. And part of that program is funded by the private sector. And what we do is to help, for instance, also in countries that are not yet ready to join formally, to help them adopt legislation that will protect their citizens and citizens elsewhere better against cybercrime. And of course also it provides guidance to businesses operating in these countries.
Okay, thank you. Peter Lord, a quick comment, and then Jan Hanmarat.
A brief comment about capacity building. Everyone talks about it's expensive. I'd like to note that the ICC guide is actually freely available on the web. The other component, and I think frequently comes up, is a desire to figure out, I need to know more information. Maybe this guide's not enough. Where do I go? And one of the ways that we tried to address that at the ICC guide is to actually have a website, bringing a bunch of links together broken down by country. So if you need to know about a particular resource in a particular country, we're hoping to try to keep that up and active. People have resources they'd like to make sure are more widely available. I'd like to contribute that to the website. And the idea is to bridge that capacity. So we have these aspirations and goals and government regulation. Well, this is actually something you can do today. Look at the guide, use some more resources.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, I think a lot of international organizations are doing just what your question was about, also the informal ones, for instance, the International Association of Prosecutors. And with it, GPAN would help develop countries who have not that much by the countries who have much, developing on capacity building, developing on integrity, developing on expertise. So there are a lot of organizations, I think, that help all over the world to solve the problem you raised in your question.
Okay. Catherine, very quick.
So I think we were just having this discussion this week about strengthening the technical expertise of those who are now building and using the internet across the developing world, and the need here to ensure that the young computer scientists see and understand, the future here and how exciting it can be, so that they themselves are part of this learning curve, and that the users understand, as we all just discussed, they're part of the hygiene of their own systems and their own devices and what all this means. So as we in our chapters build capacity across the world, we are talking very clearly about these fundamentals. And so before we talk about, the huge things that have to happen as the deployment and adoption of these technologies take place, education is enormously important.
Thank you very much. We have very little time, so perhaps the gentleman, we've now got headsets, if you would give us your question, please, sir.
Oui, j'ai quelques questions.
I have a few questions for all the members of the panel. When I looked at the map of botnet attacks, the best equipped countries are the countries which are the greatest victims. So shouldn't we increase the security measures in Africa to ensure prevention? For botnet attacks, do not we have accomplices in the institutions attacked? In the previous session, we mentioned skills, reliability. For Africa, and I direct my question to Raphael Kofi, the involvement of ECOWAS is already very important, but is there a cooperation with other regional communities like the Economic Group for Central Africa, SADC? What is the cooperation between African actors to look for technical solutions to fight cybercrime? Because Africa is full of skills.
Because we literally have got everyone coming back in for the final session.
Donc, la dernière question.
Thank you. So let me ask the question then. So first, perhaps I can put this to Raphael Kofi, the question about ECOWAS and how much broader perhaps those cooperations are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oui, et je vais répondre en français puisqu'il a posé la question.
Let me answer in French, since the question was presented in French. Within ECOWAS, we have indeed made huge progress, and we follow the Convention of the African Union. We want to ratify that Convention of the African Union for all African states to rely on that convention to establish cooperation and fight against cyber attacks. In Africa, we do not have statistics for two possible reasons. Either those who made the studies didn't really get interested into figures, or it is perhaps because the aim when we speak about botnet is to have terrorist attacks or financial attacks. And so, of course, developed countries are the prime targets. So this perhaps accounts for the fact that there are very few statistics for botnet attacks on the African continent.
The issue about Africa and its perhaps better protection for Africa, or better collaboration also to save against botnets. To you, Rob Wainwright, although I know you're specifically Europol, the experience you have and the botnet maps you showed did indicate, as our guest says, that there are certain areas that are very highly focused. Is there any way you can tackle this issue of how Africa might benefit from the experience you have elsewhere?
I think it's a huge potential issue as the internet adoption rates in Africa, which are relatively low now, get much higher, as they surely will in the future. Then, of course, there is a potential huge problem waiting to happen, not only for African citizens, but for the rest of the world as well. And I'm sure that botnets will be one of the threats that will try to exploit those sort of evolving conditions. So what that means, even in relatively cyber advanced economies of the world, in Europe and the United States, where even here we're struggling significantly with the cybercrime dimension, then in Africa and indeed other parts of the world there will be an even greater challenge, I think, for us to face. So there's no special answers for Africa any more than there are for Europe or the United States. It is about investing in cybercrime defences. It is about investing in the infrastructure, in educational awareness, in as people come online, perhaps for the first time in their lives, first time in any communities in certain parts of Africa, we're starting from a relatively low base of understanding the threat. There's a lot of work that private companies and governments have, a lot of responsibility they must bear to make sure that we do raise those common standards of awareness. Otherwise, it's a real issue that we're going to face, absolutely.
Rob Wainwright, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for our panellists. I'm so sorry we're out of time. Everyone's coming back in for the final bit. So please, thank you very much for your participation. And as the panellists return to their seats, we're going to refresh the stage. So bear with us just a few minutes as we reset the stage for the final session, which involves the official launch of the GFCE. Thank you again.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats for the official launch of the GFCE. Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, prenez vos places pour le baptême officiel du GFCE. Excelencias, damas y caballeros, por favor, tomen sus asientos para la ceremonia de launching del GFCE. Please take your seats. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Doors are closed. Please take your seats. Over to you, Mr. Khan.
Thank you very much, Hans Maurits. Well, Excellencies, ladies and gents, just a little bit left of this day as we get to actually a very important part of this day and this event. This subject, of course, we've crammed a lot in for this first day of the GCCS 2015, but there's so much crucial information that we have to share and exchange. So, the conference really is just the start of a much bigger conversation, which I hope we all understand will continue long after we leave here as well. But the key thing is that in order to create some sort of legacy, to create some sort of result, obviously it's important that we build stronger relationships, stronger coalitions. I think one of the biggest things that came out of the conversations is how collaboration is the key to a lot of success when it comes to managing cyberspace issues. So first I'm going to look at this issue of capacity building and how we can actually take it to the next step. And for that I'd like to invite up three key members of our participants who can help us with the dialogue here. And I'll call on them to come straight up, please. Mr. Francis Maud is the Minister for the Cabinet Office and Paymaster General of the UK. Please come on up, sir. Mr. Yahya Abdul Khaneh, Minister of Post and Telecommunications for Senegal. And Mr. Matt Tomlinson, who's Vice President of Security at Microsoft. Good to see you, Minister. How are you, sir? Please. How are you?
Good to see you.
Right, thank you. We're just going to do this as a quick, few minutes of Q&A just to get some perspective on how our distinguished panel sees the issue of capacity building. And for that, perhaps I could start with with Francis Maud from the UK and ask you basically why capacity building in the cyber world is so important. You know, the UK has been kind of there up at the front of a lot of this. What benefits have you seen from that, sir?
Well, it's the first point to make is no government can do this on its own. We have to do these things together. Resources are scarce. You know, this is a new area. It's a great area. I mean, when we talk about cybersecurity, we sometimes do it in kind of spine-tingling, flesh-creeping terms as if it's all about the dark threat. But it's all because of something amazing and fantastic, which is liberating and enriching, the internet, which has transformed lives and transformed economies. But because it's a new area, the resources are scarce, so we need to collaborate in building, not duplicate where we can avoid it, work together, the capacity in all the areas, policy making, the technical areas, practitioners, all of these areas, the technical expertise, we need to build that, and collaboration is crucial, partnerships are crucial. So we, at the second, this is the fourth of these summits I've been privileged to attend, starting with the London event in 2011. And at the second in Budapest, we announced, William Hague and I announced, that we were setting up a capacity building fund to support these efforts, and we set up the Global Centre for Capacity Building, subsequently based at Oxford University, which has started to do some really important work, but there's so much more we need to do and can do, which is why I welcome this forum being established in this way. It's really important. And actually, you make a very valid point, sir. You know, we do tend to see it in a very fearful way, but the benefits are potentially huge, aren't they? And I sort of, if you're kind of looking ahead a few years, what do you see as one of the main benefits of this capacity building? Well, it is to enable, I mean, we are at the beginning of the world of the internet. It's hugely developed already, but we know that the potential for this over the decades ahead is going to be absolutely stupendous. But we want it to be safe. We want it to be resilient. We know that there are attacks. There will continue to be attacks. And we need to build our capability. So the capacity for us to share information in real time is hugely important. Collaboration between certs, all of these things are hugely important as we go forward. So, you know, there is never going to be a time when any of us can afford to think that we can do this either on our own as governments, but so governments need to continue to collaborate very, very closely together, as we already do, but that's building all of the time. But also the collaboration and the partnership with academia and with business, because we can't, these are common threats, and we need to react and respond in a coordinated way. And it's true, I think we saw in even the scenario session the importance of collaboration. I'm going to turn to our Minister from Senegal, Mr. Yahya Abdul Kane. Sir, I presume you'll be speaking French, so I'll ask everyone to get their headsets ready as well before you start. And perhaps get your perspective, sir, on how capacity building, or why capacity building in the cyber world is so important. What's your perspective on that?
Je vous remercie.
Thank you. And I would like to thank you also, the Netherlands, for having invited us to that important event and for having involved us also in this crucial initiative. Capacity building is very important. Today, to face cybercrime, we need not just to adapt our legal tools to face that situation, but we also need to have state agents to have the proper capacities, whether magistrates, whether the public sector or the private sector, all stakeholders must be able to bring efficient answers to this threat. So we think that the conference is timely because no country in the world is spared, and we need to have human resources of quality to face this threat.
Robinson is Vice President for Microsoft Security. Someone asked me the other day, they said, how does Bill Gates get fresh air into his house? With one click, he can open Windows. That's the only Microsoft challenge. Let me ask from a Microsoft perspective, because obviously such a large and important company, so influential. Why is capacity building so important for a company, private company like Microsoft?
Sure. So technology actually, we believe, connects people. But in order for people to take advantage of the communications technology we have, the technology that we've got ahead of us, it needs to be safe in order to use, and people need to be digitally literate in order to use it. And so I think that's, from the business context, why we're interested in making sure that this sort of capacity is actually enabled. If you look ahead over the next decade, we're going to be bringing somewhere on the order of 2 to 2.5 billion more people online. That's double what it is today. And so obviously we're going to need more capability, more capacity to deal with threats, to deal with emergencies, to deal with safety. And if you look at where that growth is coming from, a lot of it is in the emerging countries. I think by the year 2025, 90% of the developed countries will be wired, online, people online. And in the emerging countries, it's going to be nearly 70%. And so it is a very broad movement. And it is going to change kind of the pressures that we have and things we need to deal with. And cybersecurity capacity is a shared responsibility, I think. It's going to take government as well as the private sector in order to make that happen.
I'll get back to that in a second. Just one thought that occurred to me, because we had a question earlier on in one of our sessions about, the situation for Africa, for example, where, of course, and Rob Wainwright had talked about how when Africa comes online, it's going to be a big factor. There's two streams here in the sense of how growth will occur. One is obviously the developing world as it comes online more and more. And then there's the younger generations in the developed world and the younger generation becoming far more active with going online. In both cases, I would guess it's education that's going to be a key factor when you build as part of the capacity building in terms of getting these people tuned to what the cyber world is about.
Yeah, certainly. We have a number of efforts in that area. Besides the things that we're talking about today, Microsoft is a program called For Africa that is really built to help developers in that area actually create local solutions for problems that they have and use technology. But certainly we also need cyber expertise, and we need to grow that locally as well, because we need everyone pulling along. We need distributed systems for dealing with things we're going to be looking at.
Francis Moore, there's also the issue that technology, the rate of expansion, everything is growing so quickly. How hard is it to keep up?
Very hard. And it's not quick to build the resource, particularly the human capabilities. It takes time. I mean, what we've been doing in the UK, we started quite aggressively down this track probably 4 or 5 years ago, sort of building centers of excellence in universities. We now have, I think, 13 altogether, doctoral centers, but also kind of on a more vocational level, investing in apprenticeships. This is not capacity that you develop overnight, but it's finding where the talent is. We have a number of programs, such as what we call our cybersecurity challenge, where we have a competition for people who aren't necessarily in this world at all, but who have an interest to compete with each other in exercises. I recently visited one of those exercises taking place where teams will work to solve a problem. People are coming into the world of cybersecurity from unexpected backgrounds. One of the winners last year, his day job was as a postman. And he's suddenly a kind of cybersecurity person. So, there are people who have interests, and particularly a lot of kids who may not be successful at conventional academic work in schools, but who have a gift for this. And it's finding them early enough and putting them into the mainstream, developing that capability. But it doesn't happen overnight. You have to be consistent.
Thank you, sir. Now, let me ask perhaps Minister Kane about how Senegal undertakes strengthening cyber capacity. What in particular do you do in Senegal that helps you grow in this area?
Oui, je vous remercie.
In Senegal, we have launched many initiatives. To start with, we reformed the legal framework to take into account cybercrime. We set up a national committee for data protection, and we also created within our police a specialized brigade to fight cybercrime. And in the next few days, we intend to set up a national CERT. So it is a priority for our government. We are going to tap on all the fruitful experiences throughout the world to face that threat for our countries, our economies, but also our businesses.
In your previous reply on some of the things that Microsoft is doing, but take me through a little bit more on how the private sector can continue to support cyber capacity building.
Sure. So maybe I'll use Microsoft's experience kind of as a blueprint for that. Microsoft has a long history of supporting these sorts of efforts. We've been involved in both supporting industry programs so that industry works together to help solve this problem. We've been involved with helping CERTs, both government and non-governmental CERTs around the world. In fact, we've been involved in organizations like FIRST, which is an organization of CERTs. We actually chaired FIRST for a number of years. And we think that sort of global coordination is actually extremely helpful when we're dealing with things in the cyber realm. So that's one. You know, we've got a number of partnerships with programs. Through that, we share processes, we share tools, we share information, we share expertise. And I think there's a lot fundamentally of content that could be leveraged, reused, and deployed.
As we don't have much time, I'm just going to use these final minutes to get from each of you essentially a short summary on how you see the landscape when it comes to capacity building and how we progress and how much we've learned in such a short period of time, certainly when it comes to what we need. Give me a sort of 1 minute landscape of 10 years down the road, perhaps. And Francis Maud, if I could start with you, sir. If it's easy to predict, I mean, of course, I don't think it is. But
no, it isn't. I mean, it isn't at all easy. And I think one of the things we have to do is be very fleet of foot, very agile. When having oversight of the British government's cybersecurity program, I was quite keen to keep back commitments in spending 4 years ago because we didn't know what the landscape would look like in 2 years' time. And so I think we need to be very alert, very responsive. We have to be quite tactical in responding to things as they develop. I think the one thing we have to get right across very vividly is that this is an area where there is no such thing as competitive advantage. No country benefits from another country's weakness in this area. We're all dependent on each other because actually the internet cyberspace knows no national boundaries. We know that most attacks that take place don't originate in the jurisdiction that they affect. So we need to have that intensely close collaboration in real time, which is why what Matt was talking about in collaboration between the CERTs is so important. And you know, we built our cyber information sharing partnership. That's been hugely important, but I think there's so much more we can do across the piece. So I think there's a bit of a danger in trying to cast our minds too far forward because none of us, 20 years ago, none of us would have foreseen what this landscape today looks like. What we know is that it'll be different and the speed of change accelerates all the time. Moore's law applies in this as in all of these areas. There's constant development with an accelerating rate of change.
Mr. Kane, of course, even Matt had said that we've got, the number of people going online doubling in just a matter of years. Africa, of course, leapfrogging in many cases, and countries like yours have a great advantage in being able to leapfrog when it comes to technology. What's your kind of 10-year, 1 decade down the road scenario for when it comes to where things will be?
It seems to me that cybersecurity goes beyond borders. Africa can be relied upon to deal with the problem, to launch an awareness campaign, but also to develop a common strategy to face that threat and to adapt our policies, our strategies, use and reinforce our human resources to face that threat in the world.
Thank you very much, sir. And Matt, let's get your picture from 10 years down the road. 10 years down the road, maybe.
I actually agree with what Sir Francis Maude had to say in terms of things will look very different than they do today, but it is also actually difficult to predict what they'll look like. You're seeing projections of 50 billion devices online in 10 years. You're seeing predictions of growth of users on the internet doubling. And where that's doubling, I think, is going to cause us kind of new challenges as we try and work out how to respond to issues and how to coordinate issues. More certs means better local response. It also means coordinating actions across certs gets more complex to mesh. That's one of the reasons that I'm actually happy to see more certs popping up, but I think we also need to see another layer up of coordination, because you've got a lot of vendors trying to talk with a lot of certs, and so coordinating that, I think, might be another challenge that we have ahead of us.
Well, when I have three guests like you, there's so many more questions I'd love to ask, but we're always so short of time. So I want to thank you all. A round of applause, please, for our panel. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Well, please sit back for a second as we watch a short film which introduces the GFCE.
Cyberspace. It brings us social and economic growth and innovation. But we have to keep it open, secure and free, together on a global scale. On April 16th, 2015, we launched the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. Our goals: develop innovative cyber solutions and exchange expertise to build cyber capacity. We will work together, for instance, to make sure people are safe online, to build strong incident response teams, and to improve national cyber laws. Our members are governments, intergovernmental organizations, and private companies from all over the world. NGOs, the tech community, and academics will be closely involved. Help us make cyber a safer space. Join the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise.
I'd like to invite up now the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Netherlands, Mr. Bert Koenders, to introduce the new GFCE initiative. Sorry, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Riz. This is going to be an important moment. I hope everybody's full awake still after this full day of meetings. And I'm not going to give you a large speech. We did that this morning. But we come, I think, to a very important moment of our conference. We all embrace today that the fact that today's societies not only exist in the physical world, the modern world is changing, and information and communication technologies are facilitating this change in a way that was unthought of before. We all discussed that, we all know this. We are becoming increasingly digitized and dependent on an interconnected cyberspace for our communication, innovation and development. Not only does cyberspace interconnect us, it also provides ample opportunity for economic and social development around the world for every individual. Now, today and tomorrow, we deepen our understanding on the opportunities and challenges of cyberspace and ask ourselves how to utilize the full potential of the internet. And one issue, that's why this movie that you just saw is so important, that was being highlighted actually by all of you and just by the Senegalese minister and by his colleagues, is the need for strong cyber capacities. To fully reap the benefits of cyberspace, greater collaboration in the area of capacity building is rapidly becoming one of the most important topics on the international cyber agenda. And although much progress has been made on addressing cyber issues, we can all benefit from sharing our experiences and strategies to take full advantage of our rapidly changing cyber environment. And I'd like to reiterate the two previous speakers who already mentioned that striving for a truly resilient cyber domain requires global engagement and better ways to work together. And that's not just a cliche. We need each other, not because we want to be nice to each other only, but because it's intrinsic to the technology we're talking about. And I think really that capacity building is an essential component of this cooperation, fostering also international solidarity with a common vision and a common purpose to secure a free, open and secure cyberspace for everyone. It's time to put principles now into practice. We are not here for nothing. And to address our cyber needs with concrete solutions. As a key effort to strengthen cyber capacity, we have established the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, GCCE. Today we will officially launch this capacity building initiative with all of you. The Global Forum on Cyber Expertise that is presented to you today strives to establish this open, secure and free internet with respect for fundamental human rights. To this end, the GFC's primary objective is to provide a dedicated, informal platform for policymakers, practitioners, experts from different countries and regions to facilitate sharing of expertise and knowledge, to identify gaps, and there are many, in global cyber capacity and to contribute to capacity building efforts. Now, through this closer cooperation in very operational and hope concrete terms, where we match supply and demand between different stakeholders, we seek to optimize the various assets and combine specific expertise. There will be the establishment of international partnerships between countries, intergovernmental organizations and companies, closely involving civil society, think tanks and academia. We need you all. The GFCE will preliminarily focus on 4 areas which are found to be essential to a safe and inclusive cyberspace: cybersecurity, cybercrime, data protection and e-governance. GFCE members can also implement new concrete initiatives and expand existing ones to strengthen capacity in cyber. I think that's important. We need much more modern ways to make sure that supply and demand reach each other in very operational terms, not by big organizations, big bureaucracies, but really by these flexible new initiatives. These initiatives focus on a specific cyber area where there is a need for assistance or sharing of expertise. And in this context, I'd like to hand over to my colleague, the Minister of Security and Justice, to highlight some of the upcoming initiatives. Minister van der Steur.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me as Minister of Security and Justice, which I've been for 3 weeks and 4 days today, to present together with my esteemed colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. One of the first computers in the Netherlands was owned by my grandfather as he worked as an actuary, and he used it to calculate pension payments. This computer, ladies and gentlemen, was not, as we are used today, in his pocket or in his office, but in the garden of his office building, in a building especially designed to house that computer. And it reminds me of the progress that we have made over the years. Every generation has made its contribution to this development. Scientists like Alan Turing and John von Neumann, who in the mid-20th century were already thinking about how a modern computer could work, Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs, who brought computers into our homes in the 1970s and 1980s, and Tim Berners-Lee and Robert Kelly, the founding fathers of the World Wide Web. The internet is their wonderful legacy to us, but it is also a serious responsibility. Cyber attackers can disrupt our digital infrastructure, and anyone who threatens a country's digital infrastructure is a threat to social order. In this day and age, those who try to make a distinction between security offline and security online are fooling themselves. and running the risk of failing on both counts. So we must ask ourselves, how do we ensure that internet is safe, free, and an instrument for prosperity? And to answer this question, ladies and gentlemen, we must work together. And we need to work together at every level: business, government, civil society, the academic world, and the technical community. We are all responsible to protect the digital infrastructure of our lives. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm proud to say that with the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, we now have a custom-built platform for this cooperation. Tomorrow sees the end of the GCCS. But as Winston Churchill once said, this is not the end, it's not even the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps the end of the beginning. And I say this because tomorrow marks the start of our joint GFCE. This means we can now all carry on with our work by sharing our experiences and expertise, and by working hard to build innovative concepts in the field of cyber data protection, e-governance and cybersecurity. This will lead to a fundamentally safer internet. And later you'll be given more information about each of the concrete initiatives that have gained a place in this forum. For now, I want to highlight 3 examples. They are CERT maturity, awareness and responsible disclosure. By its nature, the internet is without borders. A credit card company in the United States can come under attack from a group of criminals in Africa. A Dutch database can be attacked by hackers from Poland or any other country. And to cope with threats like these, we need to help each other. That means that our computer emergency response teams must be in a state of readiness to defuse them. But simply having a CERT in place is not enough. We need to work towards CERT maturity and ensure that as many countries as possible have the policy, legislation and capacity to meet international needs. And to achieve this, an initiative will be launched within the GFCE. And it's great to see that a number of organizations are contributing. The International Telecommunication Union, the Organization of American States, Microsoft, and the European Union Agency for Network and Information Security. And ladies and gentlemen, to strengthen our resilience, we need everyone's help. And that's why awareness is on the agenda of the GFCE. People from all walks of life are connected to the internet and to each other. As we speak, countries are working hard to raise public awareness of cybersecurity. For example, a Donald Duck comic with information about online security. It's a great way to reach target groups of all ages. I know for certain that the GFCE will prove to be a suitable platform for creating awareness, together with local schools and businesses. The Senegal has already registered as a partner, and I'm very grateful for that. And finally, the issue of responsible disclosure. Here, cooperation plays a central role as well. Not necessarily between companies or countries, but cooperation with ethical hackers. 2 years ago, the Netherlands took a historic step. Our government was the first to issue guidelines on responsible disclosure, enabling organizations and businesses to make their own policies on ethical hacking. We can now have an open culture with ethical hackers, businesses, government, authorities and scientists, and they all seek each other's help. And this enables them to repair vulnerabilities in the systems that society runs on. And I'm pleased to tell you that experience like this will be studied from an international perspective. And through the GFCE, by partners like Romania, Hungary and Hewlett-Packard, 3 wonderful initiatives. As we see, these 3 wonderful initiatives will be part of the GFCE. And all 3 are essential to a secure internet. And this is why we've decided to facilitate a secretariat in the Netherlands to serve as a home base for the GFCE. From here, we can work on strong solutions that make the internet safer and freer. From here, we can combat cybercrime. And from here, we can open the door to prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, I started by citing the enormous contributions made by Turing, von Neumann, Jobs, Berners-Lee and my grandfather. The forum that we are launching today doesn't hold a candle to their innovative work. But if our generation can ensure that their legacy, the internet, is more secure and stable than ever before, we too will be passing on a wonderful legacy to future generations. The GCCE is a major step towards this endeavour. Thank you very much.
Minister, thank you very much for that. Well, let's have a little short film to explain the latest initiatives of the initiative. So.
Global business and critical infrastructures are increasingly dependent upon cyberspace. Hewlett-Packard is pleased to join through the GCCE with the international community of ethical hackers, businesses, governments, and scientists to secure this environment from the chip to the cloud.
Hungary joined the initiative because we believe in creating a trusted platform for information sharing. This is why we want to establish and enhance responsible information disclosure. We also have a matching framework, a legal framework to support it, and we are more than happy to share our experience with other countries.
In the context of drafting the law on cybersecurity in Romania and of an increased need for cooperation in this regard between the competent authorities and private sector, our participation in the Responsible Disclosure Initiative will help to the development of the regulatory and legislative framework for the policy for responsible disclosure and the public-private partnership in Romania and in the region.
We are initiating the CSET maturity initiative. IT is very active in this field. We are trying to help countries to establish their national CERT centers. We work closely with the 15 countries and made assessment in 61 countries.
Well, we live in an internet-dependent world, and cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. It's going to take government and industry working together to make sure that we can secure that world.
Bangladesh welcomes the launch of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise as a practical outcome of the Global Conference on Cyberspace. It should serve as a platform to do matchmaking between advanced settings and less equipped situations like ours in Bangladesh.
Cyber attacks are a global threat. It is essential for each and every state to have a certain level of response capacities. That is why Japan supports the GCCE. So let's get together. Join us.
Australia is very proud to be present at the creation of the Global Forum. We want everyone to be able to benefit from cyber technologies open, secure and stable. Our project with Japan, the United States and UNODC is to combat cybercrime in Southeast Asia.
An open, free and secure internet is a driver for growth and development, an opportunity to promote human rights. Through cyber capacity building, we are promoting development and security for all.
Argentina hopes that the GCCE will contribute to create more cyber capacity and expertise. Only with real compromise and collaboration from all of us, we will achieve a more secure internet.
Chile welcomes the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise that will allow us to get capacity building and to help us to develop our national policy on cybersecurity. Chile is also in the process to join the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime.
The chain is as strong as its weakest link. What we need for cybersecurity is capacity building, raising awareness, and of course cooperation. This is what we need to be able to counter the cyber threats.
Well, the Organization of American States is a leader on cybersecurity initiatives in the Americas, and as such we offer to member states programs like this one to build capacity for strategic development and also to create international partnerships. So we are very proud to be part of this. In Symantec, we believe it is addressing a critical need. You cannot manage well something you don't know enough about. So we hope to generate awareness, we hope to generate knowledge, and help those countries also understand their capacity gaps.
we're proud to be part of the forum.
Our initiatives focus on combating cybercrime, raising awareness of cybersecurity, and helping governments have the right policies in place to make sure they're doing cybersecurity due diligence. These are all building blocks that are critically important, and we're proud to be a founding member of the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise.
Oui, le Sénégal a noué un partenariat avec les Pays-Bas pour mieux conscientiser les différents acteurs sur la cybersécurité et pour qu'ensemble nous prenions les dispositions nécessaires pour faire face à la menace.
It is time to address our cyber needs with concrete solutions. As a key effort to strengthen cyber capacity and exchange of cyber expertise, we have established the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. The Netherlands will launch 4 initiatives: responsible disclosure, CSIRT maturity, awareness raising, and internet infrastructure and maintenance.
Commitment and initiatives that are obviously growing at a huge rate, and this conference hopefully will be a springboard for much more of that. And for that, I want to invite up the Foreign Minister again from the Netherlands, Mr. Bert Koenders, to actually launch the GFCE initiative.
Thank you very much. I think we're going to change the protocol. It is, if you are okay with this, because
Yes,
I wanted, if we launch something, I want to do it with a colleague.
There you go.
It is part of the partnership. It was this sitting next to us. That's a real partnership. I have not much to say. I just wanted to thank everybody here this afternoon. Looking at these different pictures that were just made today, we have already 42 partners on this partnership. We were very impressed by all the presentations today. It's now a moment to launch, and I would like to invite all of you, member states, international organizations, companies and others, to also join us in this great initiative that we're starting off today together. And we say, this is GFCA. On est ensemble pour la capacité de cyber.
We are together for this cyber capacity. This is the GFCE.
Congratulations. Merci. Well, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful way to wrap up the first day of this year's event, and of course the start of something much bigger as well. Don't forget the conference does continue tomorrow, and the discussion has only just really got going when it comes to what needs to be done. It's a big story that will certainly not go quiet from here on. I want to thank you all for your contributions today and being very much a part of the discussion and the dialogue that we had. And as we wrap up the end of this first day, I want to hand over to Hans-Marit Schaffeld, who will close the proceedings as project director.
I wouldn't dare close the proceedings, but I would like to ask everybody to remain seated I invite all the founding fathers and mothers of the GFCE to move up the stairs for a little press moment next to the special guest lounge. So all founding fathers, we've had all 42 on the screen. Everybody knows that he's a part, or she is a part, of the founding fathers for a press moment upstairs besides the leaders, the special guest lounge. If all others could please remain seated to enable our founding fathers and mothers to walk through. Gardez vos places s'il vous plaît. Nous demandons aux États membres et compagnies et autres qui ont participé au démarrage du GFCE de bien rester assis. Nous allons après vider la salle. While the founding fathers and mothers are exiting, I would like to explain the departure procedure for the special guest dinner at the Ridderzaal. Very shortly, all heads of delegation and collaborators with either a pin or a clip will be invited or are invited to move upstairs to the special guest lounge, from where the staircase will lead them to the transport to the Ridderzaal. All special guests with pin and collaborators with clips are kindly invited to move upstairs and to exit through the special guest staircase. All other delegates are kindly invited to stay a bit longer in the room or to exit through the doors below, and to rejoin their own transport modes. Thank you very much and see everybody tomorrow. Les chefs de délégation avec un clip ou un pin sont priés de monter pour rejoindre les transports pour le dîner du ministre au Ridderzaal. Tous les autres délégués sont priés de quitter la salle par les 2 portes ou les 4 portes ici en bas afin de ne pas trop croiser les différents flux de mouvement. Merci beaucoup.